Chapter 703. The purple-robed man was waiting for Ji Tianxing to give his answer, but he did not expect him to suddenly say such a thing. The purple-robed man was instantly enraged and shouted with murderous intent, "Ji Tianxing! Don't keep me in suspense. If you know what's good for you, tell me obediently. Otherwise, when I catch you, I'll torture you and make you suffer all kinds of pain." Ji Tianxing pretended to be afraid and quickly waved his hand. "All right, I know that you're cruel and merciless. I'll tell you. The reason why I can rise so quickly and dare to wage war against the Duanmu family is because I have a powerful backer. To tell you the truth, I have a deep relationship with the Fei Imperial Court and I have a deep relationship with the Murong family. If you don't want the Duanmu family to be doomed, you'd better let me go immediately. Otherwise, the Fei Imperial Court and the Murong family will avenge me and completely destroy the Duanmu family." Hearing his words, the purple-robed man's body trembled and his eyes shone brightly. "What? Your backers are the Fei Imperial Court and the Murong family?" The purple-robed man immediately concluded that Ji Tianxing's words were half true and half false. He could not believe it. The Fei Imperial Court might be his backer, but the Murong family was definitely not. The purple-robed man could see that Ji Tianxing was deliberately lying and immediately shouted angrily, "Bullshit! You're spouting nonsense. How could the Murong family go against the Duanmu family? Such a clumsy attempt to sow discord. Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Ji Tianxing's expression was still calm and revealed an "I knew it" expression. He spread his hands and said, "Hee, I've already told you. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. You must think that the Murong family is the Duanmu family's ally and that they're sincerely cooperating with the Duanmu family. Hee, if things are really that simple, you've underestimated the Murong family too much. In this world, the most terrifying enemies are those who hide in the dark and can't be seen. Duanmu Huang, that's all I have to say. You're on your own now." The purple-robed man immediately fell silent. His eyes kept changing and a look of doubt flashed across his eyes. Although Ji Tianxing's words sounded ridiculous, he instinctively did not believe them. However, he has a suspicious personality. Moreover, the Duanmu family has recently encountered a great change, while the Murong family is calm and peaceful. He couldn't help but suspect that the Murong family was really disloyal. Ji Tianxing couldn't help sneering inwardly when he saw the purple-robed man remaining silent and contemplating. Hee, Duanmu Huang, that old fox, even if he doesn't believe my words, he will definitely be suspicious and guard against the Murong family. Do you think my words are half true and half false? It's all fake." At this moment, the purple-robed man came back to his senses and shouted coldly, "Ji Tianxing, you little bastard, you're really treacherous. Do you think you can stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive? I definitely won't fall for it. I'll tear you to shreds right now." After saying that, the purple-robed man waved his palms and formed a mysterious seal. He displayed a mysterious and powerful soul secret technique. He used the secret technique to control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and gathered the power of his soul territory. He immediately condensed 2 giant 5-colored dragons that were 1,000 meters long. Moreover, the 5 soul Dharma eyes also released a dazzling white light, which condensed into 9 white light pillars. "Heaven and Earth Tyrant Dragon." The purple-robed man shouted and waved his palms with all his might towards Ji Tianxing. Instantly, the 2 enormous 5-colored divine dragons, together with the 9 white light pillars, bombarded Ji Tianxing from all directions. The 2 5-colored dragons let out a resounding dragon roar. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they attacked, bursting forth with a destructive aura. The 9 white light pillars were as fast as the aurora. They instantly cut across 10 miles of the sky and arrived in front of Ji Tianxing. "Despicable old thing, you can actually see that I'm deliberately stalling for time." Ji Tianxing's expression changed and he entered the seal of mountains and rivers without hesitation. At the same time, the 2 5-colored dragons that could destroy heaven and earth hit the seal of mountains and rivers hard. Then, the 9 white light pillars that contained terrifying soul strength also hit the seal of mountains and rivers. Bang bang bang. An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky, shaking the heavens and earth for hundreds of miles. The two five-colored dragons shattered on the spot, turning into light fragments that blotted out the sky and covered the entire divine soul domain. The 9 white light pillars also shattered, releasing terrifying soul strength that bombarded the seal of mountains and rivers. They wanted to kill Ji Tianxing through the seal of mountains and rivers. The soul strength was the most terrifying. It could penetrate iron walls and mountains and other objects to directly attack the soul of a person. Once Ji Tianxing's soul was destroyed, even if his physical body was unharmed, he would die instantly. However, when the emperor refined the seal of mountains and rivers, he set up a soul-level array restriction to block the soul strength attack of a soul-tempering elite. The powerful soul strength released by the 9 white light pillars was blocked and offset by the seal of mountains and rivers. It did not hurt Ji Tianxing. The seal of mountains and rivers was blown away on the spot and hit the 5-colored canopy hard, shaking the whole canopy. After a long time, the overwhelming 5-colored brilliance and the raging wind finally dissipated. The seal of mountains and rivers was still floating in the air and did not seem to have any scars or cracks. Ji Tianxing, who was hiding in the seal of mountains and rivers, was also not hurt. However, the power of the seal of mountains and rivers was greatly weakened and the golden light dimmed a lot. Ji Tianxing's expression became more and more serious. He murmured in a low voice, "It's the second move. The seal of mountains and rivers can help me block one more fatal attack, and then its power will be exhausted. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. I have to find a way to escape." He made up his mind and immediately used his spiritual sense to control the seal of mountains and rivers to hit the 5-colored canopy not far away. Bang! The seal of mountains and rivers was as heavy as a mountain. When it hit the 5-colored canopy, there was a deafening loud noise. The entire sky began to shake violently, generating waves of ripples and creaking noises. However, the 5-colored canopy was condensed by 5 soul dharma eyes after all, and its defensive power was terrifying. Even though the canopy was shaking, it was not broken and was still intact. The purple-robed man immediately showed a contemptuous look and sneered, "How ignorant you are! You are only at the sky origin stage. Even if you have a soul-level magic weapon, you can't exert much of its power. How dare you break my soul field?" Ji Tianxing kept silent, but in his mind, he was calling the sword soul, the burial of heaven by means of soul strength. Burial of heaven. Think of a way. If we can't escape from this field, we will all be doomed. The sword soul, the burial of heaven, had been sleeping for several months. Now its strength had recovered a little. Its vigorous voice sounded in Ji Tianxing's mind soon. Only those at the soul refining stage can exert the full power of the seal of mountains and rivers and break this soul field. However, if I consume the power I have accumulated in recent months, I can give it a try. Hearing the answer from the burial of heaven, Ji Tianxing was relieved and said hurriedly, "Okay, let's try our best." After saying that, he flew out of the seal of mountains and rivers. Standing in the sky, he slowly raised his right palm. Chapter 704. Ji Tianxing roared as he unleashed all his strength, activating the black hole in his right palm. Suddenly, the black hole turned into a pitch-black vortex that blotted out the sky, and a gigantic sword shadow flew out from it. This pitch-black sword was none other than the heaven-span sword steel in Kenshin's tomb. The huge black sword exuded a cold and murderous aura as it pierced toward the 5-colored sky barrier with a mighty aura that could suppress everything. Ever since the demon emperor's appearance and the battle at the Sky Pillar sect, Ji Tianxing had never used the black hole in his right palm again, much less summoned the burial of heaven. Unless it was truly a matter of life and death, he would never have the burial of heaven take action. After all, the burial of heaven would be severely injured the moment it took action, and it would take a long time to recover. And this time, Ji Tianxing was being intercepted by the purple-robed man, and his life was on the line. Left with no choice, he could only use the heaven-span sword steel and use this trump card. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the giant sword slammed into the 5-colored sky barrier, causing a loud explosion that shook the heavens to erupt. The incomparably strong defense of the sky barrier was actually blasted open by the giant sword, and dense cracks began to appear on the barrier. At that moment, the world was filled with a bone-chilling sword chi that could destroy the world. Even though the purple-robed man was a soul-tempering cultivator, he was still intimidated by the terrifying sword intent and aura of the massive sword. Fear appeared in his eyes. What is that? How could it have such terrifying power and aura? He couldn't understand what this thing was that even a soul-tempering cultivator like him was afraid of. Could it be a primordial spirit treasure? A supreme treasure that could be called a divine artifact? The purple-robed man was stunned for a moment, but he immediately recovered and charged at the seal of mountains and rivers to intercept Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing, you little beast, don't even think about escaping. But by the time the purple-robed man came to his senses, Ji Tianqing had already put away the heaven-span sword steel and passed through the gap in the sky curtain. Shua! He controlled the seal of mountains and rivers and rushed out of the spiritual domain. Instantly, the pressure on him was greatly reduced, and his flying speed doubled. He didn't even turn around to look at the situation behind him. He released his most boundless true essence, urging the mountain and river seal to fly through the sky, fleeing back to Central Continent City as fast as lightning. The size of the seal of mountains and rivers had shrunk by 10 times. It shone with a dazzling golden light, dragging a long golden flame behind it as it streaked across the sky at lightning speed. The purple-robed man was incomparably furious. He hurriedly withdrew his spiritual domain and chased after Ji Tianqing as fast as he could. 5 divine soul dharma eyes floated behind him, and in his left palm was a foot-tall, dark green small tree. The small tree looked like a sapling, but in fact, it had luxuriant branches and leaves, and its trunk was thick and ancient. It was an ancient tree that had lived for thousands of years. This was the purple-robed man's magic treasure, the famous green light treasure tree. The 5 divine soul dharma eyes released a boundless power, which poured into the green light treasure tree, causing the treasure tree to emit a dark green brilliance, releasing an invisible mysterious power. The invisible power released by the green light treasure tree caused the purple-robed man's figure to become illusory, blurred, like a shadow. Shua! He took a step, and in an instant he crossed 3 kilometers in the sky, quickly closing the distance between him and Ji Tianqing. Originally, the purple-robed man had been left behind by Ji Tianqing for more than 20 miles. However, after taking more than 10 steps in the sky, he quickly caught up to Ji Tianqing. After 20 breaths, the purple-robed man relied on the miraculous effects of the green light treasure tree to overtake Ji Tianqing, blocking his path. Ji Tianqing, you will die today without a doubt. There is no way you can escape. The purple-robed man blocked Ji Tianqing and shouted angrily. Ji Tianqing's path was blocked, and he had no choice but to stop. His eyes gloomily looked at the purple-robed man. Damn it! He really does have a dharma treasure that can teleport. He can cross several miles in one step. How can I escape? Ji Tianqing was full of anxiety, and he secretly thought of a way to escape. At this time, the purple-robed man raised his right hand, and with a wave of his sleeve, a 5-colored spiritual light covered the sky and earth. 5-direction dragon slash. In an instant, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles was absorbed by the purple-robed man. There was a lush forest below, but it withered and decayed on the spot, turning into a patch of yellow rotten wood. The 2,000-meter-tall mountains also silently collapsed, turning into an endless amount of earth elemental power. The 5-colored spiritual light covered the sky, and condensed into 5 giant axes that could split the sky and earth. Carrying the blazing white flame formed by the spiritual energy, they slashed towards Ji Tianqing. The 5 giant axes attacked Ji Tianqing from 5 directions and sealed off the sky and earth within a radius of 10 miles. Ji Tianqing still had no way to escape, and the seal of mountains and rivers was also suppressed by the violent and terrifying power, and its speed became much slower. At this critical moment, he had no time to think. He could only desperately urge the defensive power of the seal of mountains and rivers to resist the attack of the 5 giant axes. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the 5 giant axes hit the seal of mountains and rivers almost at the same time, and a series of earth-shattering noises erupted. the sky and earth were suddenly filled with endless five-colored spiritual light, and everything became chaotic. The forest within a radius of 15 miles was immediately crushed into powder, mixed with the soil and dust, and turned into a dark green torrent, spreading in all directions. The 3,000-foot-tall mountains collapsed in an instant and turned into yellow soil and ruins. Such shocking destructive power was truly enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The earth-shattering noises reverberated between heaven and earth for a long time. The five-colored spiritual light and dust that covered the sky gradually dissipated after a long time. When the sky and earth returned to peace, the mountains and forests within a radius of 15 miles were razed to the ground and became uneven ruins. The purple-robed man stood high in the sky, looking down at the ruins below with a gloomy face and cold eyes. Even if the territorial master's golden seal is a soul-level spiritual treasure, it should be broken now, right? He murmured in a low voice, and used his spiritual eye to search the ruins below for traces of the territorial master's golden seal and Ji-Tinching. Soon, his spiritual eye saw that in the ruins 10 miles to the southwest, there was a mound of soil that moved a few times. The mound of soil that was hundreds of meters high collapsed with a crash, and a lot of soil splashed out. When the soil scattered, a dark golden seal drilled out from the ground. It was a golden seal with a radius of 3 meters, and it was the seal of mountains and rivers. However, it was not as dazzling as before, and its aura was sacred and powerful. At this moment, it had become dim, and its aura was very weak. It did not have the majestic and domineering aura that could suppress heaven and earth and encompass mountains and rivers. Seeing this, the purple-robed man frowned and cursed with a gloomy look in his eyes. Damn it! After taking 3 fatal blows from me, the territorial master's golden seal is still not broken? The golden seal that the emperor gave Ji-Tinching was not an ordinary territorial master's golden seal, but a middle-grade soul-level spiritual treasure with a more powerful array restriction added. Chapter 705. The purple-robed man knew very well that an ordinary domain lord's golden seal was only an inferior-grade soul-grade dharma treasure. The golden seal represented the domain lord's identity, so it was even more symbolic. Its actual use was not very strong for a soul refinement realm cultivator. The purple-robed man was confident that he could shatter an ordinary golden seal within 3 moves. However, Ji-Tinching's seal of mountains and rivers was still intact after withstanding 3 fatal blows. The purple-robed man immediately concluded that this golden seal must be a middle-grade soul-grade dharma treasure. Moreover, the imperial emperor had set up a restriction array on the golden seal, so its defensive power was very strong and could save lives at critical moments. From this point alone, he could guess that the imperial emperor had taken special care of Ji-Tinching. This made him wonder if Ji-Tinching really had a close relationship with the imperial court. At this moment, the seal of mountains and rivers exploded with a golden light and flew into the sky towards the east. The purple-robed man frowned, and a cold light surged in his eyes. He sneered, "Little bastard, you still don't want to give up and want to escape? I've already broken the golden seal's restriction array. Let's see if you can survive this time." As he spoke, the purple-robed man activated the power of the green light treasure tree. He crossed thousands of meters in the sky and chased after the seal of mountains and rivers. In just 10 short breaths, he caught up to the seal of mountains and rivers and blocked it in the sky. 1,000 mountains collapse. The purple-robed man shouted in a low voice. He held the green light treasure tree in his right hand and slashed at the seal of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, the dark green light treasure tree bloomed with thousands of 5-colored spiritual lights and slashed at the seal of mountains and rivers with the power to destroy everything. Each 5-colored spiritual light was 10 miles long, like a rainbow across the sky. Thousands of spiritual lights cut through the sky at the same time, like thousands of rainbows appearing, causing the sky within 100 miles to be dazzling and gorgeous. Although the scene was beautiful, the power of this Dharma spell was unparalleled. The thousands of spiritual lights were enough to destroy the land within 100 miles and crush thousands of mountains into ruins. The weakened seal of mountains and rivers could not block the green light treasure tree's Dharma spell. Thousands of five-colored spiritual lights descended from the sky and enveloped the seal of mountains and rivers. In the next moment, the seal of mountains and rivers was about to be shattered into pieces. Ji Tianxing would not be able to escape either. He would certainly be reduced to ashes. At this moment, the sky 1,000 meters to the left of the seal of mountains and rivers suddenly twisted and rippled. Shwa! A tall figure appeared in the sky out of thin air. This person was dressed in a loose black robe and wore a specially made black gold mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that were as deep as the ocean. Just like the purple-robed man, he had concealed his true appearance. However, his bearing was extraordinary. His entire body exuded the imposing aura of a transcendent, and he wasn't any weaker than the purple-robed man. A mighty soul refinement realm expert actually needs to use the Azure Radiance treasured tree to deal with a junior? The Duanmu clan's face has been completely thrown away by you. The black-robed man sneered disdainfully. He waved his right palm like lightning and shot out a dazzling white light. The dazzling white light that was over 1,000 meters long was actually a white dragon that was completely white and extremely majestic. Roar! The holy and powerful white dragon instantly flew around the seal of mountains and rivers and circled around it, protecting the seal of mountains and rivers. When tens of thousands of five-colored spiritual lights slashed down, the holy white dragon waved its 5 dragon claws and swept its huge dragon tail, shooting out a white light that covered the entire sky. The 5-colored spiritual lights collided with the dazzling white light, causing a deafening explosion that reverberated across a radius of 100 miles. Bam, bam, bam. The 2 types of light exploded at the same time, turning into tens of millions of light shards that swept up a destructive hurricane and spread in all directions. Instantly, everything within a radius of 100 miles fell into chaos and became chaotic. The sky shook violently, and ripples appeared as if it was about to shatter. The undulating mountain ranges on the ground, dozens of majestic peaks, and endless dark green forests were all blasted into dust. In the blink of an eye, everything within a radius of 100 miles was turned into ruins, leaving behind a gigantic crater. After a few years, if this crater was filled with rainwater, it would become a 100-mile-wide lake. In the sky, the raging wind and dust were still dancing in the air. The holy white dragon blocked the tens of thousands of spiritual lights and successfully protected the seal of mountains and rivers. It hurriedly flew back to the black-robed man's side and quickly shrank a few hundred times, turning into a snow-white dragon spear that floated beside the black-robed man. In the sky 5 kilometers away, the purple-robed man stared at the black-robed man and the snow-white dragon spear. After seeing the snow-white dragon spear clearly, his expression changed, and he let out an incredulous roar. Bai Longyin! It's you! Bai Longyin was the name of the snow-white dragon spear. This was a dragon spear that had been passed down for thousands of years, and it was a top-notch soul-level magic treasure. The purple-robed man instantly guessed the black-robed man's identity based on that dragon spear. Bai Longyin was a top-notch soul-level magic treasure like the green light treasure tree. However, Bai Longyin's killing power was stronger, and the green light treasure tree's main function was not to kill, but to nurture all living things. The 2 magic treasures had different natures and effects. If they were to really fight, Bai Longyin would obviously be superior. The purple-robed man held the green light treasure tree and stared fiercely at the black-robed man. He was so angry that he did not know what to say. Ji Tianxing and Cloud's Soul Palace really have a close relationship. Even he personally came to save Ji Tianxing. Damn it! I should have thought of this long ago. If Cloud's Soul Palace was not behind this, how would Ji Tianxing dare to destroy my Duanmu family's herb garden? He guessed the other party's identity and finally understood the truth. He was instantly shocked and angry, and he roared in his heart. At this moment, a golden light flashed from the seal of mountains and rivers, and a handsome and valiant figure flew out. Swoosh! The white-robed Ji Tianxing flew into the sky with a pale face and hurriedly put away the seal of mountains and rivers. His body seemed to be unharmed, but in reality his internal organs had been damaged. His injuries were quite serious, and his combat power had been greatly reduced. Phew! Fortunately, Uncle arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. Ji Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself that he was lucky. He turned his head to look at the black-robed man not far away. He saw that the black-robed man was wearing a mask that covered his face, and he could not help but be stunned. Uncle actually changed his clothes and even wore a mask? But he used his natal magic treasure. The other party would definitely recognize him. Isn't this unnecessary? Ji Tianxing looked at the black-robed man and then looked at the purple-robed man. He thought to himself, both of them have guessed each other's identity, but both of them have to disguise their identities. It seems that they do not want to fall out with each other for the time being. They want to fight openly to prevent the imperial court from interfering. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing understood the crux of the matter. He hurriedly flew to the black-robed man's side and cupped his hands in respect. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Chapter 706. This is not the place to talk. Let's leave this place first. The black-robed man's voice rang in Ji Tianxing's mind. After that, he looked at the purple-robed man 10 miles away and said in a confident and overbearing tone, "With me around, you can't hurt him. Leave quickly." The purple-robed man frowned fiercely and his eyes were as cold as ice. Although he knew what the other party said was right, he was not reconciled and was so angry that he almost went berserk. He held the green light treasure tree tightly and said in a cold tone, "I heard that you went into seclusion for 3 years and only came out 2 months ago. You've already mastered the Cloud Dragon's 6 transformations. I wonder if it's true." The black-robed man raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Ha, you're well informed. Looks like you won't give up if I don't let you see my divine skill?" When his voice fell, he suddenly activated his divine skill and his whole body burst out with a powerful aura. Swoosh! A dazzling white light appeared and immediately condensed into 6 huge divine soul dharma eyes behind him. The 6 divine soul dharma eyes were arranged in 6 directions and slowly rotated, emitting a majestic aura, making him as mysterious and majestic as a god. When the purple-robed man saw the 6 divine soul dharma eyes appear, his pupils shrank and he whispered to himself, "As expected. I didn't expect you to break through to the 6th stage before me." The black-robed man sneered and said in a mocking tone, "Now, do you still want to humiliate yourself?" His strength was 1 stage higher than the purple-robed man and by Longyin's killing power was stronger than the green light treasure tree. If the two of them fought, the purple-robed man would definitely be defeated. The purple-robed man also understood this point, but he was not reconciled and shouted in a low voice, "So what if you reach the 6th stage first? No one can stop me from killing Ji Tianxing." He roared and crazily activated his power. He used a secret method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles and poured it into the green light treasure tree. The green light treasure tree suddenly expanded and turned into a towering tree that was thousands of feet tall. It bloomed with colorful rays that covered the sky. Seeing this scene, the black-robed man's expression immediately changed, and his eyes darkened. He reached out to grab Ji Tianxing and put him into the black thumb ring on his left thumb. Ji Tianxing only saw a flash of brilliance in front of his eyes, and then he entered a space similar to a secret chamber. This was the internal space of a soul-grade magic treasure. There was also a similar space in the seal of mountains and rivers. The black-robed man did this to protect him from the aftermath of the battle. After all, the shockwaves from the battle between 2 spirit-refining stage cultivators could destroy the world. It was not something a divine origin stage cultivator could handle. After a few breaths, the purple-robed man pushed his power to the limit. He used both of his palms to cast a mysterious spell, controlling the towering tree to smash towards the black-robed man. Heaven-breaking divine light. Following his angry roar, the towering giant tree released more than 36,000 7-colored light pillars, like a rainbow cutting through the sky, slashing toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes were cold as he shouted in a deep voice, "Since you insist on humiliating yourself, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he also used 100% of his power, using his left palm to cast a spell, using the power of the 6 divine soul dharma eyes. He waved his right sleeve and released the white dragon's roar, which turned into a 1,000-feet-long divine dragon, fiercely attacking the green light treasure tree. Dragon battle in the star field. Following the black-robed man's angry roar, the 1,000-feet-long divine dragon soared into the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it attacked the green light treasure tree. Bang bang bang. Boom. The sky full of white light and the 7-colored light pillars collided, creating a series of muffled sounds. Immediately after, the 1,000-feet-long divine dragon fiercely attacked the green light treasure tree, creating a loud explosion that shook the sky. Instantly, the area within a radius of 200 miles was shaken, and layers of ripples appeared in the sky. Heaven and earth were turbid, filled with 7-colored light, dazzling and dazzling. The destructive shockwaves spread out like ripples, immediately destroying everything within a radius of 100 miles. This area was already in ruins, and after being swept by the shockwaves of the battle, it suddenly became a 1,000-feet-deep abyss. The area within a radius of 100 miles was also affected. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, mountains collapsed, and large patches of forest were crushed into powder. What a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering showdown. In the turbid sky, the black-robed man still stood proudly, with the 6 divine soul Dharma eyes floating behind him and the 1,000-feet-long divine dragon flying in the sky before him. However, the purple-robed man was blasted dozens of miles away, crashing heavily into the ruins below, creating a 1,000-meter deep hole in the ground. The 1,000-feet-tall green light treasure tree also dimmed. Hundreds of pieces of paper were broken, and thousands of green leaves were scattered. After each millstone-sized leaf fell to the ground, it turned into a rich green with spiritual light, quickly dissolving and dissipating. The purple-robed man climbed out of the ruins in a sorry state, and used his power to shake off the dust on his body. His face was pale, and he panted. His eyes flashed with anger and grief, and his body surged with a dark red murderous aura. Seeing that many branches and leaves of the towering tree were broken, his heart ached. He wanted to tear the black-robed man and Ji Tianxing into pieces. However, he could only think about it. It was impossible for him to do it today. The black-robed man's strength was even stronger than before. If he continued to fight, he would definitely be injured today. When he thought of this, he suppressed the humiliation he felt and shouted coldly, "I will remember this. Just you wait. One day, I will flatten Cloud Spirit Palace." After saying this, the purple-robed man put away the green light treasure tree, crossed thousands of meters in the sky with a single step, and quickly teleported away. The black-robed man stood high in the sky, watching the purple-robed man's figure disappear, but he did not chase after him. He waved his hand, and the 1,000-feet-long divine dragon turned back into a snow-white dragon spear, shrank into a silver needle, and put it into his body. He withdrew his powerful aura, and the 6 divine soul Dharma eyes behind him quickly disappeared. He turned back into an ordinary person. Of course, even if he did not use his magic power or release his aura, he still had the aura of a superior and the mysterious aura of a powerhouse. He reached out and took off the black gold mask, revealing a resolute, thin, and angular face. Without a doubt, he was the palace master of Cloud Spirit Palace, Yun Yao's father, Yun Zhongqi. Yun Zhongqi flicked his left hand, and a flash of white light appeared on his black thumb ring. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing flew out of the ring's internal space and appeared in the sky. He looked around and saw that the battle was over, and the purple-robed man had escaped far away. Only then did he bow to Yun Zhongqi. "Uncle Yun, thank you for saving my life." Yun Zhongqi raised his hand and gestured for him to rise. He said calmly, "You don't have to thank me. This was our agreement. However, you must be careful from now on. If there are no special circumstances, it is best not to leave the imperial residence. Duanmu Huang has gone crazy. He actually tried to kill you himself. I did not expect this." Chapter 707. When he mentioned the Duanmu Huang, the anger in Ji Tianxing's eyes did not dissipate. He laughed coldly. "This means that I destroyed the Duanmu family's herb garden and caused the Duanmu family to fall into dire straits. If not for this, the Duanmu Huang would not have been so furious and attacked me without regard for his status." After a pause, he said apologetically to Yun Zhongqi, "Uncle Yun, We agreed to work together and I would deal with the Duanmu family. Now that you have appeared to save me, even if you are wearing a mask, the Duanmu Huang will definitely recognize you. The Duanmu Huang already knows about my relationship with Cloud's Soul Palace. I am truly sorry for dragging Cloud's Soul Palace into this. Without waiting for him to finish, Yun Zhongqi waved his hand and said, Tianxing, you don't have to blame yourself. This is a grudge between Cloud's Soul Palace and the Duanmu family. You were able to destroy the Duanmu family's herb garden, which is a great contribution. You have already greatly reduced the pressure on Cloud's Soul Palace. Now that the Duanmu family is in a precarious situation, even if the Duanmu Huang knows that you are working with Cloud's Soul Palace, what can they do to me? Cloud's Soul Palace is not afraid of a direct battle with the Duanmu family. Furthermore, I will take advantage of this victory and completely destroy the Duanmu family. Speaking up to this point, Yun Zhongqi thought of something important and said to Ji Tianxing in a serious tone, Tianxing, previously your aunt asked Yao Yao to pass a message to you. You already know about that matter, right? Yao Yao's grandfather, Miracle Dr. Bailey, is about to return to Zhongzhou. Next month is his 300th birthday. When the time comes, I hope that you can attend the birthday banquet and meet with Yao Yao's grandfather. Ji Tianxing immediately revealed a wisp of a smile, cupped his hands and bowed. Since uncle has invited me, Junior will naturally accept. Yun Zhongqi nodded slightly and said earnestly, since that is the case, then you should return to the imperial residence. During this period of time, try to be as careful as possible. Don't let yourself fall into dire straits. Although I can save you once, I can't protect you for long. Ji Tianxing nodded to express his understanding. Then he bowed and bid farewell to Yun Zhongqi before turning around and flying towards Central Continent City. Yun Zhongqi stood high in the sky and watched his back disappear into the distance before leaving quietly. Inside the imperial residence, Cloud Palace. 5 colored spirit clouds enveloped the Yunshao Palace, making the majestic palace look like a fairyland. Outside the gate of the palace, there were 18 guards in armor and carrying swords, looking solemn and dignified. A young man in a blue robe, who was even more beautiful than a woman, was waiting outside the door. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was holding a green jade folding fan. His entire body exuded a noble and graceful aura. Without a doubt, this handsome man was precisely Murong Lingfeng. He looked calmly at Yunshao Palace. His gaze passed through the door and into the palace. His eyes were filled with anticipation and longing. About half a quarter of an hour later, an armored guard walked out of the palace and quickly returned to the gate. This person came in front of Murong Lingfeng and respectfully cupped his hands. Young Master Murong, the heavenly concubine has been busy cultivating in seclusion recently and is unable to see you. Please return. Hearing the guard's words, Murong Lingfeng's eyes instantly dimmed. A deep sense of disappointment flashed through his eyes. He didn't say anything and expressionlessly turned around to leave. He walked into the distance. This is already the 3rd time I've come to find Suwen. Ever since she entered the imperial residence, I haven't seen her even once. Did Long Yunshao imprison her in the palace and forbid her from coming out? Or is Suwen unwilling to see me? The emperor is clearly heartless to her, and I'm infatuated with her. Why is she so indifferent and unwilling to see me? Murong Lingfeng silently muttered to himself. His mood was very low, and his eyes were a little gloomy. Not far from Yunshao Palace, and just as he was about to fly into the sky, a graceful figure suddenly appeared under a large tree by the side of the road. It was a beautiful woman dressed in a long brocade dress. She was dressed like a female official. Her face was delicate, and her eyes were lively. She gave off a delicate feeling that made people want to cherish her. Seeing this woman suddenly appear, Murong Lingfeng was startled. He frowned and said, Lan Huixin? Why are you here? Lan Huixin walked lightly to Murong Lingfeng. She smiled and bowed. Using a clear and pleasant voice, she said, Huixin greets young Master Murong. Greetings, young master. Murong Lingfeng looked at her expressionlessly and said indifferently, Lan Huixin, aren't you Yun Yao's female official? Why did you come to Yunshao Palace? Lan Huixin's face revealed a surprised expression. She smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect young Master Murong to be so well informed. You even know that I'm Yun Yao's female official. Murong Lingfeng said expressionlessly, how can this young master's power and methods be what you can imagine? Lan Huixin maintained her smile and said respectfully, Huixin is ignorant. Young master's family background is extraordinary. Naturally, you're well informed. You can sit at home and know about the world. Murong Lingfeng frowned and looked at her. He said indifferently, you suddenly appeared and stopped me. What do you want to say? Lan Huixin's beautiful eyes turned. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, young Master Murong often comes to Yunshao Palace. You're not here to visit the emperor, right? If I'm not wrong, you must be worried about heavenly consort Ensuan. You want to see her face and comfort your lovesickness, right? Unfortunately, Ensuan is infatuated with the emperor and has become the imperial court's heavenly consort. Why do you keep thinking about her? Murong Lingfeng frowned and looked at her indifferently. He asked, the emperor has already chosen his heavenly consort. You have no hope of becoming a heavenly consort. Why do you want to stay by Yun Yao's side and be a lowly female official? You're wasting your youth and delaying your future cultivation. At this point, Lan Huixin revealed a helpless expression. She laughed bitterly and self-mockingly, hee hee, it seems that young master is the same as me. We're both people who have fallen from grace. Since that's the case, why don't we work together and achieve our wishes? Work together with this young master? Murong Lingfeng raised his eyebrows and revealed a disdainful sneer. Hee hee, with your status and power, what qualifications do you have to talk about working together with this young master? Lan Huixin was looked down upon and humiliated, but she wasn't angry at all. She said with a solemn expression, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao have a close relationship. The emperor also has a close relationship with them. Their relationship isn't shallow. Although Ensuan is a heavenly consort, she's all alone in Yunshao Palace. She's filled with worry and resentment all day long. Young Master Murong, what if I can make the emperor and Ji Tianxing fall out and cause a misunderstanding between the emperor and Yun Yao? Then Ensuan will misunderstand the emperor and be sad and disappointed? Wouldn't the enmity between these four be exactly what you want? Wouldn't it be greatly beneficial to you? Murong Lingfeng coldly stared at Lan Huixin and asked, the emperor and Yun Yao have a misunderstanding, causing Suan to be sad and disappointed in the emperor. This is indeed beneficial to this young master. However, so what if the emperor and Ji Tianxing fall out and become enemies? What does it have to do with this young master? Chapter 708. Suddenly hearing Lan Huixin's words, Murong Lingfeng's expression changed and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Whoosh! His figure flashed 10 steps away and instantly appeared in front of Lan Huixin. He reached out his left hand at lightning speed and grabbed her neck. You dare to spy on the Murong family's secret? What else do you know? Lan Huixin's neck was being choked by Murong Lingfeng's large hand. Her feet left the ground and her face turned pale as she struggled. However, she was only at the Yuan Dan stage. No matter how much she struggled, she could not escape from Murong Lingfeng's grasp. Her face was full of anxiety and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She looked very pitiful. Cough cough. Sir Murong, please let me go. I definitely did not and would not dare to spy on the Murong family's secret. I only know that Ji Tianxing has many enemies and is the target of public criticism. You and the Duanmu family both want to get rid of him. Other than that, I really don't know anything else. Murong Lingfeng frowned and thought for a moment. He then looked at her with a cold smile and said in a deep voice, Lan Huixin, you're very smart. You know that you're weak and know how to take advantage of others. However, you don't have the right to work with me. As he spoke, a light flashed in Murong Lingfeng's right hand and a dark green pill the size of a broad bean appeared. He pinched the pill between his fingers and quickly shoved it into Lan Huixin's mouth. Lan Huixin immediately choked and coughed. She shook her head and struggled, wanting to spit out the pill. However, a green light gushed out from Murong Lingfeng's palm, wrapping around the dark green pill and entering her abdomen. In the blink of an eye, The pill's medicinal power was catalyzed and turned into a rich black medicinal power. It spread to Lan Huixin's limbs and bones and hid in her body. After doing all this, Murong Lingfeng released Lan Huixin and said with an icy expression, "Lan Huixin, don't try to show off your schemes in front of me. If you want to use my power to achieve your goal, you must pay the corresponding price and listen to my orders. Just now, I gave you the 100 poison heart-devouring pill. This pill will hide in your body for 3 years and will never be removed. If you obediently listen to this young master, then your life will naturally not be in danger. If you dare to play any tricks on this young master will take your life with a single thought and let you taste the pain of 100 poisons devouring your heart." When Lan Huixin heard what he said, her expression changed drastically. Her eyes widened, revealing a look of horror. She had never thought that Murong Lingfeng, who had a gentle and graceful demeanor on the surface, would actually be so despicable, vicious, and unscrupulous. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. She hated herself for taking the initiative to look for Murong Lingfeng. In the end, she was a victim of her own cleverness. She was poisoned by Murong Lingfeng and could only listen to him. Now that things had come to this, it was too late for regrets. She truly wanted to cry but had no tears. When Ji Tianxing returned to the imperial residence, it was already evening. When he returned to Tianxing Palace, he hurriedly took out some healing pills and meditated in his room, silently treating his injuries. 2 hours later, a guard came to report that Yun Yao had come to Tianxing Palace to look for him and was waiting in the study room. When Ji Tianxing heard the news, he hurriedly ended his meditation and rushed to the study room. He had just entered the study room when he saw Yun Yao standing in front of the window. Her expression was grave and her eyes contained a hint of worry. "Yao Yao, you're here?" Ji Tianxing walked into the study room and greeted Yun Yao. Yun Yao immediately returned to her senses and turned to look at him. She asked in a concerned tone, "Tianxing, how are your injuries? Are they serious? Just now, I heard from the guard that when you returned to Tianxing Palace, your complexion was very bad. You seem to be seriously injured. What exactly happened?" As she spoke, she walked in front of Ji Tianxing and carefully sized him up. Ji Tianxing smiled and shook his head. He pulled her to sit down on a chair and comforted her. "Yao Yao, don't worry. My injuries aren't serious. I'll be able to recover after half a month of secluded cultivation. In the past 2 days, Yenner's third imperial uncle has come to Central State City and is looking for Hui Yen everywhere." Ji Tianxing explained to Yun Yao what had happened today, including Hui Yan's identity and experience, as well as the Duanmu Huang's attack on him. Yun Yao was not interested in Hui Yan's identity and background. She was only worried about Ji Tianxing's safety. When she heard that the Duanmu Huang had personally attacked Ji Tianxing, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. She was extremely worried. When she heard that her father, Yun Zhongqi, had arrived in time and luckily saved Ji Tianxing's life, she finally let out a sigh of relief. After a while, when Ji Tianxing finished explaining the entire matter, she hurriedly warned him, "Tianxing, the Duanmu Huang has been forced into a desperate situation by you. The Duanmu Huang actually personally attacked you. Fortunately, you issued the auspicious cloud token in time, so my father was able to save you in time. If my father had arrived a moment later, I really don't know how terrible the consequences would have been. You must be extra careful in the future. You can't leave the monarch palace so easily anymore." In order to not let Yun Yao worry, Ji Tianxing naturally nodded and agreed. "Yao Yao, don't worry. I won't give the Duanmu Huang a chance to assassinate me again. Moreover, I've been seriously injured this time. I'll need to go into secluded cultivation for at least half a month to recover." Yun Yao asked a few more questions and gave a few words of concern before she finally felt relieved. "Tianxing, you're injured now, so I won't take up any more of your time. You can go into secluded cultivation to recover. If there's anything urgent, I'll come and find you again." After saying that, Yun Yao got up and took her leave, leaving Tianxing Palace. After she left, Ji Tianxing also returned to his residence and went into secluded cultivation to recover. After an hour, Yun Yao returned to her own cave residence. She had just returned to the sleeping quarters of her residence when a graceful figure quickly walked into the sleeping quarters. This person was her female official, Lan Huixin. She came in front of her and bowed, reporting, "Big Sister Yun, you haven't been in the palace for the past 2 days. The emperor has come to look for you several times. Every time you weren't around, this servant would send the emperor away. However, this servant saw that the emperor's expression was strange. He must have something urgent to look for you, so this servant specially came to inform you." After listening to Lan Huixin's report, Yun Yao immediately frowned as a trace of doubt flashed across her eyes. Long Yunxiao came to look for me several times? What's so important about him? Could it be about Tianxing and the Duanmu family? This thought flashed across Yun Yao's mind, and she immediately had an idea. "Okay, I got it. You can leave." She calmly waved her hand, indicating for Lan Huixin to leave. After Lan Huixin left the sleeping quarters, she got up and left Yun Yao Palace, rushing to the emperor's cave residence, Yunshao Palace. Lan Huixin had been hiding outside the palace, secretly watching Yun Yao. Seeing that she was rushing to Yunshao Palace, a trace of a cold smile flashed across her eyes. She hurriedly took out a note that she had written long ago, tied it to the leg of a messenger spirit bird, and released the spirit bird. Chapter 709. By the time Yun Yao arrived at Long Yunxiao's cave, night had already fallen. The guards of Cloudy Palace were no strangers to her. They hurriedly opened the door and led her into Cloudy Palace. A few minutes later, the guards led her to the reception hall and had her sit down to drink tea while waiting. They then went to report the news to Long Yunxiao. At the same time, the rainbow spirit bird also arrived at Cloudy Palace and flew into a deep palace in the depths of the palace. This magnificent palace was Heavenly Consort Ansuwen's bedroom. Ansuwen was wearing a long brocade dress and a jade phoenix coronet on her head. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a golden hairpin. She was sitting in front of the window. Although she was dressed in splendid attire and looked graceful and luxurious, her eyes were staring blankly at the night sky outside the window. Deep resentment was hidden in the depths of her eyes. At this time, the rainbow spirit bird descended from the sky and landed in front of the window. Ansuwen was startled awake. She stared at the messenger bird for a moment, then took a small piece of paper from the bird's leg. There were only 2 short sentences on the paper. After she finished reading it, her expression changed and a cold light flashed through her eyes. Damn it! What does she think Cloudy Palace is? She actually dares to ignore this consort's existence? Ansuwen's beautiful face was cold and she angrily shouted in a low voice. Then, she quickly walked out of the bedroom and quietly rushed to the reception hall. When she quietly entered the guest hall, she heard Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao's voices coming from the hall when she was still a few dozen steps away. Ansuwen's expression changed slightly when she heard the 2 of them talking. She hurriedly entered a quiet room at the side of the hall and hid in the dark to listen to the movements in the hall. Inside the hall, Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao exchanged a few pleasantries before taking their respective seats and starting to talk. Long Yunxiao looked at Yun Yao with a gentle gaze and said with a smile, "Yao Yao, why did you take the initiative to look for this monarch today? Is there something wrong?" Yun Yao glanced at him and said with a calm expression, "If you didn't look for me time and time again, why would I look for you? Speaking of which, I should be the one asking. Why are you looking for me?" Long Yunxiao was startled for a moment, but he immediately reacted and said, "Yes, I have looked for you several times, and I do have something to ask you. I heard that your grandfather, Miracle Dr. Bailey, is returning to Zhongzhou. Cloud Spirit Palace is going to hold his 300th birthday celebration next month?" "Yes, that's true." Yun Yao nodded. Long Yunxiao smiled and said, "Although the invitation from Cloud Soul Palace hasn't arrived yet, I already know about it and have prepared a congratulatory gift. When the time comes, I will personally go to Cloud Soul Palace to congratulate." "Yao Yao, when are you going back to Cloud Soul Palace? We can go back together." In a quiet room at the side of the main hall, Ansuwen heard the conversation between Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao. She immediately frowned as a trace of disappointment and resentment flashed through her eyes. There's actually such a thing? Why haven't I heard of it? The emperor is preparing to go to Cloud Spirit Palace to celebrate his birthday. As the heavenly concubine, why didn't I receive any news? Could it be That the emperor is planning to go to Cloud's Soul Palace with Yun Yao and not bring me along? At this moment, Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao talked about another matter. Long Yunxiao said in a concerned tone, Yao Yao, Ji Tianxing is too daring. He actually destroyed the Duanmu family's herb garden and caused the Duanmu family to suffer great losses. The situation in Zhongzhou is also in chaos. Although the imperial court won't say anything and won't interfere in this matter, they still have to protect the stability of Zhongzhou. Also, the Duanmu family has been forced into a dead end. They will definitely fight back and take revenge on all their enemies. Ji Tianxing is the first to bear the brunt of it. I'm worried that you will be affected. You must be careful. Yes, I know. Thank you for your concern. Yun Yao replied calmly. After pausing for a moment, she thought of something and said to Long Yunxiao, Yunxiao, Tianxing has his own plans and reasons for doing this. At least, it can reduce a lot of pressure on Cloud Soul Palace. I know that Tianxing's actions will destroy the balance and cause Zhongzhou to be in chaos. It will most likely make the emperor unhappy. If the imperial court does anything that is not beneficial to Tianxing, I hope you can help. Hearing this, Long Yunxiao revealed a bitter smile and said with a complicated tone, Yao Yao, you have never begged anyone and you have never lowered your head to anyone. I didn't expect you to say this to me because of him. Yun Yao looked at him calmly and asked indifferently, So, are you going to help or not? Long Yunxiao immediately revealed a face full of smiles and quickly nodded, I'll help. Since you've asked, how can I sit back and do nothing? Yes, that's more like it. Yun Yao replied and thanked him. And Suwen, who was in the quiet room, heard the conversation between Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao. Her heart instantly ached and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. As expected, the emperor is still infatuated with Yun Yao. He treats her like a treasure and listens to her every word. For her, the emperor is willing to give up his dignity and help his love rival. But for me, for the past few months, the emperor has turned a blind eye to me and has never cared about me. But why does he treat Yun Yao like a god and treat me like a worn-out shoe? At this moment, a guard quickly walked into the guest hall. After bowing to Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao, he respectfully reported the news. Reporting to your highness, the emperor's guard has summoned you to discuss something. After listening to the guard's report, Long Yunxiao nodded and waved his hand, indicating for him to withdraw. Then he revealed an apologetic smile to Yun Yao and said, Yao Yao, wait here for a moment. I'll go take care of something and will be back soon. Go ahead. Yun Yao nodded in response. After Long Yunxiao left the hall, she picked up the spiritual tea on the table and quietly sipped it while waiting. However, Yun Yao had just taken 2 sips of tea when she heard footsteps in the hall. She subconsciously turned her head and saw An Suwen, who was wearing a long brocade dress and looking elegant and graceful, walking over with a frosty expression. Yun Yao was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand why An Suwen suddenly appeared. At this moment, An Suwen walked into the hall and stood 10 steps away from her. She said in a cold voice, Yun Yao, I already warned you last time. I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to take the initiative to come to Yunxiao Palace. Hearing An Suwen's words, Yun Yao immediately frowned. She put down the teacup in her hand and her expression turned cold. She said indifferently, Heavenly concubine, please watch your words. I'm looking for the emperor to discuss something serious. I definitely didn't. Before she could explain, An Suwen interrupted her with a cold smile. Yun Yao, you're indeed a two-faced person. You pretend to be pure and innocent, but you're actually a manipulator. You chatted with the emperor, invited him to Yunling Palace's birthday celebration, and asked him to help you. Are all these things serious business? I think you're secretly in cahoots with the emperor. I've already caught you in the act. How are you going to deny it? An Suwen became even more agitated due to her strong feelings of bitterness, jealousy, and anger. Her tone became even more sorrowful and fierce. Chapter 710. The House of Red Sleeves was a rather elegant way of putting it. But in reality, it was referring to the courtesans in the brothel. An Suwen was clearly criticizing Yun Yao. She pretended to be pure on the surface, but in reality, she was secretly seducing Long Yunxiao like a courtesan. How could Yun Yao endure such humiliation? Her expression immediately turned cold as she yelled angrily, "Ansuin! Even if you're the heavenly consort, you shouldn't insult my reputation like this." As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped Ansuin. Ansuin couldn't dodge in time and was slapped across the face by Yun Yao. Slap. Ansuin's face turned pale from the slap and she staggered back 2 steps. She instinctively covered her face and glared at Yun Yao in disbelief. She yelled angrily, "You dare hit me? I'm the mistress of Yun Shao Palace. Yun Yao, how dare you attack the heavenly consort?" Ansuin was shocked and furious. She yelled angrily, "Guards! Take down this insolent person. Today, I'll let her know who's the mistress of Yun Shao Palace and who's the heavenly consort." Following Ansuin's order, the 2 guards guarding the entrance immediately rushed into the main hall to capture Yun Yao. Yun Yao was also filled with anger after being humiliated by Ansuin for no reason. She was truly furious. When she saw the 2 guards pouncing over, her expression instantly turned cold. Her eyes were sharp as she yelled, "Let's see who dares to touch me." She had a noble and otherworldly aura to begin with. Now that she yelled angrily, her aura was naturally dignified and awe-inspiring. The 2 guards knew her identity and didn't dare to make a move. After exchanging glances with each other, the 2 of them retreated to the corner of the hall. Ansuin flew into a rage when she saw this. She reprimanded them fiercely, "Bastards! You dare to disobey my orders?" The 2 guards looked troubled. They didn't dare to capture Yun Yao, but they couldn't explain themselves either. The 2 of them could only lower their heads and pretend that nothing had happened. Yun Yao glared at Ansuin and said coldly, "Ansuin, don't go overboard. Not to mention you, even if the emperor was here, he wouldn't dare to humiliate me like this, much less order the guards to capture me." Ansuin's cold gaze swept past the 2 guards, then she turned to Yun Yao and shouted angrily, "The Son of Heaven is infatuated with you and cherishes you. Of course, he wouldn't bear to punish you. Since that's the case, I'll do it myself." After saying that, Ansuin really did pounce on Yun Yao and swung her palms at Yun Yao. Perhaps it was to take revenge for the slap just now, but she used all her strength to slap Yun Yao's face. However, Ansuin only had the strength of the origin core stage. No matter how angry she was and how much strength she used, she couldn't hurt Yun Yao. When her palms came at her at lightning speed, Yun Yao's figure flashed and she retreated 5 steps, easily dodging the attack. Ansuin's palms missed and she became even angrier. She roared hysterically, "Yun Yao! Don't even think about dodging. No matter what, I won't let you off easily today. Even if the emperor begs for mercy on your behalf, it's useless." The anger and resentment that had accumulated over the past few months made Ansuin very emotional. She was filled with grief and indignation, and tears welled up in her eyes. She let out a low growl and pounced towards Yun Yao again, this time with an even faster speed. She spread her fingers and grabbed at Yun Yao like an eagle's claws, vowing to capture Yun Yao on the spot. Yun Yao had the strength of the divine origin stage and could instinctively repel Ansuin with a casual move. However, this was Yun Shao Palace, and Ansuin was a heavenly consort. If she really fought back and injured Ansuin, it would definitely deepen the misunderstanding and hurt the imperial court's reputation. Therefore, she could only hurriedly dodge and couldn't fight back. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. When Ansuin pounced on her relentlessly, she moved nimbly and her figure flashed again and again, constantly dodging Ansuin's attacks. Ansuin was determined to capture her. She chased after her endlessly in the main hall and tangled with her. Soon, 20 breaths of time passed. Ansuin pounced on Yun Yao more than 10 times, but she still couldn't catch her. She couldn't even touch the corner of Yun Yao's clothes. Deep grief and humiliation made her more and more irritable. She finally lost her patience. "Demons sealing divine palm," Ansuin shouted in a cold voice. She finally used all of her strength and used the family's secret palm technique. Her palms immediately became dazzling and released a dark green spirit light, bursting with an incomparably powerful aura. She condensed 2 palms the size of millstones in her hands and grabbed at Yun Yao from both sides. Yun Yao's slender figure was immediately engulfed by the two giant palms of light. She was about to be captured. At this critical moment, Yun Yao was still calm and composed. She didn't care about Ensuan's secret palm technique at all. She was about to use her movement technique to dodge when an angry shout suddenly came from the main hall's entrance. "Stop! What are you doing?" It was Long Yunxiao's voice. His tone was angry, anxious, and also contained a hint of worry. When his voice rang out, his entire body turned into a five-colored spirit light and streaked across the main hall like lightning. He rushed between Yun Yao and Ensuan, although he still didn't know what was going on. However, when he saw Ensuan attacking Yun Yao with both palms, he subconsciously shielded Yun Yao behind him. Then, he raised his right hand and sent a giant five-colored palm towards Ensuan. Bang! With a dull sound, the giant five-colored palms smashed the two dark green palms into pieces. The five-colored palm's power hadn't dissipated yet. It viciously slammed into Ensuan and sent her flying. Ensuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew a dozen meters away. She landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. When she struggled to get up from the ground, her face was already pale. Her hair was disheveled, and her pretty face was filled with despair. She didn't even wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Long Yunxiao in a daze and revealed a bitter, cold smile. "I knew it. For the woman you love, you're willing to do anything and everything without distinguishing between right and wrong. But to me, you treat me like dirt and throw me away like a worn-out shoe. Long Yunxiao, I hate you." Ensuan's voice was filled with grief and indignation. She looked like her heart had died. After shouting coldly, she turned around and left without looking back. Her figure staggered out of the main hall. Long Yunxiao watched as her figure disappeared from the main hall's entrance. A trace of pity flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Yun Yao with concern. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" Yun Yao looked at him with a complicated expression and shook her head. "I'm fine. With Ensuan's strength, she can't do anything to me. You, on the other hand, shouldn't have stopped her. You even injured her." Chapter 7:11. Yun Yao understood Ensuan's feelings, and she also knew the reason behind it. Although she was furious, she didn't want to hurt Ensuan. In her eyes, Ensuan was also a pitiful person. Moreover, she and the emperor were originally innocent and didn't have any entanglements. But she didn't expect things to develop to this point. It really couldn't be cut, and things were getting messier and messier. However, Long Yunxiao's expression didn't change, and his heart didn't waver too much. He stared at Yun Yao and said gently, "Yao Yao, this was an emergency." This monarch also didn't expect things to turn out like this. But no matter what happens, this monarch won't let you get hurt, and I definitely won't let anyone hurt you. Long Yunxiao's gaze was very firm, and his tone was full of tenderness. Yun Yao avoided his gaze and turned to look outside the hall. She said calmly, "Emperor, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, she cupped her hands towards Long Yunxiao, then walked out of the hall. Long Yunxiao watched her departing figure with a complicated expression. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. After a long time, when Yun Yao left Yunxiao Palace, he withdrew his gaze and silently sighed. Unknowingly, 2 days passed. After Yun Yao returned to her immortal's cave, she meditated and cultivated for 2 days. During this time, Long Yunxiao didn't come to Yun Yao Palace to look for her, and no one else came to disturb her peace. The impact of that incident was gradually fading. She originally thought that it was just a small interlude, and a small storm was about to pass. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, a maid delivered a letter to her. "Eldest young miss, there's a letter for you." "And I understand. You can leave." Yun Yao stopped meditating and reached out to take the letter. She looked down and saw that there was no name on the dark brown envelope, so she opened it and took out the letter inside. There was a sentence written in the letter. "If you want to save the heavenly consort, come to the southern suburbs Swallow Return Mountain." When Yun Yao saw this sentence, her expression immediately changed, and a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. Save Ensuan? Why did he save her? Could she be in danger? Yun Yao held the letter and frowned in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, she put the letter back into the envelope and got up to leave Yun Yao Palace. She flew into the sky and rushed towards Cloud Palace as fast as lightning. She wanted to find Long Yunxiao and ask him what had happened. An hour later, Yun Yao landed outside the gate of Yunxiao Palace. Chua. The guard at the door saw her hurrying over and hurriedly led her into the guest hall of Yunxiao Palace. Not long after, Long Yunxiao heard the news and rushed to the main hall. Yao Yao, why have you come to find me? Yun Yao looked at him and asked solemnly, Emperor, is the heavenly consort in Yunxiao Palace? Long Yunxiao shook his head and said with a complicated tone, ever since that incident, the heavenly consort left Yunxiao Palace and left the monarch's residence. I've already sent people to look for her, but there's been no news. Hearing this, Yun Yao's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly took out the letter and handed it to Long Yunxiao. Someone sent me this letter just now. Take a look. Long Yunxiao frowned and a strange look flashed through his eyes. He took the letter and opened it, then took out an identical letter from his interspatial ring. Coincidentally, I also received a mysterious letter just now. It's exactly the same as yours. Yun Yao took the letter and saw that the two letters were indeed the same. She immediately frowned and said with a serious and doubtful expression, it seems that the heavenly consort must have been in danger after she went missing. She was most likely captured. The other party sent us this letter to ask us to save the heavenly consort. Long Yunxiao nodded and said, Yao Yao, this matter needs to be carefully considered. It's enough that the other party captured the heavenly consort and sent me a message. Why did they send you an identical letter? I suspect that there must be some kind of conspiracy behind this. Yun Yao frowned and asked in a deep voice, what's the other party's motive for asking us to save the heavenly consort? Long Yunxiao pondered for a moment but didn't have any clue. He said in a serious tone, everyone in the world knows the heavenly consort's identity. If the other party is a human, even if they captured the heavenly consort, they wouldn't dare to kill her. The heavenly consort is my wife in name. I'll naturally send people to save her. Yao Yao, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to pay attention to this letter. Yun Yao was silent for a moment. She held the two letters with both hands and secretly checked them. With the special talent of the celestial sacred body, she quickly found that there was a trace of a foreign race's aura in the two letters. Unfortunately, the two traces of foreign race's aura were very weak and faintly discernible. Yun Yao could only determine that the two traces of foreign race's aura were almost the same, but she couldn't tell what race they belonged to. She told this to Long Yunxiao. Long Yunxiao immediately revealed a surprised expression. There's a foreign race's aura in the two letters, and it's the same? Could it be that the person who sent the letters is a foreign race? Or perhaps, the person who wrote the letters is a foreign race? Could the heavenly consort have been captured by a foreign race? Yun Yao thought for a moment and said with a serious expression, the central continent city and the monarch's mansion are inhabited by both humans and foreign races. It's normal for the aura of foreign races to appear. Just based on this point, it's very difficult for us to determine who captured the heavenly consort. Son of Heaven, I'll go with you to find the heavenly consort. It'll definitely be faster and easier than you sending your guards to find her. After all, I have the celestial sacred body's bloodline. I'm very sensitive to the aura of other races. I should be able to help you. This. Long Yunxiao hesitated and didn't answer. He instinctively wanted to refuse. He didn't want Yun Yao to be involved in this dangerous plot. However, it was rare for Yun Yao to travel with him. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to be alone with her. After thinking for a moment, he finally nodded and agreed. All right, since that's the case, let's work together to rescue the heavenly consort. I want to see who the other party is. They actually dare to disregard the dignity of the imperial court and make a move on the heavenly consort. They're plotting against me. After saying that, Long Yunxiao brought Yun Yao out of the main hall. Both of them were in the heaven origin stage. They didn't bring any guards or attendants. After leaving the Yunxiao palace, the two of them flew across the sky as fast as lightning and rushed towards the exit of the monarch's mansion. The location mentioned in the two mysterious letters was Mount Yanhui in the southern outskirts of the central continent city. That mountain range was located 300 miles south of the city. It wasn't eye-catching at all. Long Yunxiao and Yunyao had both heard of Mount Yanhui. They knew that it was a mountain range that was hundreds of miles long. There were several peaks that were thousands of feet high. However, the letters didn't mention which mountain they had to go to rescue the heavenly consort Ansuan. Chapter 7:12. When the sun was high up in the sky, Long Yunxiao and Yunyao entered the depths of the mountains in the southern suburbs and arrived at Swallow Return Mountain. Looking down from high up in the sky, they saw towering mountain ranges stretching out in all directions. Towering dark green peaks were located in each mountain range, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The two of them stood in the sky above Swallow Return Mountain and looked down at the three peaks below. The three mountain peaks were all thousands of feet tall, and they all looked the same. There was nothing special about them. Yun Yao secretly circulated her energy and used her celestial sacred physique bloodline to detect the aura of the foreign races. However, she found nothing and couldn't detect the aura of the foreign races. Long Yunxiao's eyesight was very keen and he immediately saw the clues. There are many cracks in Swallow Return Mountain and a large part of the forest has been destroyed. There are still many pits left. Judging from the cracks and pits, there must have been a fight here before. Moreover, it must have been a fight between several Sky Origin stage experts. Yun Yao looked in the direction he pointed and saw that the towering mountain was full of cracks and a large part of the lush forest had been destroyed. There were more than a dozen deep pits and ravines on the entire Swallow Return Mountain, turning it into a mess of ruins. Yun Yao frowned and said in a deep voice, "That's right. A fight did happen here. Let's look for it first." After saying that, she and Long Yunxiao landed on the mountain range. The two of them split up and released their spiritual senses to conduct a carpet search. 3 hours later, the two of them had thoroughly searched the entire Swallow Return Mountain range. However, they didn't find anyone, nor did they find any useful clues. Both of them were full of doubts. Yun Yao frowned and asked, "Son of Heaven, we've already searched the entire Swallow Return Mountain range but found nothing. The other party isn't here at all. They didn't hide Heavenly Consort here either. What are you going to do?" Long Yunxiao also frowned and said helplessly, "We don't have any other clues except for those two letters. What else can we do? In my opinion, we should just wait here and act according to the circumstances. Since the other party sent us a letter to come here, they must have taken action." Yun Yao thought for a moment and nodded. "That's the only thing we can do. Let's wait and see." Therefore, Long Yunxiao used his formation skills to set up a Heavenly Origin defensive formation on the mountain peak. The defensive power of this formation was not bad, but it only had a radius of 10 meters, which was just enough to cover a patch of grass and a millstone. After setting up the formation, Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao sat upright on the millstone and closed their eyes to rest, waiting silently. The sun continued to set in the west, and time passed quietly. The peak of the mountain was very quiet. Only the sound of the mountain breeze blowing through the forest could be heard. Unknowingly, the afternoon passed. Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao waited until dusk, but no one appeared, let alone the person who sent the mysterious letter. Their patience gradually wore thin, and the worry and uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, in the sky not far away, a dark red cloud suddenly floated over. At first glance, the dark red cloud looked like a sunset that had been dyed red by the setting sun. However, the red cloud was extremely fast, streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Within a few breaths, it had arrived above the mountain. Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao immediately sensed that something was wrong. They both opened their eyes and looked up at the red cloud above their heads. They saw that the red cloud had a radius of 1,000 meters, and its color was dark red as if it was condensed by blood light. The red cloud exuded a strong smell of blood, and it kept rolling and surging, containing a terrifying power. "This is a blood cloud. It's a demon powerhouse." Yun Yao was very sensitive to the aura of the demons. She immediately determined that the red cloud was a blood cloud condensed by a demon powerhouse. Long Yunxiao immediately frowned, and his eyes were a little gloomy. he said in a cold tone. Previously, the imperial court had heard that many demon powerhouses sneaked into Zhongzhou, disguised as humans, and moved frequently in the dark. I didn't expect the demons to be so arrogant and dare to come to me openly. As his voice fell, the blood cloud in the sky suddenly converged, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a human figure. It was a demon man wearing a blood-red robe, and he was as thin as a bamboo pole. His appearance was a little strange. His skin was pale and bloodless, like a cold corpse. He had a head of dark red waist-length hair, tied into 3 braids, and a few fangs in his flat mouth. His pair of dark red eyes contained a bloodthirsty cold light that made people tremble in fear. The blood-robed man looked down at Yun Yao and Long Yunxiao. His eyes were shining with excitement, and he sneered. "Kikik, I'm really lucky today to meet you here. Since you delivered yourself to me, I won't be polite. Today, both of you must stay." The blood-robed man's tone was very playful, like a cat playing with a mouse. Obviously, he regarded Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao as turtles in a jar. Yun Yao hated the demons to the core. Naturally, her eyes were filled with cold light, and she glared at the blood-robed man with murderous intent. Long Yunxiao could still maintain his calm. He stared coldly at the blood-robed man and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" "Ha!" The blood-robed man raised his head and laughed. His voice was full of contempt and disdain. "Aren't you the emperor of the human clan? You are the noble emperor of the human clan. In front of me, you are not even a fart. Remember, I, Xue Qianjiang, will take your lives today." Xue Qianjiang shouted coldly. He immediately waved his hand and formed a mysterious seal, performing a secret technique of the demons. "Demonic Dragon Soul Search." Xue Qianjiang shouted angrily. His palms released a blood light that covered the sky and earth. It condensed into 2 blood dragons that were 100 meters long, and they attacked fiercely. Swish, swish. The 2 blood dragons with strong bodies and evil auras fell from the sky toward Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao with monstrous blood and murderous intent. The 2 of them did not expect Xue Qianjiang to attack so decisively. Their expressions changed, and they quickly defended themselves. Yun Yao took out the cold moon sword. She formed a sword technique with her left hand and waved the sword with her right hand. She used all her strength to slash out a white sword light. Moonlight essence. The white sword light that was dozens of meters long was like a silver-white crescent moon. It carried an indomitable aura and slashed toward the demonic blood dragons fiercely. Long Yunxiao also put on the God of War armor. He held the 9-cloud sword in his right hand and used all his strength to slash out a huge golden sword light to block the attack of the demonic blood dragons. In the next moment, the 2 sword lights and the 2 demonic blood dragons collided with each other, and there was a muffled bang-bang sound. The loud sound echoed among the mountains. The dazzling golden light, silver light, and blood-red light lit up the dark sky for dozens of miles. The violent and raging energy rolled up a shocking hurricane and spread out in all directions. Immediately, the lush forest around the mountain peaks suffered a calamity and was immediately crushed into fine powder. Chapter 7:13. The loud noise that reverberated in the sky gradually dissipated, and the heaven and earth returned to peace. The towering mountain that was thousands of feet high was now broken into pieces. The defensive array that Long Yunxiao had set up had been shattered by the 2 blood demon dragons. He and Yun Yao stood in the sky, facing Xue Qianjiang from thousands of meters away. Their faces were a little embarrassed, and they looked at Xue Qianjiang with vigilance and fear. Long Yunxiao was wearing the God of War armor, and his whole body was emitting a strong fighting spirit. He didn't seem to be injured, but his breath was a little disordered. Apparently, he was injured. He used his spiritual sense to tell Yun Yao, "Yao Yao, you have to be careful. This demon is at least at Sky Origin Stage 6. Yun Yao nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm afraid we are not his match. We shouldn't be entangled with him." Long Yunxiao agreed and said in a low voice, "Let's think of a way to get rid of him. Our top priority is to find the Heavenly Lady as soon as possible." The 2 of them had tested Xue Qianjiang's strength with 1 move, and they already had the intention to retreat. At this moment, Shui Qianjiang looked at them with a mocking look and sneered, "Don't struggle. You have no chance to escape from me." As he spoke, his figure flashed and turned into a blood light, rushing toward Yun Yao. Sky blood flowing light. A blood light that was hundreds of meters long, like a giant blade that could split heaven and earth, chopped toward Yun Yao's head. Shui Qianjiang obviously knew that Yun Yao was the weaker one among the two of them, so he attacked Yun Yao first. The dark red giant blade cut through the sky faster than lightning, and instantly chopped toward Yun Yao's head. Yun Yao's face changed, and she subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, the giant blade released a boundless invisible power, which had already sealed the space within thousands of meters. She felt like she was in a quagmire, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't escape from the suppression of the invisible power. Her speed was as slow as a snail. She couldn't escape from the giant blade and was about to be hit. At this critical moment, she didn't hesitate to wave the cold moon sword and perform her unique sword art. River of Stars. The cold moon treasured sword emitted starlight that filled the sky. It was as if hundreds of thousands of bright stars had gathered to form a dazzling galaxy. Not only was the River of Stars dazzling and gorgeous, but it also contained a mysterious and vast power as it rushed toward the blood-red light. Boom! The dazzling galaxy collided with the blood-red heaven-splitting blade, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The Milky Way was instantly cut into pieces by the giant blood-red blade. It was fragmented and turned into billions of specks of starlight that scattered in the sky. Yun Yao was also sent flying back. She drew an arc in the sky and fell 1,000 meters away. While she was still in midair, she had already spat out a mouthful of blood, and her beautiful face became as white as snow. However, the blood-red blade hadn't dissipated yet, and its power hadn't decreased in the slightest. It continued to attack her. At this moment, Long Yunshao finally arrived. Shua! Seeing that Yun Yao was injured, he was extremely worried and angry. He unleashed all his potential, and his body turned into a golden ray of light as he rushed to Yun Yao's side with all his might. When the giant blood-red blade slashed down from the sky, he desperately rushed towards the giant blade, wanting to help Yun Yao block this fatal blow. Celestial body protection. Long Yunshao shouted angrily. The vital essence in his body surged out like a flood and condensed into a 5-colored wall in front of him. This wall of spiritual light was 10 meters in length and width. It seemed to be only half a foot thick, but it was harder than any steel wall. Its defensive power was extremely strong. In the next moment, the blood-red blade slashed the celestial body protection, resulting in a deafening explosion. Kaboom! The 5-colored celestial body protection was smashed into pieces by the blood-red blade. It exploded into millions of spiritual light fragments and splashed in all directions. Long Yunshao was also sent flying. He rolled and smashed into the mountains below. With a loud plop, a huge pit with a radius of 1,000 meters was smashed into the lush mountains. Several ravines were formed. Long Yunshao was lying at the bottom of the pit. He was buried by dust and gravel, and he looked quite miserable. The war god armor that he was wearing dimmed a lot, and its power was greatly weakened. On the left side of his chest, there was a dent that was as long as a chopstick. Although his injuries weren't serious, he struggled to climb out of the ruins and flapped his wings to fly high into the sky. But the blood-red blade had already dissipated and turned back into Shui Qianjiang's appearance. He was rushing towards Yun Yao at lightning speed. Sky-capturing demon palm. Shui Qianjiang rushed in front of Yun Yao in the blink of an eye. He waved his hand and formed a giant demon palm that grabbed towards Yun Yao. Yun Yao was injured just now. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breathing was chaotic and weak. Seeing the sky-capturing demon palm that covered the sky, she could only desperately wave the cold moon sword and use all her strength to block it. Moonlight essence. She waved her sword and slashed out a moonlight sword light, but it was immediately crushed by the sky-capturing demon palm and turned into moonlight. In the next moment, the sky-capturing demon palm grabbed her head and held her firmly in the palm. No matter how she struggled, even if she used all her potential, she couldn't escape from the demon palm. Swoosh! The sky-capturing demon palm grabbed Yun Yao and flew back to Xue Qianjiang. Xue Qianjiang suddenly revealed a proud expression and sneered, "Ha! I've been watching you for a long time. Don't even think about escaping from me." Long Yunxiao saw Yun Yao being captured with his own eyes. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He recklessly waved his sword and attacked Xue Qianjiang. "Xue Qianjiang, you ugly and lowly devil, release her for this monarch." Seeing Yun Yao seriously injured and trapped in the demon palm, he was so sad and anxious that his eyes turned red. If he could choose, he would rather be captured by the demon palm than see Yun Yao injured. However, Xue Qianjiang squinted at him and sneered contemptuously, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Don't overestimate yourself." As he spoke, he waved his sleeves and unleashed an earth-shattering blood light towards Long Yunxiao. That earth-shattering blood light immediately turned into a 100-meter-long blood light sword and fiercely stabbed towards Long Yunxiao. Long Yunxiao quickly waved the 9-cloud sword and dragon teeth blade and unleashed an earth-shattering sword light and saber light to meet the blood light sword. Bang bang! 2 deafening sounds burst out, and the saber light and sword light exploded at the same time. Long Yunxiao was once again sent flying by the blood light sword and smashed into the mountain below. The mountain that was already full of cracks was smashed into a huge deep pit, and dust and stone fragments splashed everywhere. Long Yunxiao's internal organs were seriously injured, and blood immediately flowed out from his mouth and nose. He lay at the bottom of the deep pit in a sorry state. Xue Qianjiang didn't attack again. He looked down at Long Yunxiao in the deep pit and shouted coldly, "Long Yunxiao, I will spare your life today. Go back and tell Ji Tianxing that if he wants to save Yun Yao, he has to come to the Dark Wind Cave in Black Ink Mountain to find me. I will only give him 1 day. If he doesn't come, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing his sweetheart." After that, Xue Qianjiang grabbed Yun Yao and turned into a blood cloud, flying away as fast as lightning. Chapter 714. Long Yunxiao watched as Yun Yao was taken away and the blood cloud flew away at lightning speed. He was filled with anger and fury. He chased after them recklessly to save Yun Yao. However, his speed was too slow. He couldn't catch up with the blood cloud that Xue Qianjiang had transformed into. In the end, he chased for dozens of miles. The blood cloud disappeared in the sky and completely disappeared. Long Yunxiao could only stop the chase. He turned around and left reluctantly, returning to Continent Center City. Although he knew the location of Black Ink Mountain, he couldn't chase after it alone. With his strength, he couldn't defeat Xue Qianjiang. Moreover, he was seriously injured. He could only return to the monarch mansion as soon as possible and tell this news to Ji Tianxing. The dark red blood cloud wrapped Yun Yao and flew across the sky as fast as lightning. 6 hours later, the blood cloud flew into an undulating mountain range and landed on a black mountain peak that was 4,000 meters tall. This black mountain peak was Black Ink Mountain, located 3,000 miles south of Continent Center City. Halfway up Black Ink Mountain, there was a narrow path that was close to the cliff. The path was only 1/2 meter wide. On the inside, there was a straight and steep cliff. On the outside, there was a cliff shrouded in clouds and mist. At the end of the path, there was a dark cave entrance that was covered by a layer of hazy black mist. Swoosh! The blood cloud landed outside the cave entrance and changed back into Xue Qianjiang's appearance. He held Yun Yao in his left hand while his right hand shot out streaks of blood light into the cave entrance. He was activating the defensive array of the cave entrance. Yun Yao was held in his hand. Her whole body was covered by a layer of dark red blood light. Her true essence was sealed and suppressed. She was also unconscious. After a while, Xue Qianjiang activated the defensive array of the cave entrance. The layer of hazy black mist immediately dissipated. The tall stone door at the cave entrance opened automatically. Xue Qianjiang held Yun Yao and walked in. Behind the stone door, there was a winding passage. It was a little dark and damp. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood and devil energy. Although there were many forks and branches in the passage, it was as complicated as a maze. But Xue Qianjiang was very familiar with this place. After a few twists and turns, he entered the belly of the Black Ink Mountain and arrived at a wide and tall cave. The cave was cold and gloomy, and the decorations were very simple. There were only a few stone stools and a stone table. In the middle of the cave stood an ancient pitch-black cauldron that was 10 meters tall. The pill cauldron was made of black meteoric iron. It had 3 legs, and its body was engraved with the secret characters and patterns of the demon race. It exuded an evil and ancient aura. On the ground below the cauldron, there was an array formation engraved on the rock. It was at least 30 meters in radius. This array formation continuously gathered devil chi and bloody light, gathering near the black pill cauldron and igniting a dark red, bloody flame. The blood-red flame brought a faint light, barely dispelling the darkness in the cave. When Xue Qianjiang carried Yun Yao into the cave, a figure immediately walked out from the dark corner. This person was more than 3 meters tall, and his body was tall and sturdy like a bull. He wore blood-red leather armor, and his entire body emitted a bloodthirsty aura. He quickly walked in front of Xue Qianjiang, bowed, and said, "Welcome back to the cave, Demon King." Xue Qianjiang glanced at him and asked in a dignified voice, "Xueli, when I was not in the Dark Wind Cave, was there any trouble?" Xueli quickly replied, "Demon King, there was no abnormality or trouble." Xue Qianjiang carried Yun Yao into the cave and asked as he walked, "What about that girl?" Xueli followed him respectfully and said again, "She struggled in vain for half a day and has no strength left. She has been quiet for a long time." Xue Qianjiang nodded with satisfaction and walked to a dark corner of the cave and stopped in front of a stone door. This stone door was opened from the rock wall, and behind the door was a secret room. Without Xue Qianjiang's command, Xueli took the initiative to open the stone door's array formation. With a creaking sound, the stone door opened by itself. Behind the door was a secret room about 10 meters in radius. The secret room was dark, and there was a simple gemstone lamp in the corner, emitting a dim silver light. On the wall facing the door, there were several thick cold iron chains, and a young girl wearing a long brocade dress and a jade phoenix crown was firmly tied to it. This girl's face was beautiful, and her temperament was noble. However, her clothes were a little messy, and the jade phoenix crown was a little crooked. She looked very embarrassed. Her limbs and waist were tied by several cold iron chains, and her vital chi was sealed, so she could not break free. When Xue Qianjiang and Xueli stepped into the secret room, she was leaning against the cold wall, and her hair was disheveled. She was silently resting and recovering her strength. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she slowly looked up at Xue Qianjiang and glanced at Yun Yao in Xue Qianjiang's hand. When she saw Yun Yao's face, she immediately showed a shocked expression, and her eyes were full of doubts. "It's her. How did she get caught?" Xue Qianjiang carried Yun Yao to the left side of the wall and tied her up with cold iron chains. Then he walked out of the secret room with Xueli. After the stone door was closed, the secret room returned to its quiet and dark state. After a long time, Yun Yao, who was in a coma, gradually woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, raised her head, and looked around with blurry eyes. When she saw that this was a secret room full of demon chi, she realized that she was caught in the cave residence of the Demon King Xue Qianjiang. She looked down and saw the cold iron chains tied to her limbs, and subconsciously tried to use her power to struggle, only to find that her power had been sealed. At this moment, a clear female voice rang in her ears. "Yun Yao, why were you also captured and brought here?" Yun Yao subconsciously turned her head and saw a young girl 10 steps away, who was also tied up by cold iron chains. When she saw the young girl's appearance, she suddenly frowned and revealed a surprised look. "Unsuan? Why are you here?" The two looked at each other, full of doubts, and did not understand what was going on. After a moment of silence, Yun Yao explained, "This morning, I received a mysterious letter. There was only one sentence in the letter: if you want to save the heavenly concubine, go to Mount Yen in the southern suburbs." I took the letter to find the emperor, and after asking about the situation, I found out that you had left the monarch mansion, and the emperor also received a similar letter. The emperor was worried about your safety, so I left the monarch mansion with him, and rushed to Mount Yen to save you. We did not find you and the letter writer in Mount Yen, and after waiting for a few hours, we met the demon king Xue Qianjiang. The demon king Xue Qianjiang is very powerful, and he seriously injured me and the emperor, so he caught me and brought me here. Yun Yao explained everything that had happened, then asked Ensuwen, "How did you get caught and brought here? What exactly happened before that?" Brothers, let the outbreak begin. Today's update. Chapter 7:15. After listening to Yun Yao's explanation, Ensuwen finally understood what had happened. Although she still hated Yun Yao in her heart. But now, both of them were in prison and their fates were unknown. She temporarily suppressed her hatred and explained in a low voice, "That day, I left the Cloud Palace in a fit of anger and left the Monarch Mansion. Not long after I left the Forest of Divine Monuments, before I could decide where to go, I was knocked unconscious by a mysterious masked expert. When I woke up, I discovered that I was in a dark cave. My true essence was sealed and I was imprisoned in the cave. And I also saw that the masked expert was fighting with two experts from the demon clan. Not long after they fought, the masked expert was no match for the two experts from the demon clan and escaped with injuries. I fell into the hands of the two experts from the demon clan. Oh right, one of the two experts from the demon clan was the demon king Xue Qianjiang that you mentioned. The other expert from the demon clan seemed to be Xue Qianjiang's subordinate. After I fell into their hands, I heard them talking in the demon clan's language for a while, as if they were discussing something. After they finished discussing, Xue Qianjiang left alone and I don't know where he went. Xue Qianjiang's subordinate captured me and brought me here." Hearing this, Yun Yao suddenly came to a realization and understood the whole story. She said to Ensuwen, "The cave you were imprisoned in should be in the Swallow Return Mountain. The person who sent the letter to me and the Son of Heaven should be the mysterious expert who knocked you unconscious. No wonder when we rushed to the Swallow Return Mountain, we couldn't find you and the person who wrote the letter. We only saw traces of fighting in the mountain. So that's why." Yun Yao thought for a while and asked Ensuwen, "Heavenly concubine, do you know the identity of the mysterious expert who knocked you unconscious?" Ensuwen shook her head. Yun Yao asked again, "Is the mysterious expert from the human clan or the demon clan?" Ensuwen seriously thought for a while and said with certainty, "That mysterious expert should be from the human clan and not the demon clan. He didn't have the characteristics of the demon clan and the martial skill he used was also the power of true essence. Furthermore, this person is no stranger to the royal residence." Yun Yao frowned and fell into contemplation. She muttered, "That mysterious expert is a human. He isn't a stranger to the king mansion. Why does his letter have the aura of an alien race?" Thinking of this, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and she immediately guessed a person. Could it be that mysterious expert is Murong Lingfeng? Yun Yao knew clearly that as one of the 3,000 ancient aristocratic families, the Murong family had a special inherited secret technique that allowed them to create and imitate the auras of other clans. It was precisely because of this that the Murong family's elites could disguise themselves and sneak into the various clans to gather information and obtain all sorts of confidential information. The main business of the Murong family is neither refining pills nor refining tools. Instead, it is collecting confidential information and selling all kinds of information. For nearly 1,000 years, the Murong family had used secret techniques and various methods to create an information network that covered the Central Plains and the Four Corners continent. As long as it was a major event that happened in the profound Sky continent, almost nothing could escape the eyes and ears of the Murong family. The Murong family had spies all over the world. They could even disguise themselves as other clans and sneak into other clans. Even in the northern desert, the bitterest place in the continent, the Murong family had spies and messengers that could spy on the movements of the demon race. Many times, when the imperial court wanted to gather confidential information, they had to borrow the power of the Murong family. It was precisely because of this that the Murong family was heavily relied on by the imperial court and could stand tall for 1,000 years without declining. Yun Yao's expression was solemn as she silently pondered, if the mysterious expert that knocked Ensuwen unconscious is really Murong Lingfeng, then it is not hard to understand. The Mu Rong family wanted to use Ensuan to deal with me and the emperor to completely disrupt the situation. Therefore, they also sent me a letter. However, Murong Lingfeng did not expect that halfway through the plan, he would encounter the demon king Xue Qianjiang. With Yun Yao's intelligence, she quickly guessed the cause. However, this was only her deduction. Before the truth was revealed, she could not be completely sure. Soon, Yun Yao suppressed the many thoughts in her mind. She looked at Ensuan and calmly said, "You don't have to worry. Very soon, someone will come to save us." Ensuan indifferently glanced at her and coldly snorted, "Umph." This consort was indeed a bit worried that the cruel and ruthless devil would most likely kill this consort. "I did not expect you to be captured. Since you are with me, what is there for me to worry about? After all, the emperor would definitely not bear to let you lose a single strand of hair. No matter what, he will come to save you." Ensuan's tone was filled with jealousy and ridicule. Her eyes were also filled with enmity and hatred. Yun Yao calmly glanced at her. She could see that she was still holding a grudge and was still brooding over the previous matter. She solemnly said, "I, Yun Yao, only love Ji Tianxing. In this life, I will not marry anyone else but him. I will definitely hold hands with him until the end of time. As for Long Yunxiao, his thoughts and actions have nothing to do with me. I can't control him, and I can't influence his thoughts and decisions." Speaking up to this point, she stared at Ensuan and calmly said, "Ensuan, you are not a commoner in the mortal world. Why do you have to be a narrow-minded, jealous woman? Instead of wasting your time and energy on jealousy, why don't you spend more time thinking about how to capture Long Yunxiao's heart? What should you do to secure your position as the heavenly consort?" When Ensuan heard the words narrow-minded and jealous woman, she instinctively frowned. A trace of anger flashed through her eyes. However, Yun Yao's words were reasonable. There was not a single bit of falsehood in them. She stared blankly for a moment. The anger on her face and eyes gradually dissipated. She silently lowered her head. She also understood that Yun Yao was right. If she wanted to win the emperor's favor, she had to follow the emperor's wishes. She clearly knew that the emperor was infatuated with Yun Yao, but she never thought about how to capture the emperor's heart. Instead, she went against Yun Yao and schemed and competed with her. She was simply asking for trouble. It would only make the emperor more and more disgusted with her. Ensuan's eyes shone brightly. She thought to herself, as the heavenly consort, I should be both talented and virtuous. I should have the style of a motherly model of the world. Only then can I obtain the emperor's and imperial court's recognition. I should be more magnanimous in order to resolve the awkward situation in front of me. As long as Yun Yao doesn't want to marry the emperor and doesn't want to compete for the position of the heavenly consort, the emperor will never be able to obtain her. I will always be the heavenly consort. Time can change everything. Although the emperor can't let go of Yun Yao for now, as long as I stay by the emperor's side, one day I will be able to change his mind and let him see my infatuation. Thinking up to here, Ensuan's gaze became much calmer and gentler. The haze that shrouded her heart also gradually dissipated. She looked at Yun Yao with a sincere gaze and said in a serious tone, "Yun Yao, I did misunderstand you before. My actions were a bit overboard." Chapter 716. At the same time, in the monarch mansion, a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, flying towards the peak of the Tianxing mountain range. Swoosh! The golden light landed outside the gate of the Tianxing palace, revealing a handsome and tall figure. This handsome young man in a golden robe was the son of heaven, Long Yunxiao. His face was pale and bloodless, and his true qi aura was somewhat chaotic and weak. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. However, he did not care about his injuries at all. After landing, he hurriedly walked towards the gate. "Where's Ji Tianxing? I have something to talk to him about." The guard at the gate recognized him and did not stop him. He quickly opened the gate to welcome him. "Your Majesty, my master is cultivating in seclusion in the secret room." Long Yunxiao stepped over the gate and quickly walked towards the Tianxing palace. He ordered with a dignified expression, "Quickly take me to the secret room." The guard understood the urgency of the matter and did not dare to ask any more questions. He quickly led him to Ji Tianxing's residence. After 100 breaths of time, the two entered the palace where Ji Tianxing lived and came to the door of the secret room. Long Yunxiao personally knocked on the door. He waved his hand and sent a ray of true qi into the array of the secret room's stone door. Suddenly, the stone door lit up with a dazzling brilliance and emitted a strong true qi fluctuation. The secret room was dimly lit, and there were strands of colorful spiritual energy floating in the air. Ji Tianxing was sitting cross-legged in the heavenly spiritual array, using the 30 times gravity to temper his body. He was immediately alarmed. Very quickly, he stopped his hands and stopped his cultivation. He ended his meditation and opened his eyes. At this time, Long Yunxiao's voice came from outside the secret room. Ji Tianxing, I have something to talk to you about. Quickly come out and meet me. Hearing Long Yunxiao's words, Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Long Yunxiao actually came to find me and even knocked on my door to interrupt my cultivation? What happened? Why is it so urgent? These thoughts flashed through his mind. He quickly waved his hand to open the array and opened the door of the secret room. Along with a creaking sound, the large and heavy stone door slowly rose. Ji Tianxing quickly stepped through the door and walked out of the secret room. When he saw Long Yunxiao, he immediately knew that Long Yunxiao was injured. He looked anxious and worried. He quickly asked, Tianzi, what happened? Long Yunxiao didn't waste any time and pulled him out. Yao Yao was captured by the Devil King Xue Qianjiang. I was also injured by Xue Qianjiang. Quickly come with me to save her. As for what happened, I'll tell you in detail later. What? Yao Yao was captured by the Demon King Xue Qianjiang? When Ji Tianxing heard that something had happened to Yun Yao, he immediately frowned. His eyes were filled with worry, and his heart was in his throat. He hurriedly followed Long Yunxiao out of Tianxing Palace and flew towards the exit of the monarch residence as fast as lightning. On the way, Long Yunxiao used the soul sense sound transmission to tell the cause of the matter. After Ji Tianxing heard it, his expression became a little complicated. He murmured to himself, I didn't expect that such a thing would happen in just a few days of secluded cultivation. The heavenly concubine disappeared and was captured by a mysterious expert. Yao Yao was also captured by Xue Qianjiang and was imprisoned. Regardless of the heavenly concubine, I have to save Yao Yao no matter what. I can't let anything happen to her. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao flew for 3,000 miles and finally arrived at the Black Ink Mountain in the mountains. The two stood in the sky above the Black Ink Mountain, overlooking the dark brown mountain peak and carefully observing it. Suddenly, a blood cloud appeared in the sky above the mountain peak, which was more than 10,000 feet high. It lit up with a dark red blood light. Swish! The blood cloud gushed out from the Black Ink Mountain and flew to the sky in the blink of an eye. It turned into a figure that was more than 3 meters tall. This figure was a demon clan man wearing a blood-red robe. His skin was as pale as a corpse. He had a flat mouth, revealing a few sharp fangs. Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao had seen him before. They immediately recognized him. This person was the Demon King Xue Qianjiang. Xue Qianjiang stood high in the sky. He looked at Ji Tianxing with his blood-red eyes and sneered. Ji Tianxing, we meet again. Last time, you were lucky to escape. This time, you sent yourself to me. Pa. Xue Qianjiang's tone was full of complacency. He looked at Ji Tianxing with eyes that were full of bloodthirst and murderous intent. Ji Tianxing stared at him coldly and shouted angrily, Xue Qianjiang, if you have any tricks, come at me. If you dare to let Yun Yao lose a single strand of hair, I will definitely cut you into pieces. Ha! Xue Qianjiang laughed more and more wildly. He hooked his finger at him and said contemptuously, Want to save your sweetheart? Let's see if you have the ability. I will be in the dark wind cave, waiting for you to die. After saying that, his figure flashed and turned into a dark red blood cloud. He quickly drilled back into the Black Ink Mountain and disappeared. Ji Tianxing quickly chased after him and landed on the Black Ink Mountain with Long Yunxiao. After landing on the summit of the mountain, he looked around a few times and discovered that the entire Black Ink Mountain was enveloped by a large defensive array. It was obviously unrealistic to use the earth escape technique to drill into the mountain. He released his spiritual sense to explore a few hundred meters. Soon, he found that there was a winding path halfway up the mountain. At the end of the winding path, there was a dark and mysterious cave entrance. Found it. That should be Shui Qianzhang's Dark Wind Cave. Ji Tianxing quickly flew to the mountainside with Long Yunxiao and landed on the path outside the Dark Wind Cave. He saw that the dark cave entrance was covered by a thick layer of blood light. He couldn't see the situation inside the cave. The blood light that sealed the cave entrance formed a light wall with a radius of 10 meters. It constantly flickered with blood-red flames and emitted a strong evil aura. Ji Tianxing only took a few glances to determine that the entrance of the Dark Wind Cave was also arranged with a powerful demonic array. It combined defense and counterattack into one. Its power was extraordinary. He turned to look at Long Yunxiao and said with a dignified face, "Son of Heaven, I have fought with Shui Qianzhang. This Demon King's strength is not bad. He also has a magic weapon in his hand. He is very difficult to deal with. Not only is the Black Ink Mountain protected by an array, but the cave entrance is also arranged with a mysterious demonic array. Even with my attainments in array, I can't solve it in a short time. Once we enter the Dark Wind Cave, I am afraid it will be difficult to get out smoothly. Now that you are injured, it is inconvenient for you to fight a bloody battle. It is better to wait outside the cave." Long Yunxiao looked at the thick blood light at the cave entrance and gently shook his head. "Shui Qianzhang's strength is really strong. How can I let you fight with him alone? If we join hands, won't the chance of success be greater?" Ji Tianxing slightly frowned and thought in his heart, "Son of Heaven is willing to risk his life to save Yao Yao. It seems that he hasn't given up on Yao Yao." However, the urgent matter was to save Yun Yao. He couldn't care so much. Chapter 717. Ji Tianxing knew that Shui Qianzhang had set up this trap to deal with him. However, Yun Yao was imprisoned in the Dark Wind Cave. He had to save her no matter what. In order to save Yun Yao as soon as possible, he didn't dare to waste any time. He quickly used his array to break the Demon Dao array at the entrance of the Dark Wind Cave. Long Yunxiao was also worried and anxious. He helped him break the array. After an hour, the two of them finally cracked the Devil Dao Grand Array at the entrance of the cave after exhausting their mental and physical strength. A large crack immediately appeared on the wall of light formed by the dark red light. Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao went through the crack without hesitation and entered the Dark Wind Cave. Swoosh! The two of them went through the blood light wall and entered the dark tunnel. They ran down the winding tunnel and released their spiritual senses to check the surroundings. They were alert at all times. After 15 minutes, the two of them finally reached the end of the tunnel and entered a tall and wide cave. The cave was located in the belly of the mountain and was 1,000 meters underground. The ground was a little damp. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. There were also strands of dark red light floating in the air. There were dozens of dark red blood crystals on the ceiling of the cave. They were emitting a dim red light and brought a weak light to the cave. With the help of the weak red light, Ji Tianxing saw that there was an ancient black cauldron in the middle of the cave. The three-legged cauldron was 10 meters tall. The surface of the cauldron was engraved with mysterious demon clan characters and patterns. It was emitting a dark red light and a mysterious and evil aura. There was a Demon Dao array under the cauldron. It was constantly gathering blood qi and blood light. It turned into a burning blood flame and poured into the cauldron. On the left side of the ancient black cauldron, there was a tall and thin figure. It was Shui Qianzhang, who was wearing a blood-red robe. Shui Qianzhang's dark red eyes stared at Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao. He grinned and sneered contemptuously, "Ha, you two idiots really came. The reason why the human race is so weak and vulnerable is because you are bound by emotions and desires. Even if you know that this king has set up traps and ambushes here, in order to save your beloved woman, you still have to obediently send yourselves to death. Hee, you humans are really stupid and pitiful. But we demons are different. What this king is most disgusted by is the 7 emotions and 6 desires. In front of powerful martial strength and a prosperous country, any beauty is insignificant." Xue Qianzhang's entire body was emitting an overbearing and valiant aura, appearing imposing and dignified. He was extremely proud and confident. He looked at Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao like a cat playing with a mouse. Ji Tianxing stared coldly at Xue Qianzhang and shouted coldly, "Xue Qianzhang, cut the crap and hand over Yun Yao immediately. I can still spare your life." Xue Qianzhang was stunned for a moment, then he raised his head and laughed. "Ha! Ji Tianxing, you are about to die and yet you are still so arrogant. What a pitiful worm." After laughing, he waved his hand and shot out a dark red blood light towards the rock wall at the corner of the cave. Suddenly, a dark red brilliance lit up in that dark corner, revealing a layer of invisibility array formation. Swoosh! 2 stone pillars as thick as a water bucket appeared on the ground. Cold iron chains as thick as an arm wrapped around each of the stone pillars, binding a peerless beauty. Ji Tianxing looked carefully and recognized the woman in a white dress tied to the stone pillar on the left. She was Yun Yao. The woman tied to the stone pillar on the right was wearing a long brocade dress and a jade phoenix golden crown. She was heavenly concubine Ensuan. Yun Yao and Ensuan were both unconscious. Their hair was loose and covered half of their cheeks. Both of them were shrouded in a black fog of demonic energy. Obviously, the demonic energy had invaded their bodies and their life force had become extremely weak. They could die at any time. When Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao saw Ensuan, they were stunned for a moment and revealed a puzzled expression. Why is Ensuan here? She was also captured by Xue Qianzhang? What's going on? When they saw the situation of Yun Yao and Ensuan, they immediately frowned and revealed a worried expression. Especially Yun Yao's situation. Not only was she severely injured, but the demonic energy surrounding her body was also stronger. There was also a mysterious and cold energy in her body that was constantly devouring her life force. Xue Qianzhang saw Ji Tianxing's worried and furious expression and sneered proudly. "Ji Tianxing, I have already planted the blood-dissipating curse on Yun Yao. This blood-dissipating curse is the supreme secret technique of our Bloodwing tribe. Only the person who cast the curse can remove it personally. No elixir can save her. 3 days later, if I don't remove the blood-dissipating curse on Yun Yao, her blood essence will melt, and she will completely lose her mind and her humanity. At that time, she will become a female devil who doesn't recognize her own family and kills anyone she sees. She only knows how to kill crazily. I really want to see how you will feel when she personally stabs a sword into your heart." Pa. Hearing Xue Qianzhang's words, Ji Tianxing was instantly enraged and his eyes were surging with cold, killing intent. "Xue Qianzhang, you despicable and vicious devil, you will die a horrible death." Xue Qianzhang saw his angry and crazy appearance and laughed proudly. "Ha! Seeing your beloved woman's life hanging by a thread and about to become a female devil, you must be very angry and heartbroken, right? Good. Since you are so devoted to her, I will give you a chance to prove how devoted you are to her." Xue Qianzhang pointed at the black pill cauldron beside him and said to Ji Tianxing with a smile, "This is our Bloodwing tribe's blood-refining king cauldron. It can refine the blood essence of 10,000 spirits and extract the bloodline of living beings. Ji Tianxing, if you really love Yun Yao, then obediently jump into the blood-refining king cauldron and extract the Kenshin bloodline. As long as you give me the Kenshin bloodline, I will immediately release Yun Yao and remove the blood-dissipating curse on her. Using the Kenshin bloodline in exchange for the life of your beloved woman, this is worth it. You won't reject it, right? If not, what's the difference between you and our demon clan?" Ji Tianxing was silent and didn't speak, as if he was considering this matter. Long Yunxiao suddenly became anxious and hurriedly reminded, "Ji Tianxing, calm down, don't be fooled. The demon clan is naturally cunning and cruel. They are the most untrustworthy and will do anything to achieve their goals. Even if you hand over the Kenshin bloodline, Xue Qianzhang will still kill you and Yao Yao." Actually, even without Long Yunxiao's reminder, how could Ji Tianxing not understand this logic? He knew better than anyone that as long as he still had the Kenshin bloodline, Xue Qianzhang wouldn't dare to kill him. Once he handed over the Kenshin bloodline, he would become a dispensable person. Chapter 7:18. Ji Tianxing didn't want to waste any more time when he saw Yun Yao's miserable look of being entangled by the demon qi. He didn't hesitate at all. His whole body was bursting with fighting spirit. A light flashed in his palm and he took out the black dragon sword. Swoosh! He held the black dragon sword and pointed it at Xue Qianjiang, who was 100 steps away. He shouted with murderous intent, "Xue Qianjiang, stop talking nonsense. You want to take my Kenshin bloodline? You have to beat me first. I didn't kill you last time, but I will take your life today." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Tianxing activated his majestic true essence and used his powerful sword art to attack Xue Qianjiang with an indomitable will. Red Dragon Flash. The cave was only about 200 meters wide. It wasn't wide enough. Ji Tianxing activated his violent flame power and condensed a 10-meter-long flame sword light. It was like a dragon piercing towards Xue Qianjiang. Swoosh! The dark red flame light illuminated the cave. It instantly crossed the distance of 100 steps and arrived in front of Xue Qianjiang. Xue Qianjiang was still overbearing and confident. He didn't put the sword light in his eyes. "Ha, little bastard, since you insist on seeking death, I will send you and Yun Yao to heaven together." Xue Qianjiang laughed contemptuously. He waved his sleeves and released a ball of dark red blood light. It turned into a blood whirlpool and rolled towards Ji Tianxing. That huge blood whirlpool swallowed the dragon-like flame sword light. Not a bit of fire was leaked out. Moreover, the blood whirlpool didn't reduce its power after swallowing the flame sword light. It even wanted to engulf Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing smelled the disgusting smell of blood. There was a terrifying swallowing power that engulfed his body and wanted to pull him into the whirlpool. At the critical moment, he immediately retreated and swung his sword again to release a golden sword light. Golden Emperor Slash. Ji Tianxing unleashed all of his power, condensing it into a 50-meter-long golden sword, slashing towards the blood vortex and Xue Qianjiang. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire cave. Everything within a 200-meter radius could be seen clearly. The giant golden sword slashed through the blood-red vortex with unstoppable power. With a pop sound, the blood whirlpool burst like a bubble. It turned into countless bloodlights and splashed in all directions. The Golden Emperor hit Xue Qianjiang again and sent him flying back to the cave wall. A huge crater appeared on the sturdy, dark brown rock wall, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared all around it. The 50-meter-long golden sword fell to the ground with a loud rumble. Boom! A loud and earth-shattering sound burst out and reverberated intensely in the cave. A 100-meter-long gully appeared on the ground, and countless cracks appeared all around it. The entire cave began to shake violently, and countless pieces of gravel and dust fell from the top of the cave. At the same time, Long Yun Shao donned the war god armor and wielded the 9-cloud sword. He waved the sword and pounced towards Xue Qianjiang, wanting to take advantage of the situation to attack. However, the stone door of a secret room on the left side of the cave suddenly opened. A tall and sturdy figure that looked like a bull rushed out as fast as lightning, carrying 2 large black iron axes. "Long Yun Shao, your opponent is me." This person was Xueli. He roared loudly and waved his thick arms. Holding the 2 axes, he hacked at Long Yun Shao. The 2 large iron axes weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. But in Xueli's hands, they were as light as paper. He waved the axes around, splashing out fierce and violent bloodlights. Long Yun Zhao's momentum was blocked. His figure was suddenly drowned by the axes. He was like a lonely boat in a stormy sea, swaying unsteadily and could capsize at any time. He had to wield the 9-cloud sword and the dragon teeth dagger to fight back with all his might. Xueli's strength had reached the 2nd level of Sky Origin stage. He was extremely strong and his attacks were extremely violent. Long Yun Shao was seriously injured, so his fighting strength was greatly reduced. Naturally, he was not Xueli's opponent. After a few moves, Long Yun Shao was shaken and flew out. He hit the ground 20 meters away, creating a big hole in the rocky ground. Xueli carried the 2 iron axes. Like a giant beast, he stepped on the ground and rushed toward Long Yun Shao. Wherever he walked, he left a series of deep pits in the ground. Ha! The human clan's son of heaven is just SOSO. Today I will beat you. Shueli laughed wildly. He waved the axes again and attacked Long Yun Shao fiercely. Long Yun Shao tried his best to resist, but he was still beaten back. He kept retreating toward the exit of the Dark Wind Cave. As the two of them fought, a rumbling sound rang out. Dust and gravel flew everywhere, and their strength continued to erupt. A violent hurricane swept up in the cave, causing the cave to be in chaos. On the other side, Ji Tianxing and Xue Qianjiang were also fighting fiercely. The two of them were stronger, so the power of their martial skills was more violent and frightening. As the two of them fought fiercely, loud rumbling noises kept bursting out, shaking the entire cave. The violent hurricane mixed with the bloody light and the brilliance of true yuan formed circle after circle of shockwaves that constantly spread out in all directions. The cave was blown apart. The roof of the cave kept collapsing, and countless boulders and dust fell. Ji Tianxing and Xue Qianjiang had only exchanged a dozen moves, and half of the cave had already collapsed. A huge hole appeared in the defensive formation protecting the cave on the spot. The cave was on the verge of collapse and would soon collapse. Yun Yao and Ensuan, on the other hand, were still tied to the stone pillars. Large millstone stones and dust continued to fall around them. Their lives were in danger at any time. The situation was getting more and more critical. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing quietly hid the black dragon sword in the ruins. He quickly passed through the gap in the formation and escaped out of the Dark Wind Cave. Xue Qianjiang was already in a killing frenzy. He couldn't wait to tear Ji Tianxing into pieces and extract his Kenshin bloodline. Seeing Ji Tianxing escape out of the Dark Wind Cave, he chased after him without hesitation. After a while, Ji Tianxing, Xue Qianjiang, Long Yun Shao, and Shueli all left the Dark Wind Cave. Only Yun Yao and Ensuan were left in the Dark Wind Cave, and the Black Dragon Sword hidden in the ruins. At this time, the Black Dragon Sword came out of the ruins, flew to Yun Yao's side, and slashed at the cold iron chains with all its might. Dang dang dang, the sound of metal hitting metal sounded. The cold iron chains wrapped around Yun Yao's body were immediately cut off by the Black Dragon Sword. Yun Yao broke free from the chains, and her body softly fell to the ground. The Black Dragon Sword hesitated for a moment, and then flew to Ensuan's side. Dang dang dang, it cut off the cold iron chains that bound her. Ensuan was also saved. She fell unconscious on the ground. The Black Dragon Sword circled in the air, and with a swoosh, it turned into a black dragon that was 10 meters long. It looked at the unconscious Yun Yao and Ensuan. It shot out a gentle icy blue brilliance, enveloping Yun Yao and Ensuan, and placed them on its back. Chapter 719. Outside the Dark Wind Cave, in the sky thousands of feet above the ground. Ji Tianxing and Xue Qianjiang were desperately using their ultimate killing moves, fighting with all their might. Demonic Dragon's Soul Search. Xue Qianjiang stepped high in the sky and shouted with a murderous aura. He waved his sleeves, and his palms shot out a bloody light that covered the sky, condensing into two ferocious blood-red demonic dragons that were hundreds of meters long. Two ferocious blood-red demonic dragons with violent and bloodthirsty auras, as fast as the aurora, pierced through the sky, carrying an invincible and terrifying power, and fiercely attacked Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was immediately shrouded by the two demonic dragons' huge shadows, falling into the bloody light that filled the sky, and was in imminent danger. At the critical moment, he recklessly used all his strength, and his whole body burst out with a dazzling golden light, igniting a golden flame that soared into the sky. White Tiger's Sacred Sword. Following his angry shout, his whole body disappeared, and merged with the monstrous golden flame, condensing into a huge golden sword that was hundreds of meters long. This huge sword was condensed, and it emitted an incomparably sharp aura, as if it had the power to split the sky and earth. The huge sword lit up with a golden light, condensing into a mountain-like white tiger shadow. It stretched out its claws and fangs, and fearlessly pounced on the two blood-red demonic dragons. A white tiger fighting two demonic dragons, and the sky and earth changed color. The sky within a radius of 10 miles was covered by the golden flame and the bloody light, and became chaotic. Bang! Bang! In the deafening loud noise, the white tiger's sacred sword and the two demonic dragons collided, and the golden and bloody flames that covered the sky and earth burst out. The two blood-red demonic dragons and the white tiger's sacred sword collapsed and exploded at the same time, turning into hundreds of millions of fingernail-sized fragments that scattered in the sky like raindrops. The violent and devastating shockwave burst out and swept across a radius of 10 miles. The sky was shaken, and the few mountains nearby were also shaken by the shockwave. Ravines were split open, and countless rocks and soil collapsed. In the turbid sky, Ji Tianxing's figure appeared. His bun was messy, and his hair was disheveled, and he looked a little embarrassed. He stood high up in the sky, his face pale, breathing heavily, but his eyes were staring at Xue Qianjiang, who was 1,000 meters away. Xue Qianjiang is at least at the 7th level of the sky origin stage. Besides, he has cultivated the secret skill of the blood demon sect. If I don't use my trump card, I really can't do anything to him. This thought flashed through Ji Tianxing's mind, and his eyes surged with cold, killing intent. At the same time, Xue Qianjiang was also stunned for a moment. His eyes flashed with astonishment. "Little bastard, your strength has improved. You actually managed to block this king's killing move. If you try this move again, I'll see if you die." Xue Qianjiang's murderous aura soared as he let out a low growl. His entire body surged with a bloody light that soared into the sky, burning with a bloody flame. Sky blood flowing light. Xue Qianjiang's body also started to burn, turning into a dense blood light that soared into the sky. Shua! The dark red blood light that covered the sky condensed into a bloody giant blade that was 100 meters long. It was like an evil god's war sword that could split the heaven and earth. It fell from the sky and slashed towards Ji Tianxing. Suddenly, the sky within a radius of 10 miles was sealed by an invisible force, and the air was frozen on the spot. Ji Tianxing wanted to retreat to avoid it, but it was like he was stuck in a quagmire. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't move. His speed was as slow as a snail. Helplessly, he could only raise his left arm and activate the power of the red flame true fire. Burning sky palm. Ji Tianxing roared and waved his left palm to hit out a giant flaming palm that covered the sky, hitting the bloody light blade head-on. With a muffled sound, the giant flaming palm and the sky-splitting blade collided with a loud bang, exploding out a strong wind and dazzling brilliance that swept across the heaven and earth. The dark red blood light and flames that covered the sky suddenly spread over a radius of 20 miles, turning the entire area into a boundless sea of fire and blood. The bloody light blade was smashed into pieces on the spot, bursting into 108,000 pieces, splashing in all directions. Xue Qianjiang's figure appeared. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back, tumbling in the sky for more than 1,000 meters before stabilizing his body with great difficulty. At the same time, the burning sky palm hit the black ink mountain below, smashing the mountain into pieces on the spot, and collapsed with a rumbling sound. Xue Qianjiang stood in the sky in a sorry state, looking at the black ink mountain that was smashed into pieces and turned into ruins. He was so angry that his whole body emitted blood fire. "Damn little bastard! You dare to destroy my dark wind cave. If I don't crush your bones and scatter your ashes today, how can I get rid of the hatred in my heart? Little bastard, go to hell!" Xue Qianjiang roared like a bell, completely furious and lost his mind. Blood fire gushed out from his whole body, bursting out an overbearing aura that suppressed the heaven and earth, as well as a terrifying murderous aura that could slaughter the common people. At this moment, his body expanded more than 10 times, and he actually turned into a blood-robed giant that was nearly 100 meters tall. He was like an ancient demon god, with an extremely powerful aura. He took out an ancient and broken scroll from his spatial ring, poured his life's power into the scroll, and slowly opened it. This ancient and broken scroll was his family heirloom, the relic of the Blood Emperor, the corpse Mountain Blood Sea map. Although Ji Tianxing was intercepted by Xue Qianjiang last time, he had used the seal of mountains and rivers to break open the corpse Mountain Blood Sea map. This corpse Mountain Blood Sea map had a gap that had not been repaired until now, and its power was only about 40%. But after all, this was a soul-level treasure. Even if there were gaps and loopholes, its power was still terrifying. Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map. Following Xue Qianzhang's low shout, the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map immediately released a blood light that covered the sky and the earth, filling a radius of 20 miles. Suddenly, the dark red blood light dyed half of the sky, and the sky within a radius of 20 miles turned into a boundless sea of blood. Ji Tianxing was submerged in the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map. He could only see the endless blood light around him, and he could not see anything outside. The mountains and forests below, as well as the ruins, were all submerged in the sea of blood. Xue Qianzhang stood above the sea of blood and kept waving his palms, manipulating the power of the boundless sea of blood to devour Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing struggled in the sea of blood, trying his best to resist the bombardment and suppression of the shocking blood waves. There were also endless corpses and skeletons that condensed into a huge monster that was crazily besieging him. He stared sharply at Xue Qianzhang and sneered, "Xue Qianzhang, you used this Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map before, but you still could not stop me. Today, if you use this technique again, it will be even more impossible to trap me." As he spoke, Ji Tianxing took out the Domain Master's golden seal from the space ring. When he was intercepted by Duanmu Huang, he used the Seal of Mountains and Rivers to block 3 of Duanmu Huang's killing moves. Although the 3 seals that the Emperor had placed on the Seal of Mountains and Rivers were gone, the power of this treasure was not as strong as before. But it still had an extremely strong defensive power. World Annihilation Dragon Spear. Ji Tianxing held the Seal of Mountains and Rivers with both hands and fully activated the power of the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, releasing a golden spear light that was more than 300 meters long. Chapter 720. Back then, Ji Tianxing had witnessed the battle between Yun Zhongqi and Duanmu Huang with his own eyes. He had witnessed the Snow-White Dragon Spear by Long Yin's elegance. He was inspired and created the World Annihilation Dragon Spear. The World Annihilation Dragon Spear's attack style and power were much stronger than the Mountain River Dragon Shadow. In an instant, the 300-meter-long Dragon Spear radiance arrived in front of Xue Qianzhang. The World Annihilation Dragon Spear was about to hit Xue Qianzhang and turn him into dust. However, there was a sea of blood within a radius of 20 miles. This was the territory created by Xue Qianzhang using the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map. In the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map, he was the ruler of this territory. At the critical moment, he could use the power of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map to teleport. Swoosh! Xue Qianzhang's figure flashed and teleported 10 miles away, dodging the attack of the World Annihilation Dragon Spear. The World Annihilation Dragon Spear missed and passed through the Sea of Blood. It flew for thousands of meters and hit the edge of the Sea of Blood. Boom! In the deafening sound, the blood light barrier at the edge of the Sea of Blood was smashed into pieces and a huge hole appeared. The World Annihilation Dragon Spear had exhausted its power and gradually collapsed. The hole that was a few hundred meters wide expanded rapidly, causing the Sea of Blood to collapse and turn into a sea of blood. Swoosh! The blood light within a radius of 20 miles suddenly converged. In just a few breaths, it shrank back into an old and broken scroll and flew back into Xue Qianzhang's hands. The Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map disappeared and the world returned to normal. Xue Qianzhang stood high in the sky, holding the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map with both hands and looking down at the scroll. When he saw a long and narrow crack in the scroll, he was heartbroken and his face twitched. The Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map was old and broken and its power was not even half of its peak. He had used this treasure twice to deal with Ji Tianxing, but it was defeated twice. This caused the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea Map to be even more broken and its power to drop to the extreme. At this point, the power of the Mountain of Corpses and Blood Seas diagram had almost completely dissipated. It could only be considered a heaven origin level magic item. A powerful Dharma treasure that was famous in the northern desert had been reduced to an ordinary Dharma treasure. How ironic and ridiculous was this? If Xue Qianzhang wanted to restore the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea diagram, he would need at least 100 years. The materials consumed were enough to refine a brand new artifact. Such a heavy loss made Shui Qianjiang furious. His whole body ignited with a blood-red murderous aura that soared to the sky. Ji Tianxing, you bastard! Reptile! This king will tear you to pieces! Shui Qianjiang kept the corpse mountain blood sea diagram, and his body expanded violently, finally revealing his original form. In just a few breaths of time, he had turned into a 100-meter-tall crimson beast the size of a small mountain. This giant beast looked like a ferocious tiger, but it had a flat and wide mouth, revealing 2 huge fangs that were more than 10 meters long. It had 6 legs, a pair of wide blood wings, and a tail that resembled a flood dragon's. As for its 6 legs, they looked very strange. They did not look like the feet of a tiger or wolf demonic beast, but more like the claws of an eagle. The blood-winged beast roared to the sky, flapped its wings crazily, and turned into a blood-red streamer, rushing towards Ji Tianxing. It stretched out a pair of huge front claws, swooped down from the sky, and clawed at Ji Tianxing fiercely. Ji Tianxing had no doubt that even if it was 1,000 feet tall mountain, it would collapse into ruins after being hit by the pair of cold and sharp claws. Moreover, the blood-winged beast's speed was so fast that he had no chance to dodge. At that moment, he did not have the slightest fear or retreat. Without hesitation, he burst out with all his strength and used his trump card. Sword of Judgment. Ji Tianxing took out the sword embryo in his body and condensed it into a huge golden sword that was dozens of meters long. The huge sword was surrounded by a dazzling golden light, forming a pair of sacred wings, attaching a pair of wings to the huge golden sword. The Sword of Judgment pierced through the sky and rushed towards the blood-winged beast at the speed of light, bombarding it head-on. After a quarter of an instant, the dazzling golden Sword of Judgment and the blood-winged beast fiercely collided with each other. Bang! An earth-shattering sound burst out, reverberating fiercely between heaven and earth. The Sword of Judgment penetrated the blood-winged beast's left front claw on the spot, piercing a huge bloody hole. Then, the Sword of Judgment pierced through its left front claw and into its body fiercely. Crack! With the crisp sound of bones breaking, the blood-winged beast's body was directly penetrated, and its bones were shattered. The Sword of Judgment pierced through its body, leaving a huge bloody hole that penetrated its body from the front to the back. This was the sharpness of the ultimate sword principle. It was unstoppable and indestructible. The blood-winged beast was severely injured by the sword. White bone stubble appeared in the wound, and dark red blood gushed out like a flood, sprinkling across the sky. The intense pain made it tremble all over, and it roared furiously. Swoosh! The Sword of Judgment flew high into the sky, its light dimmed a lot, and its power weakened by 30%. Obviously, this sword also consumed a lot of Ji Tianxing's vital essence. With a thought, he manipulated the Sword of Judgment to fly back to his front, and quickly shrank to the size of a fingertip, and went back into his dantian. Ji Tianxing's face was a little pale. He operated his vital essence to stabilize his breathing. When he looked up at the blood-winged beast, he saw that the blood-winged beast had turned around and was frantically flapping its wings, flying away as fast as a stream of light. He suddenly frowned, and his face changed. He shouted angrily, "Shui Qianjiang, don't think you can escape." At the same time, he also chased after Shui Qianjiang as fast as a stream of light. He wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and capture Shui Qianjiang. However, just as he flew 2,000 meters away, a blood light suddenly came from the side of the sky. Swoosh! It was a ball of burning blood flame, and it wrapped a demon clan man who was as strong as a bull, holding 2 millstone axes in his hands. This man was Xueli. He had just fought with Long Yunxiao for hundreds of moves, and he had already defeated Long Yunxiao. Although he was also seriously injured, his injury was not much better than Long Yunxiao's. But when he saw Shui Qianjiang escaping with injuries, and Ji Tianxing wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill him, he desperately rushed to stop him. "Ji Tianxing, come and fight with your grandfather for 300 rounds." Xueli roared like a bell, waving the 2 millstone axes, and slashing out blood light all over the sky. He rushed to Ji Tianxing without caring about his own safety. Ji Tianxing immediately frowned, and a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "You're courting death!" he shouted in a low voice, and with a wave of his right hand, a giant flaming sword came out and fiercely blasted toward Xueli. Bang! Xueli could not dodge in time, and was immediately hit by the giant flaming sword. The two axes were blown away, and he spat out blood and flew back. Chapter 721. With Xueli's strength, he wasn't qualified to fight with Ji Tianxing for 300 rounds. In fact, he couldn't even take 3 moves from Ji Tianxing. He was killed in 2 moves. However, he didn't expect to stop Ji Tianxing. He just used his life to buy time. Ji Tianxing had tried to kill him, but he was delayed. When Ji Tianxing went to chase after the blood-winged beast, it had already escaped. After a few breaths, the blood-winged beast disappeared into the sky. Ji Tianxing chased for more than 20 miles and lost track of the blood-winged beast. He had to stop. Damn it! He actually let it escape. Shui Qianzhang's giant beast's flying speed is too fast. Ji Tianxing cursed furiously. He was so angry that his face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The reason why he was so angry was not because Shui Qianzhang escaped. It was because after Shui Qianzhang escaped, no one could help Yun Yao break the blood dissipation curse. He didn't dare to imagine how terrible it would be when the curse broke out 3 days later and Yun Yao lost her mind and humanity and turned into a female devil. At this moment, Long Yun Shao flew over from the sky. The god of war armor he wore was a little tattered. There were dozens of cracks and pits. There were faint bloodstains and bloody wounds. His face was stained with blood and his hair was messy. He looked a little embarrassed and his injuries were even worse. "Tianxing, where's Shui Qianzhang?" Long Yunxiao asked as he looked around anxiously, searching for traces of Shui Qianzhang. Ji Tianxing's face was expressionless as he said in a deep voice, "His subordinates sacrificed his life to stall me, allowing him to escape successfully." Damn it! How could this be? Long Yunxiao's face changed. He said anxiously and angrily, "What about Yao Yao? If we don't catch Shui Qianzhang, who can help her break the curse?" Ji Tianxing was silent and didn't say anything. Long Yunxiao was restless and said to Ji Tianxing, "What are you waiting for? Let's go back and save Yao Yao." Ji Tianxing waved his hand and said expressionlessly, "You don't have to go back. I have already made arrangements." Sure enough, as his voice fell, a black shadow sped over from the distant sky. Shua! Long Yunxiao could see clearly that it was a black flood dragon when the black shadow got closer. The little black dragon stopped in front of the two of them, carrying the unconscious Yun Yao and Ensuin on its back. Seeing that Yun Yao had been rescued from the dark wind cave, Long Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. "Let's go, let's return to the Emperor's mansion first, then think of a way to save Yao Yao." Ji Tianxing didn't waste any time and hurriedly brought Long Yunxiao onto the little black dragon's back. The little black dragon carried everyone and flew through the sky as fast as lightning, returning to Central State City as quickly as possible. 8 hours later, everyone entered the Emperor's mansion and returned to Tianxing Palace. Ji Tianxing threw Ensuin to Long Yunxiao and brought Yun Yao into the palace himself. He was anxious to treat Yun Yao's injuries. Long Yunxiao originally wanted to enter Tianxing Palace with him and think of a way to save Yun Yao first. However, Ensuin had also been corroded by demonic energy and her life was in danger at any time. As the Emperor and Ensuin's husband, he naturally couldn't leave Ensuin alone. Long Yunxiao had no choice but to bring Ensuin back to Yunxiao Palace and treat her first. Soon, Ji Tianxing carried Yun Yao back to the secret cultivation room. He removed the heavenly spiritual formation in the secret cultivation room and placed Yun Yao on a bed of ice jade. He hurriedly circulated his energy to check on her condition. Yun Yao's body was surrounded by demonic energy and her fair face was also faintly covered in black energy. Her life aura was becoming weaker and weaker. Ji Tianxing held Yun Yao's hands and felt that her palms were ice cold. He circulated his energy to check on Yun Yao's condition and discovered that not only was there a violent and powerful demonic energy in Yun Yao's body, there was also a mysterious icy energy lingering around her. That mysterious icy energy had already invaded her internal organs, bone marrow, and blood. It was almost impossible to remove it. It was also this energy that made Yun Yao's body feel like ice, and her life aura was constantly weakening. Even her celestial spirit's sacred body bloodline was constantly being devoured by this energy and became weaker and weaker. Ji Tianxing immediately understood that the mysterious icy energy was definitely the demonic blood curse that Xue Qianjiang had mentioned. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out how to remove the mysterious demonic energy even after carefully examining it for a long time. Ji Tianxing stood beside the ice jade bed and frowned as he fell into deep thought. The power of the demonic blood curse has already merged with Yao Yao's internal organs, bone marrow, and blood. If I want to completely remove the demonic energy, I can only remove her internal organs, bone marrow, and blood. But if I do that, it's equivalent to killing her. She definitely won't be able to survive. Forget it, I'll help her remove the demonic energy in her body first, and then think of a way to remove the demonic blood curse. Ji Tianxing recalled that when he, Yun Yao, and Long Yunxiao went to Flame Spirit City together at Sky Pillar Sect, Yun Yao had been corroded by the demonic energy of the Blood Demon King. At that time, he used a drop of blood from his heart and the sacred power of the Kenshin bloodline to help Yun Yao get rid of the demonic energy. Although he lost a drop of blood from his heart and lost 20% of his bloodline power. But after recuperating for 10 days to half a month, he gradually recovered. Now that Xue Qianjiang had planted a demonic curse on Yun Yao and she was corroded by the demonic energy, the situation was similar to before. Therefore, Ji Tianxing extended his right index finger without hesitation and used his power to force out a drop of golden blood from his heart and dripped it on Yun Yao's forehead. This drop of golden god's blood was extremely powerful and contained a sacred and majestic aura. When the god's blood landed on Yun Yao's forehead, it immediately entered her forehead and entered her brain. Then, the god's blood merged with Yun Yao's blood and quickly spread to her internal organs, limbs, and bones. The sacred and powerful god's blood was like the scorching sun. The demonic energy in Yun Yao's body was like the ice and snow in winter. When the ice and snow met the scorching sun, they naturally melted quickly. As time passed, the demonic energy in Yun Yao's body was removed in just a short period of time. The god's blood had completely merged with her bloodline and strengthened her vitality by a lot. Her aura had also temporarily stabilized. But it was a pity that the demonic curse in her body still existed. Even with Ji Tianxing's god's blood, it could only temporarily stop the spread of the demonic curse but could not remove it. Seeing this result, Ji Tianxing's originally pale face became even uglier. Even my Kenshin blood was ineffective. This demonic curse is actually so strange. Could it really be like what Xue Qianjiang said, that only he can remove the demonic curse personally? Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing's heart was burning with anxiety and anger. At this moment, Long Yunxiao's voice sounded from outside the secret room. It was filled with anxiety and worry. Ji Tianxing, how's Yao Yao's situation? Is there any way to save her? Chapter 722. Ji Tianxing frowned. He waved his hand and sent out a 5-colored spirit light, opening the door to the secret room. As soon as the stone door was raised, Long Yunxiao impatiently stepped through the door and entered the secret room. He was still in a sorry state and weak state. He didn't even change his clothes or treat his injuries before rushing over to visit Yun Yao. After entering the secret room, he stared at Yun Yao and quickly walked to the side of the ice jade bed. He carefully observed Yun Yao and asked Ji Tianxing again, "How is Yao Yao?" Ji Tianxing revealed a worried expression and said in a heavy tone, "I used a drop of my heart's blood to help Yao Yao get rid of the demonic energy in her body. However, the demonic blood curse is too strange. Even with my blood, I can only stop the power of the curse from spreading. I can't get rid of it." Long Yunxiao furrowed his brows. The worry in his eyes became even heavier. After a moment of silence, he comforted Ji Tianxing, "Don't worry. I've already reported the news to Divine Teacher Qianye. Divine Teacher Qianye is Yao Yao's teacher. He's a soul-refining realm expert. He'll definitely think of a way to save her." Ji Tianxing nodded. He looked at Long Yunxiao and asked, "Where's the heavenly consort? You rushed over to visit her. Don't tell me you don't care about her life?" Long Yunxiao glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "I have a few imperial physicians in my residence. They'll naturally do their best to save the heavenly consort." Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing immediately understood what was going on. Long Yunxiao must have brought Suen back to Yunxiao Palace. He must have left her to the imperial physicians and didn't care about her anymore. Thinking of this, Suen, the heavenly consort, was too pitiful. However, this matter had nothing to do with Ji Tianxing. Of course, he wouldn't comment. After about 15 minutes, 2 light footsteps suddenly came from outside the secret room. The guard guarding the door loudly reporting to the domain lord. 2 divine teachers have come to visit. 2 god-tier masters? Ji Tianxing was stunned as he looked at Long Yunxiao in confusion. Long Yunxiao was also confused, revealing a puzzled expression. Ji Tianxing did not delve into this issue and quickly opened the stone door of the secret chamber. 2 black-robed god-tier masters from the imperial residence stood at the entrance. The black-robed godmaster on the left was a middle-aged man of the human clan. He was tall and sturdy and had a dignified appearance. This person had a dignified demeanor. His entire body emitted a mysterious and vast aura that was as deep as the night sky. After Long Yunxiao's introduction, Ji Tianxing found out that this person was Yun Yao's teacher, God Teacher Qianya. Ji Tianxing hurriedly bowed and greeted God Teacher Qianya. Divine Master Qianya nodded and pointed at the black-robed Divine Master. "This is Divine Master Wulong." Ji Tianxing turned to look at Divine Sovereign Wulong. Divine Teacher Wulong was a skinny old demon with white hair and a beard. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be from the spiritual monkey clan. His body was a little hunched, and his benevolent appearance made him look very benevolent. Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao hurriedly led the 2 god-tier masters into the secret chamber. Divine Master Qianya brought Divine Master Wulong to the frozen jade bed and sized up the unconscious Yun Yao. Divine Master Wulong remained silent. He secretly used his divine spirit to check on Yun Yao's injuries. Divine Master Qianya saw that Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao were confused, so he explained to them, "Just now, the Emperor reported to me that Yun Yao was corrupted by the demonic qi and was even planted with the blood dissipation curse. I don't know much about the blood dissipation curse, so I asked Divine Master Wulong for help." Among the few god-tier masters in the imperial residence, Divine Master Wulong is the most proficient in curses. He's the most knowledgeable about curses from different clans. After listening to his explanation, Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao finally understood what was going on. The 2 of them looked at Divine Master Wulong with burning eyes. Their hearts were filled with anxiety and anticipation. After a while, Divine Master Wulong finished checking on Yun Yao's condition and quietly retracted his divine spirit. He frowned and stroked his white beard. He looked like he was deep in thought. Divine Master Qianya asked, "Divine Master Wulong, how is Yun Yao?" Divine Master Wulong shook his head gently and said with a serious face, "Yun Yao's condition is very bad. Although someone helped her to remove the demonic qi from her body, the blood dissipation curse's power has already seeped into her bones. It's almost impossible to remove it." Hearing this, God Saint Qianyi frowned. "Is it that serious? Will she lose her life?" Divine Master Wulong shook his head again and said calmly, "The blood dissipation curse won't take her life in a short period of time. She won't die for the time being. However, after 3 days, the curse's power will be completely unleashed. Yun Yao will lose her mind and her humanity. She will become a bloodthirsty demon. As far as I know, the blood dissipation curse is an inherited secret technique of the demonic tribe in the northern desert. It's very complicated to cast this curse. It needs to consume the blood of countless living beings. However, once the blood dissipation curse is formed, it will quickly invade one's internal organs and merge into one's bone marrow and blood. Other than the person who cast the curse, almost no one can remove this curse." The hope in Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao's eyes immediately vanished after hearing Divine Master Wulong's words. Ji Tianxing was filled with unwillingness. He asked Divine Master Wulong, "Divine Master Wulong, other than the person who cast the curse, is there really no one who can remove this curse?" Divine Master Wulong turned to look at him. He pondered for a moment and said, Although I've studied the curse techniques of various races, I'm helpless against the blood dissipation curse. This curse technique is too vicious. If I must say, other than the person who cast the curse, I'm afraid there's only one person in the Tianxian continent who can forcefully remove this curse. Ji Tianxing asked unconsciously, "Who?" Divine Master Wulong pointed to the top of his head and said with an arrogant tone, "Of course it's the #1 elite warrior of the continent, the Prefecture Master." Ji Tianxing was stunned for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said with a serious tone, "May I ask, how can I see the Prefecture Master?" "You want to see the Prefecture Master? You want the Prefecture Master to remove the curse for Yunyao?" Divine Master Wulong looked at him with a frown and said with a strange tone. Ji Tianxing nodded seriously and said with a serious tone, "Divine Master Wulong, I know this is a sudden idea. However, in order to save Yunyao, I cannot give up on any hope." Divine Master Wulong remained silent and did not know what to say. However, Divine Master Qianye stepped out to help him out. He said to Ji Tianxing with a serious tone, "Prince Tianxing, the Prefecture Master is a super elite warrior who is elusive. Who can see him? Not to mention you wanting to see the Prefecture Master, even I haven't seen him for many years. I understand how you feel, but this method is indeed not feasible. You should give up on this idea." Instantly, Ji Tianxing was filled with disappointment. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He turned to look at Divine Master Wulong and could not help but ask, "Divine Master Wulong, is there really no way to save Yunyao?" Chapter 723. Ji Tianxing's words caused the secret chamber to fall into silence. Divine Master Qianye and Long Yunshao were silent. Divine Master Wulong closed his eyes and tried his best to recall. Suddenly, he remembered something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Ji Tianxing with bright eyes. He said in a deep voice, "I remember now. There is indeed a way to save Yunyao." Ji Tianxing was overjoyed. He quickly asked, "What is it? Please enlighten me, Divine Master." Long Yunshao also said excitedly, "As long as there is a way. No matter what, I have to save her." Divine Master Wulong quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't be too happy. Although my idea can save Yunyao, it can't get rid of the blood dissipation curse." The two of them were puzzled and looked at him with puzzled expressions. Divine Master Wulong said in a serious tone, "I can't get rid of the blood dissipation curse in Yunyao's body. However, I can use the Qingyuan clan's secret technique, transplant, to transfer the power of the blood dissipation curse in her body to another person's body. In this way, Yunyao will be freed. However, the other person will still be turned into a demon after the blood dissipation curse's power. Therefore, this is the only way." Ji Tianxing and Long Yunshao were stunned after hearing Divine Master Wulong's words. They did not expect Divine Master Wulong to come up with such a solution. However, they were only stunned for a moment before they said in unison, "I'm willing to bear the blood dissipation curse." When they said this at the same time, they looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Divine Master Wulong and Divine Master Qianye were stunned when they saw this. They exchanged glances secretly and immediately understood what was going on. The atmosphere in the secret room was a little strange. Divine Master Wulong raised his eyebrows and looked at Ji Tianxing and Long Yunshao. He said in a serious tone, "I can't guarantee that this method will work. Moreover, to increase the success rate, the person who bore the blood-dissipating demon curse had to be stronger than Yunyao. Their mind and soul had to be tougher. Of course, if the grafting fails, you may lose your lives immediately. The two of you, please reconsider." Long Yunshao pursed his lips and said firmly, "Divine Master Wulong, let me do it." Before Wulong could answer, Ji Tianxing said in a serious tone, "No. Emperor, you are the Emperor of the Imperial Court, you can't risk your life. If something happens to you, how are we going to explain it to the Imperial Court? I'm the only one who can do this." Long Yunshao smiled wryly and said without hesitation, "If I can save Yao Yao, it's worth it for me to take this risk." Ji Tianxing shook his head again and said in a sonorous tone, "Your strength is not as good as mine, and your mind and soul are not as tough as mine. Only if I substitute you will it be easier to succeed. Don't fight with me. I am Yao Yao's future husband. Only I have the right to bear the blood-dissipating demon curse for her. Long Yunxiao's face turned pale when he heard that. He was speechless and had nothing to say. Wu Long nodded in agreement and said to Long Yunxiao, Emperor, with your current strength and condition, it will be difficult for you to succeed. Then he looked at Ji Tianxing and said in a serious tone, Prince Tianxing, if the grafting fails, you may lose your life. Have you thought about it? Ji Tianxing nodded calmly and looked gently at Yun Yao, who was unconscious. He said, If I can exchange for her safety, so what if I lose my life? All right, let me make the preparations. Wu Long nodded and agreed. He then pulled Divine Master Qianye to a corner of the secret room to discuss the next step of the plan. Not only did Wu Long need Ji Tianxing's cooperation, but he also needed Divine Master Qianye's help. Long Yunxiao looked at Ji Tianxing with a complicated expression and said in a low voice, No matter what, I hope that the two of you will be safe. Ji Tianxing was a little surprised. He looked up at him and nodded silently. Half an hour later, Wu Long and Divine Master Qianye came up with a plan. They worked together to set up a formation in the secret room. Divine Master Qianye set up a soul-grade defensive formation to protect the entire secret room and prevent the energy from leaking out. The formation that Wu Long set up was specially prepared for grafting so that it could increase the success rate. Once the formation was ready, Divine Master Wulong began to cast the spell. He asked Ji Tianxing to sit cross-legged in the middle of the formation so that he could adjust his true essence. After Ji Tianxing adjusted his condition, Wu Long unleashed an invisible force that enveloped Yun Yao on the frozen jade bed and landed in front of Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao sat facing each other with their palms pressed together. Next, Wu Long activated the power of the formation and began to cast the grafting spell. Divine Master Qianye sat at the side and assisted Divine Master Wulong. Long Yunxiao sat quietly in the corner of the secret room and watched everything with concern. He did not make a sound so that he would not disturb the others. As Wu Long began to cast the spell, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were immediately enveloped by a cloud of hazy white light. Ji Tianxing's true essence began to circulate. Like a stream of warm water, it slowly flowed into Yun Yao's body. Then, the true essence flowed through Yun Yao's internal organs and blood vessels. With the help of the grafting spell, it absorbed the power of the blood-dissipating curse. When the true essence flowed through Yun Yao's body and returned to Ji Tianxing's body, it also brought back the power of the blood-dissipating curse. The power of the curse spread rapidly and invaded Ji Tianxing's internal organs, blood vessels, and meridians. Fortunately, he had merged with the Kenshin bloodline. His blood had the characteristics of God's blood and was not affected by the blood-dissipating curse. However, his internal organs and bone marrow were being corroded by the power of the curse. The pain of corrosion and the cold air were constantly coming from him. As the true essence circulated, more and more of the curse's power was absorbed from Yun Yao's body. Ji Tianxing was also being corroded by the blood-dissipating curse more and more. His body became as cold as ice. It was as if his entire body had been frozen. His skin was pale and bloodless. His vitality and soul aura were also rapidly weakening. The grafting process was very slow. Wu Long was very careful when he cast the spell and did not make any mistakes. After 12 hours, the blood-dissipating curse in Yun Yao's body was finally completely transferred into Ji Tianxing's body. Yun Yao was finally out of danger and had returned to normal. Her skin gradually became crystal clear and had the color of blood. Her vitality was also gradually becoming stronger. On the other hand, Ji Tianxing's body was weak. His vitality and soul aura were as weak as a candle in the wind. Chapter 724. Divine Master Wulong had finally finished casting his spell. Divine Master Qianye also stopped. Seeing this, Long Yunxiao quickly stood up and carefully observed Yun Yao's condition. Seeing that Yun Yao's complexion had improved significantly and that there was no longer any demonic qi and mysterious cold energy left in her body, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw that Ji Tianxing's aura was weak and that he looked like an ice sculpture, he was extremely worried. Divine Master Wulong and Divine Master Qianye looked at Ji Tianxing deeply and sighed silently. Sigh. We've succeeded in replacing the flower with the tree. This kid's wish has finally been fulfilled. The number one prodigy of the human race is going to be demonized for the sake of the woman he loves. This is really sad. Although the two divine masters were extremely powerful, they could not help but feel sorry for Ji Tianxing when they saw him in such a state. Seeing that Ji Tianxing was still conscious, Divine Master Wulong said to him, "Prince Tianxing, we've succeeded in replacing the flower with the tree. Yun Yao is safe and sound now. You can rest assured now. As for you, it's up to you whether you can withstand the power of the demonic curse. Although the chances are slim, I still hope that a miracle will happen." Ji Tianxing slowly raised his head and looked at Divine Master Wulong with his blurry eyes. His voice was low and hoarse as he said, "Thank you, Divine Master Wulong, for your help. Please, take Yun Yao away. Cultivate. Resist the demonic curse. After 3 days, if I lose my humanity, if I become a demon, please seal the secret chamber. Don't harm anyone else." No matter how strong Ji Tianxing's willpower was, it was difficult for him to stay conscious at this moment. His speech was strenuous. Seeing him like this, the two divine masters who had lived for hundreds of years could not help but respect him even though they had lived for hundreds of years. Long Yunxiao was filled with emotions and admiration. He secretly clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Ji Tianxing, you have to pull yourself together. You've already created so many miracles. This monarch believes in you. This time, you'll also survive. This monarch is waiting for you to come out safely. Remember, if you don't return safely, Yao Yao will hate you forever." Ji Tianxing sat on the ground like an ice sculpture. His consciousness and thoughts were on the verge of freezing. He could no longer speak and could only nod his head with difficulty. Long Yunxiao took a deep breath and suppressed the sorrow and heaviness in his heart. Then he and the two divine masters brought Yun Yao out of the secret chamber. With a muffled bang sound, the incomparably heavy stone door closed. The secret chamber fell into darkness. Only the gemstone lamps in the four corners were still dimly lit. Ji Tianxing sat alone in the middle of the secret room, motionless like a stone statue. His body became as cold as ice, and his life force became weaker and weaker. Unknowingly, a day had passed. The news quickly spread throughout the monarch palace. Many god-tier masters and monarch princes knew about this. Inside Kunwu Palace, Kunwu was meditating and cultivating in his room. Suddenly, a guard came into the room and respectfully reported the news to him. When Kunwu heard the report, his expression changed and he frowned. Yun Yao was hit by the blood dissipation curse. Ji Tianxing actually asked God-tier Master Wulong to use the flower substitution technique to take the curse for Yun Yao. That blood dissipation curse is extremely vicious. If Ji Tianxing can't neutralize it, he'll either lose his life or become a devoid of humanity. If he really loses his life because of this, Ku will be so sad when she finds out. Ji Tianxing, this guy? Sigh. Kunwu was full of worry. He quickly left Kunwu Palace and rushed to Tianxing Palace to visit. In Yichen Palace, Ling Yichen was also shocked when he heard the news. He frowned and murmured worriedly, "We haven't seen each other for just 3 months, and such a thing happened? Ji Tianxing is so infatuated with Yun Yao? It's a pity that I haven't been able to become friends with him. I haven't completed my mission, and he's already in such a desperate situation. Ji Tianxing, oh Ji Tianxing, you're the #1 genius with the Kenshin bloodline. Don't die prematurely." Ling Yichen sighed with a heavy heart. He quickly left the cave and rushed to Tianxing Palace to check on the situation. Inside Yuji Palace, Yuji's eyes widened when she heard the news. Ji Tianxing, this guy, is actually so infatuated that he doesn't even want his life for his sweetheart? Sigh, what a pity. This kid has only been in the monarch mansion for a few months. He's just made a name for himself, and now he's going to die like this? Yuji sighed and left the cave as well. She rushed to Tianxing Palace. Inside Lingfeng Palace, Murong Lingfeng was recuperating when he suddenly heard the news. He immediately revealed a smug sneer. "Ha! The heavens are really helping me. I was thinking of ways to deal with him, but I didn't expect him to die so soon. So what if he's the #1 genius of the human race? He's just an idiot who lost his life for a woman. It's best if he's dead. It saves me a lot of trouble. Inside Tianqing Palace, several experts had already gathered outside the door of the secret chamber. Yun Yao had already woken up. Although her injuries had not healed and her body was very weak, she had already heard the news. But when she found out what had happened, she immediately burst into tears and rushed back to the Sky Air Palace. She rushed to the door of the secret chamber and called out Ji Tianxing's name in a mournful voice. Her heart ached so much that she almost suffocated. She had been standing outside the secret chamber for several hours now. Her eyes were fixed on the stone door. She was motionless, waiting for Ji Tianxing to appear. Tianxing, oh Tianxing, why did you bear the curse for me? Don't tell me you don't want your life anymore? I'd rather die than let you die for me. If you're really gone, how can I live alone? Yun Yao thought to herself. Her clear eyes were filled with tears. She was extremely sorrowful. Long Yunxiao simply treated his injuries and stood outside the secret chamber. He waited patiently as he prayed for Ji Tianxing in his heart. Apart from the two of them, Divine Master Wulong and Divine Master Qianye were also present. They were waiting for the result. Soon, Kunwu, Ling Yi, Fox Princess, and a few other human princes arrived outside the secret chamber. They discussed with their spiritual sense for a while before they fell silent. Everyone waited quietly. Their hearts were heavy and sorrowful. As time passed silently, the mysterious power of the blood dissipation curse quickly spread and grew in Ji Tianxing's body. It was becoming more and more powerful. Although he had been trying his best to resist, he could not resist the power of the curse. His bone marrow and internal organs began to stiffen and die. No matter how strong his will was, he could not hold on any longer. His intelligence and thoughts were completely frozen. Although his soul was still alive, he had lost his intelligence and ability to think. His soul was gradually being controlled by the power of the curse. His physical body sat in the secret chamber, motionless like a stone statue. Chapter 725. Scenes of bloody massacres flashed through Ji Tianxing's mind. Those scenes were clearly reflected in his soul, making him feel as if he was there. In a bustling city, the common people lived and worked in peace. The streets were crowded with people. Suddenly, a huge black beast that was 100 meters tall descended into the city with a monstrous black fog and demonic aura. The huge demonic beast rampaged through the city and started a massacre. In an instant, it destroyed 2 streets and trampled thousands of innocent people, turning them into blood and meat paste. The blood and slaughter stimulated it, making it laugh wildly in excitement. It waved its paws and destroyed the buildings and streets. In less than a quarter of an hour, it had destroyed half of the city and cruelly massacred hundreds of thousands of people. It turned the city into ruins and blood flowed like a river. Ji Tianxing's soul watched all of this happen, and he felt a strong sense of excitement and mania. He was filled with a thirst for slaughter and blood. When this scene was about to disappear, the ferocious huge demonic beast glanced at him meaningfully. Then, a new scene appeared. In a village with simple folk customs, there were thousands of simple and honest people who worked from sunrise to sunset, working hard in the fields. Suddenly, the huge demonic beast that was 100 meters tall charged into the village. It rampaged and crushed everything in its way, destroying the entire village. Countless people were trampled to death by the huge demonic beast and smashed into meat paste. Those young children and crying babies were actually caught by the giant magic beasts and stuffed into their mouths to chew on. In an instant, the entire village was turned into ruins. None of the thousands of people escaped. They were all killed by the huge demonic beast. Ji Tianxing's soul completely lost control. It was stimulated by such a bloody scene, and it only wanted to kill to vent. Following that, one cruel scene after another invaded his soul. His soul started to lose its self-awareness, and he was about to be immersed in mania and slaughter. Once his soul lost its self-awareness, it would be devoured by slaughter and become a bloodthirsty demon with no humanity and no intelligence. At this moment, a voice filled with vicissitudes and majesty suddenly resounded in his soul. The heart demon of all ages has caused the world to fall into oblivion. With a pure heart, the spiritual altar will turn into a bright lamp. This was the voice of a young man. It was divine, dignified, and filled with a righteous aura. Moreover, it carried a powerful aura of looking down upon the world and all living beings. This voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, thought-provoking, instantly reaching the deepest part of Ji Tianqing's soul. His soul that was about to lose itself was finally awakened by this voice that sounded like a divine decree, and he was instantly incomparably stunned and surprised. This was because he was most familiar with this voice. It was his own voice. Or perhaps, that voice was exactly the same as his, without any difference. Ji Tianqing immediately became much more clear-headed. His soul regained some of its intelligence as he pondered over the words. Just as he was pondering over the meaning of those words, the 100-meter-tall ferocious beast appeared before him out of thin air. In the depths of his soul, there was a dark void. He was only a handsome young man in a white robe who was 7 feet tall. He stood in the darkness like a stone statue, unable to move. That 100-meter-tall demonic beast was like a huge mountain, standing in front of him and looking down at him from above. Without waiting for him to react, the ferocious demonic beast opened a pair of demonic claws and slapped down from the sky. The 2 claws of the ferocious demonic beast were like 2 palaces crashing down and were about to smash Ji Tianqing into pieces. At this moment, Ji Tianqing's body was sealed, and his life's cultivation was completely gone. He was like an ice sculpture, unable to move at all. That ferocious demonic beast was as huge as a mountain, and had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Just as the 2 huge demonic claws were about to arrive above his head, and were about to kill him. At this critical moment, the familiar voice rang out in the depths of his soul. If great perfection is lacking, there is no harm in its use. If great abundance is rushing, there is no end to its use. All things carry yin to embrace yang, rushing qi is harmony. This voice that came from an unknown place was as solemn and sacred as a god. It was actually chanting some obscure and profound law formula. When Ji Tianqing heard this strange and mysterious law formula, his soul actually began to throb, as if he had heard it before. It was also at this moment that he suddenly had an epiphany. It was as if his soul had been enlightened, and the seal on his body that had been sealed like a statue was immediately lifted. He could finally move. Ji Tianqing dodged without hesitation, brushing past the 2 demonic claws, narrowly avoiding a calamity. The ferocious demonic beast clearly didn't expect that he would be able to dodge at this critical moment, even though his strength was sealed in ice and he was like a stone statue waiting to be slaughtered. Roar! The ferocious demonic beast let out an angry roar. Its eyes flashed with a dark red light, and its entire body emitted a monstrous killing intent. It waved its giant claws once more, viciously slamming them towards Ji Tianqing. It also released tens of thousands of blood-red beams of light that rained down like a rain of arrows. From the depths of Ji Tianqing's soul, the sacred and solemn voice rang out once more, chanting some obscure and mysterious law formula. A bend is complete, a crook is straight, a depression is abundant, a depression is new, a little is gain, a lot is confusion. The pure heart is fearless, endless mysteries, the void maintains tranquility, the Tao of heaven and earth. This voice caused Ji Tianqing to become more and more clear-headed, and his mind and thoughts gradually returned to normal. This strange yet familiar law formula caused his soul to resonate with it, giving rise to all sorts of enlightenment. The many stiff and frozen parts of his body were rapidly dissolved. Within his body, an endless stream of energy appeared, naturally circulating according to the law formula. It actually produced an even more sacred and boundless energy. He felt his body become lighter and lighter, as light as a feather, as light as snow. He moved with the wind, and with a single thought he could travel dozens of miles, freely moving in the darkness. Whoosh! When the 2 demonic claws and tens of thousands of blood-red beams of light attacked him, he only needed a single thought to teleport 20 miles away, quickly distancing himself from the ferocious demonic beast. The tens of thousands of blood-red beams of light were immediately swallowed up by the void of darkness. The ferocious demonic beast missed again, and became even more enraged and irritable. It charged over as fast as a streak of light. Ji Tianxing's soul memorized the mysterious law formula. He silently cultivated, causing his strength to become stronger and stronger, producing all sorts of mysteries. Following that, the ferocious demonic beast continued to attack him, using all sorts of methods to launch ferocious attacks. Ji Tianxing used the mysterious law formula to deal with the ferocious demonic beast while silently deducing in his soul. This powerful ferocious demonic beast should be the ancient heart demon. Chapter 726. Ji Tianxing had always been tenacious and unyielding since he was a child. Ever since he stepped onto the path of martial arts, he had never encountered an inner demon tribulation. Now, the blood dissipation curse's power was gradually erupting, finally causing an inner demon to form in him. If not for that majestic voice in the depths of his soul would have almost been demonized by the inner demon. But why is that sacred and majestic voice ringing out from the depths of my soul? That's not the voice of the burial of heaven. It's my own voice. Could that be my inner voice? But I've never come into contact with this mysterious technique before. If that voice had been from the burial of heaven, giving him a mysterious technique at a critical moment to resist the ancient inner demon, he could still understand. But that voice was not from the burial of heaven, but from the depths of his soul. It was as if the dusty memories in his soul had been awakened at this critical moment of life and death. This kind of miraculous and profound matter made Ji Tianxing feel incredulous. He did not know how long had passed. It could have been 2 days or 2 months. He had finally comprehended the cultivation technique thoroughly. Now that he had cultivated it completely, his soul had gained an epiphany. So, this is a technique that specializes in restraining demons. It's called the White Heart Demon Subduing Technique. After understanding this, Ji Tianxing became more confident and full of anticipation. I've been dealing with the inner demon for 2 days. I've finally mastered the White Heart Demon Subduing Technique. This dark void is the deepest part of my soul. That damned heart demon will never run out of power here. I can't deal with it anymore. I have to find a way to defeat it. Only then can I get rid of the inner demon, escape from the depths of my soul, and truly awaken. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing teleported to avoid the ancient inner demon's attack while launching a counterattack. He stretched out his arms and waved his palms as nimbly as lightning. He used the White Heart Demon Subduing Technique and shot out 2 dazzling golden sword auras that were hundreds of meters long. Demon Slaying Sword. Following his angry roar, the 2 sacred golden swords pierced toward the ancient inner demon with a righteous aura. Bam bam! Amidst the loud noise, the golden sword pierced the ancient inner demon's chest and sent it flying back 1,000 meters in the dark void. The surface of its body was covered with dark and cold scales, which had a strong defense. The giant golden sword shattered its scales and left 2 bloody holes in its chest, from which demonic blood spurted out. However, the ancient heart demon was only lightly injured and did not suffer any fatal injuries. It was provoked to the point that it became even more enraged. It exploded with even more power and pounced towards Ji Tianxing. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing suddenly understood and thought to himself, no matter if it's a human, a demon, or a devil, the chest and heart are all fatal points. The ancient heart demon will definitely guard against it. Its fatal weakness is not in its chest, it must be somewhere else. I have to find it. He immediately activated the White Heart Demon Subduing Art and channeled its mysterious power into his eyes. Pure Heart Dharma Eye. Instantly, Ji Tianxing's eyes became deep and mysterious. His pupils also turned golden. His eyes were bright and contained an unfathomable power. When he looked at the ancient heart demon again, he saw a completely different scene. It was no longer a giant black beast that was 100 meters tall. His pure heart Dharma eye could see through camouflage, demonic transformation, and falsehood. He saw the essence of the ancient heart demon at a glance. In Ji Tianxing's Dharma eye, the ancient heart demon's giant beast form was just a layer of hazy camouflage. The essence of the ancient heart demon was a ball of dark red fire in the shape of a heart that kept beating. Humph! The ancient heart demon is just SOS. Watch me seal the demon with one palm. Ji Tianxing snorted coldly. He waved his palms and cast a spell. His aura was like a rainbow as he slapped out a huge golden palm that covered the sky. Demon sealing palm. Boom. Amidst a deafening noise, the giant golden palm hit the ancient heart demon hard. A sacred golden light exploded and lit up the darkness within 100 miles. The mysterious and unfathomable magic power instantly destroyed the 100-meter-tall, mountain-like body of the ancient inner demon. With a clear shattering sound, its ferocious body was immediately shattered into thousands of pieces that scattered in the darkness. The ancient heart demon's giant beast camouflage was broken and its essence was finally revealed. A ball of blood-red fire the size of a house floated in the darkness like a heart, beating loudly. The ancient heart demon was obviously stunned. It didn't expect Ji Tianxing to change so much and become so powerful. Not only did he regain his consciousness and intelligence, but he could also break its camouflage. It was immediately enraged. Demonic flames surged up and turned into a blood-red light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It swept towards Ji Tianxing like a torrential flood. The boundless blood-red light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it drowned the darkness and enveloped Ji Tianxing. Suddenly, the ancient heart demon's power exploded to the extreme and crazily eroded Ji Tianxing's intelligence and thoughts. Ji Tianxing, who was still conscious, suddenly became sluggish and confused. He was about to be assimilated by the ancient heart demon. This was the true power of the ancient heart demon. The ancient heart demon was not terrifying because it attacked and killed in the form of a giant beast, but because it eroded one's soul and intelligence, causing one to lose their consciousness and humanity. Ji Tianxing fell into the boundless blood-red light. His movements became slower and slower, and his strength became weaker and weaker. The boundless blood-red light also gradually converged and merged into his body and soul. However, Ji Tianxing still maintained a trace of intelligence in the deepest part of his soul. He was still silently using the white heart demon subduing art. 6 hours passed. The white heart demon subduing art allowed him to remain conscious and his power continued to awaken. He blocked the ancient heart demon's invasion. 12 hours later, the white heart demon subduing art became stronger and stronger. He began to remove the ancient heart demon's power. 24 hours later, he removed all the blood-red light that invaded his body and his body regained its freedom. On the other hand, the ancient heart demon's power gradually weakened and could no longer invade him. The great Tao is flawed, the pure heart is untainted, the three pure ones transform into Qi, the mysterious heaven demon subduing art. Ji Tianxing stood in the boundless blood-red light. He waved his hands and formed a profound seal. He had a serious expression as he shouted. He had finally mastered the white heart demon subduing art. He had completely comprehended it and used the most powerful demon subduing ultimate kill. A sacred golden light surged out of his body and enveloped him. The golden light became denser and denser, and the accumulated power became more and more powerful. 100 breaths later, his power was accumulated to the peak. He finally opened his arms and slammed forward with all his might. In that instant, boundless divine golden light spread out in all directions, erupting with a divine and awe-inspiring might. Boom! With a loud bang, the sacred golden light dispelled the blood-red light in all directions and completely purified the ancient heart demon's power. In just a few breaths' time, all the blood-red light that had filled the darkness was completely dispelled. The jade world was clear, and the blood-red light dissipated. The ancient heart demon's power was completely eliminated. The boundless darkness was enveloped by the sacred golden light, becoming bright and warm. Thousands of golden flowers fell from the sky above Ji Tianxing's head. Thousands of golden lotuses bloomed under his feet. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed from the ground. Chapter 727. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing's soul consciousness immediately left the depths of his soul and returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was still sitting in the secret chamber, motionless on the ground. Just now, his battle with the ancient heart devil and his cultivation of the white heart devil subduing art had all happened in his soul consciousness. Luckily, he had mastered the heart demon subduing spell and got rid of the heart demon. When he circulated his energy to check the condition of his body, he found that the blood dissipation curse in his body had been removed. Originally, the blood dissipation curse had invaded his body and sealed him in ice like a statue. But now, he had gotten rid of the blood dissipation curse and his body was back to normal. Not only that, but Ji Tianxing was also surprised to find that his body had been tempered and strengthened by more than 2 times. He had secretly reached the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. He had achieved the ultimate sword body. He was surprised and confused at the same time. I just got rid of the heart demon and the blood dissipation curse. How did it strengthen my body and increase my cultivation level? How did I achieve the ultimate sword body? He thought for a while and soon understood the reason. The blood dissipation curse had invaded his internal organs and bone marrow, causing them to be stiff and necrotic. His body was almost dead. But he had mastered the heart demon subduing spell and got rid of the blood dissipation curse. The heart demon subduing spell's sacred power had also repaired his internal organs and bone marrow. First it was destroyed and then repaired. That was the process of strengthening and refining. That was why he could achieve the ultimate sword body and reach Sky Origin stage level 6. This is great. This is a blessing in disguise. Not only did I get rid of the blood dissipation curse, I mastered the heart demon subduing spell and achieved the ultimate sword body. My cultivation level has also increased by 1 level. Now that I have achieved the ultimate sword body, my speed, strength, and defense have all reached the pinnacle. My combat power has also increased by more than 2 times. Plus, I have mastered the heart demon subduing spell. It is a spell that can suppress the demons. If I meet any powerful demons in the future, I will be able to kill them easily. Ji Tianxing was excited. He was happy that he had survived a disaster. He quickly stood up and walked around in the secret room to stretch his limbs. I don't know how long I've been in the secret chamber. Yao Yao should be awake by now, right? She must be very worried and anxious to see me, right? Ji Tianxing suddenly thought of this question and walked towards the door of the secret room. He couldn't wait to see Yun Yao so that she wouldn't worry. Outside the door of the secret chamber, several powerhouses were currently gathered. Yun Yao, Long Yunxiao, Kun Wu, Ling Yichen, Fox Princess, the little black dragon and the little ice fox had been waiting outside for 5 days. In the past 5 days, more than a dozen princes and divine masters had visited Tianxing Palace. When everyone found out that Ji Tianxing had not appeared, they all left. However, Yun Yao, Long Yunxiao, Kun Wu, Ling Yichen and the others never left. Everyone's mood became more and more sorrowful, and the atmosphere became more and more sorrowful and bleak. Everyone knew that after 5 days, the power of the blood dissipation curse had long been exhausted. Ji Tianxing still hadn't appeared, and there was no movement in the secret chamber. He must be dead. Long Yunxiao's mood was also very sorrowful. However, when he saw Yun Yao's despondent and disheartened appearance, he suppressed his sorrow and advised her, "Yao Yao, we should go." His voice was a little low and dry. Clearly, it wasn't easy for him to say these words. Yun Yao didn't say anything. She only shook her head lightly. Her tear-filled eyes were still staring at the door of the secret chamber. She didn't want to look away for even a moment. Long Yunxiao had already expected her to react this way. He advised, "Yao Yao, we all know how vicious the power of the blood dissipation curse is. Tianxing sacrificed himself so that you could live well. If he saw you so sorrowful, his heart would definitely ache." Kun Wu, Ling Yiju, and Fox Princess couldn't bear to see Yun Yao's overly sorrowful appearance. They all comforted her. "Yun Yao, Tianxing is infatuated with you. That's why he made such a decision. As the saying goes, you will get what you ask for. Only if you live well will you be worthy of his efforts." Although we also pray for Tianxing and hope that he can create a miracle, 5 days have passed. The hope is too slim. Yun Yao, you must pull yourself together. Hearing everyone's advice, Yun Yao still stared at the stone door and said in a low but determined voice, "If you don't want to wait, then leave. I won't leave. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I won't give up. I believe in Tianqing. I've gone through so many storms with him, and he's survived so many life and death situations. This time, he will also create a miracle. He said that he would grow old with me hand in hand and would never abandon me. I believe in his promise. He won't leave without me. Yun Yao's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled as she spoke. Everyone could feel her sorrow. Their hearts clenched and their eyes reddened. At this moment, a few more powerhouses arrived at Tianqing Palace and came to the corridor outside the secret chamber. Among these powerhouses, the leaders were Divine Masters Wulong and Qianyi. Ji Tianqing's mentor, Divine Master Clearcloud, was also here. Behind the three Divine Masters were Murong Lingfeng and a few other human princes. They were all here to check on the situation. The three Divine Masters walked to the door of the secret chamber and looked at the tightly shut stone door. Their eyes dimmed. Divine Master Wulong looked at the sorrowful crowd and said in a solemn voice, "Everyone, 5 days have passed. Prince Tianqing's chances of survival are very slim. There's no movement in the secret chamber. Prince Tianqing definitely didn't turn into a demon, but he must have been corroded into blood and ashes by the power of the blood dissipation curse. Everyone, disperse. There's no point in waiting any longer." After he finished speaking, a few princes turned and left. The three Divine Masters stopped for a moment, shook their heads, sighed, and left as well. Outside the secret chamber, only Yun Yao, Long Yunxiao, Kun Wu, and Ling Yichen were left. They were the princes who were on good terms with Ji Tianqing. Of course, Murong Lingfeng did not leave. He glanced at the heartbroken Yun Yao and the sorrowful crowd. A mocking sneer flashed across his eyes. 5 days have already passed. Ji Tianqing must have died without leaving even dregs behind. What are you all still waiting here for? Haven't you given up yet? Do you really think that Ji Tianqing can still create a miracle? Even the Divine Masters are helpless against the blood dissipation curse. Ji Tianqing is not a god. How can he break the curse? Everyone was sorrowful. Murong Lingfeng, on the other hand, was full of pride and joy. Long Yunxiao, Kun Wu, and the others instantly turned around and glared angrily at him when they heard him. Their eyes were filled with dense rage and killing intent. Yun Yao also turned around slowly to look at Murong Lingfeng. Her eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. Murong Lingfeng could not help but sneer when he saw everyone's reaction. What's the point of glaring at me? Let's hurry up and collect Ji Tianqing's corpse. Oh, I forgot. He must have turned into a pool of blood. Not even a corpse is left. Long Yunxiao and Kun Wu were furious. They clenched their fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. They could not help but want to teach Murong Lingfeng a lesson. This fella's mouth was too vicious. However, at this moment, the stone door of the secret chamber that had been motionless all this time suddenly moved. Along with a muffled rumbling sound, the tall and heavy stone door actually slowly opened. Chapter 728. When the heavy stone door slowly opened, everyone outside the door was stunned. Everyone instantly quieted down and stared at the door of the secret room with their eyes wide open. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's breathing and heartbeat stopped. When the heavy dark brown stone door completely opened, a handsome and tall figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. This handsome and valiant young man in a white robe was the person everyone had been waiting for, Ji Tianqing. He didn't look weak or injured at all. Instead, he was in high spirits and exuded a confident and powerful aura. There was a hazy golden spiritual light in the secret room that enveloped his figure and formed a hazy illusion. It made him look holy and majestic, like a god that had descended from the heavens. Everyone couldn't help but recall what Murong Lingfeng had said just now. Even the god-tier masters were helpless against the blood dissipation curse. Ji Tianqing isn't a god. How can he dispel the curse? Murong Lingfeng's words were still ringing in their ears, but Ji Tianqing had appeared safe and sound. He wasn't injured at all, and he was in high spirits. His aura was holy and majestic, just like a god. This was a miracle. Everyone's expressions became extremely interesting. They all revealed looks of disbelief, as if they had seen a miracle. Yun Yao, who had been the most sorrowful, was the first to come back to her senses. She stared at Ji Tianxing, and the sorrow in her heart disappeared. Her pale and bloodless face regained its vigor, and she revealed a smile. She cried tears of joy. The tears that had accumulated in her clear eyes immediately gushed out, and large teardrops rolled down her face. When Ji Tianxing looked at her with a gentle smile and gentle eyes, she couldn't hold back her excitement anymore. She stepped forward and threw herself at Ji Tianxing. "Tianxing!" She shouted in surprise and threw herself into Ji Tianxing's arms. She stretched out her arms and tightly hugged his neck. She lowered her head and buried it in Ji Tianxing's chest. The tears in her eyes flowed out uncontrollably. At this moment, she didn't care about the title of empress or the image of a fairy. She tightly hugged Ji Tianxing, who had almost died, and did not want to be separated from him for even a moment. Ji Tianxing's eyes were filled with tenderness. He held Yun Yao's slender waist with one hand and held her head with the other, gently stroking her beautiful hair. "Yao Yao, don't cry. I'm fine now. I've said it before, I'll accompany you until we're old, and I'll never abandon you." At this moment, Ji Tianxing's heart was also surging with emotions. Even if there were thousands of words to say, in the end, it only turned into this one oath. Other than this, he couldn't find a more suitable word to describe his current feelings. At this moment, the little black dragon and Qian Yu also came to their senses, and they let out excited cheers as they rushed over to Ji Tianxing. "Old Ji, it's great that you're all right." "Ha, I've long known that our old Ji is immortal. He's either creating a miracle, or he's on the way to creating a miracle." In the past 5 days, the little black dragon and Qian Yu had been grieving and heartbroken. The two of them had been standing guard outside the secret room, not leaving even a single step, waiting for Ji Tianxing's safe return. Even though 5 days had passed and everyone was in despair, they still refused to give up, firmly believing that Ji Tianxing could create a miracle. Now, reality had proven that Ji Tianxing did not disappoint them. Ji Tianxing looked at the little black dragon and Qian Yu with a gentle gaze, revealing a faint smile. Immediately after, Long Yunxiao, Kun Wu, Ling Yi, and the others all came to their senses. Everyone revealed an excited expression and let out shocked exclamations. Long Yunxiao said with a face full of joy, "Tianxing, this lord didn't misjudge you. No matter how dangerous it is, you can always turn danger into safety." Kun Wu breathed a sigh of relief, nodding with a face full of smiles. "Ji Tianxing, you're finally safe. We didn't wait for you in vain. This lord had long guessed that with your ability, how could you fall in this calamity?" Ling Yi was also excited, his face flushed red. He waved his fist at Ji Tianxing and shouted excitedly, "Junior brother Ji, it's our clan's fortune that you're safe and sound." Everyone was filled with excitement and gratification. They were all in high spirits. Even the demon race's first empress, Fox Ji, was excited. She felt gratified and happy for Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's love of life and death made her full of gratitude and admiration. However, there was one person who was not happy. Instead, his expression was ugly, shocked, and angry. This person was Murong Lingfeng. His eyes widened in shock, staring at Ji Tianxing. He roared angrily in his heart, "How could this be? How is this possible? Ji Tianxing, this bastard. How could he not die? How tough is his life?" Soon, he realized that not only was Ji Tianxing safe and sound, but his strength and aura had also doubled. He had become even more mysterious. Murong Lingfeng used his spiritual sense to check and realized that Ji Tianxing's strength had increased. He had reached the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. This result made him dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. "Motherfucker. How is this possible?" He suffered the blood-dissipating curse. Not only did he not die, but he also benefited from the disaster and increased his cultivation by 1 level? Is there any justice in this world? What did he do? How could he be so strong? Murong Lingfeng's face turned green. His heart was filled with anger. He was so angry that he could barely speak. When Murong Lingfeng saw Ji Tianxing being surrounded by the crowd, chatting and laughing excitedly, he was so angry that his vision turned black. He couldn't stay any longer. He suppressed his anger and turned around to leave with a dark face. However, at this moment, Ji Tianxing looked at him with a faint smile. He asked, "Master Murong, I vaguely heard you say that you are here to collect my body?" Yun Yao, Long Yunxiao, and the others quieted down. They all turned around to look at Murong Lingfeng with unfriendly eyes. Murong Lingfeng stopped. He didn't say anything with a dark face. Ji Tianxing smiled coldly. He said in a mocking tone, "I am not your father. Why are you collecting my body? Master Murong, you are so filial. You should keep it for your father." Long Yunxiao, Kun Wu, and the others were stunned. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. Murong Lingfeng was so angry that he almost fainted. His face turned purple. His chest was heaving up and down as if he was going to spit out a flame of anger. He was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He could only suppress his anger and leave quickly without saying a word. Of course, he was so angry that he was trembling. He staggered as he walked. He looked like a mess. Long Yunxiao, Kun Wu, and the others saw Murong Lingfeng leaving in a mess. They burst into laughter again. Chapter 729. Everyone chatted with Ji Tianxing outside the secret chamber for a while before taking their leave one after another. Kun Wu, Ling Yixiong, and Fox Princess left, but Yun Yao and Long Yunxiao stayed. Ji Tianxing led the two into the study room, closed the door, and started to discuss matters. After the three of them sat down, the study room quieted down, and the atmosphere became solemn. Ji Tianxing said with a serious face, "Although I am out of danger and have successfully removed the curse, this matter is not over yet. I have analyzed this matter before, and I feel that there is something fishy about it. There must be something wrong. Son of Heaven, Yao Yao, tell me the whole story from the beginning to the end." Yun Yao and Long Yunxiao nodded in agreement. Obviously, they also felt that there was something wrong. Long Yunxiao started with the conflict between Yun Yao and Ansuan, and narrated the entire story from beginning to end. After Ji Tianxing heard it, he frowned and said with a serious tone, "It seems that the conflict between Yao Yao and the heavenly concubine, the disappearance of the heavenly concubine, and the trap set by the demon king Xue Qianjiang are all related. I suspect that someone is deliberately instigating the relationship between Yao Yao and the heavenly concubine, making them fight each other." Long Yunxiao frowned and asked with doubt, "If someone is really doing this, what is their purpose?" "Of course it is you." Ji Tianxing stared at Long Yunxiao and said with a serious tone, "Because you are the key person between the two of them." Long Yunxiao was even more confused. Ji Tianxing did not continue to explain, and said with a calm tone, "We can analyze it in reverse. If Yao Yao and the heavenly concubine completely break off their relationship, who will benefit the most? Who can clearly grasp our movements, and play the role of instigating them at the crucial moment?" Yun Yao frowned and pondered. Hearing his reminder, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Ji Tianxing beside her and asked, "Tianxing, are you suspecting Lan Huixin?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said calmly, "Ever since we met Lan Huixin and she humbly begged to stay by your side, I've been suspicious of her. She was originally the #1 genius beauty of the Long Heaven domain. Not only could she marry into a rich and powerful family as a madam, she could also cultivate diligently and become a famous martial arts genius. But why would she bow and scrape to stay by your side, even willing to be a maid? I don't believe that she has no ulterior motives." Yun Yao nodded her head in agreement and said, "Lan Huixin has always dreamed of becoming a heavenly consort, a sparrow flying to a branch to become a phoenix. If the heavenly concubine and I were to completely break off our relationship, of course, it would be most beneficial to her. Perhaps she would be able to take advantage of the situation." Hearing this, Long Yunxiao hurriedly waved his hand and explained solemnly, "Impossible. Even if I don't marry for the rest of my life, I would never take a fancy to Lan Huixin." Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao ignored him and didn't react at all. Yun Yao continued, "Moreover, the initial cause of this matter was Lan Huixin telling me that the emperor visited Yun Yao Palace several times and had something important to discuss with me. After I went to Yun Shao Palace, I ran into the heavenly consort Ansuan and had a conflict with her." Long Yunxiao suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly, So that's how it is. No wonder Yao Yao suddenly came to find me that day. I thought she had something important to discuss with me. I didn't expect that it was actually Lan Huixin who deliberately instigated things. It seems that the heavenly consort didn't eavesdrop on our conversation in the side hall that day by chance. It's very likely that she was instigated by Lan Huixin. After the three confronted each other and analyzed the situation, the truth was immediately revealed. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment, then said in a solemn tone, Lan Huixin is so scheming, sinister, and despicable. She must be eliminated. She can't be allowed to continue staying in Yun Yao Palace. However, these are only our speculations. We don't have any real evidence, so we can't convict her. Yun Yao also looked angry and said in a cold voice, if it weren't for Lan Huixin's instigation, there wouldn't be so many twists and turns. The heavenly consort and I wouldn't be in prison, and Tianxing wouldn't have almost lost his life. I treated her like a sister, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. We must get rid of her. Otherwise, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart. To Yun Yao, Ji Tianxing was the most important person. It was fine if Lan Huixin tricked her, but she almost killed Ji Tianxing. This was an unforgivable capital crime. Long Yunshao was also filled with anger, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his heart. But without evidence, he couldn't convict Lan Huixin. He could only think hard about how to find evidence. The three of them were silent for a while. Then Ji Tianxing suddenly thought of something and smiled. I got it. I have a way to make Lan Huixin give herself away very soon. Long Yunshao and Yun Yao's eyes suddenly lit up, and they looked at him expectantly. What is it? Ji Tianxing revealed a playful smile and said in a low voice, Lan Huixin only instigated a dispute between Yao Yao and the heavenly consort. She didn't have the right to leave the monarch mansion without permission. But later, when the heavenly consort left the monarch mansion, she was immediately knocked out and kidnapped by a mysterious powerhouse. This means that Lan Huixin must have an accomplice. It's very likely that the accomplice is that mysterious powerhouse. Didn't Yao Yao just say that she suspects that the mysterious powerhouse is Murong Lingfeng? If that's the case, we can do this. Ji Tianxing told Long Yunshao and Yun Yao about his idea. The two of them immediately nodded in agreement and looked expectant. Good. Let's do it. This is a good idea. It will definitely make her reveal her flaws. Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded. If that's the case, then let's not delay any longer. We'll take action immediately to avoid any unexpected changes. Yun Yao and Long Yunshao nodded in agreement. They immediately followed him out of the study and began to take action. After Yun Yao left Tianxing Palace alone, she rushed back to Yun Yao Palace as fast as lightning. She had just sat down to rest when Lan Huixin walked into the hall with a bowl of spiritual tea. Sister Yun, you're finally back? Please have some tea. Yun Yao calmly picked up the teacup and tasted the tea silently. Lan Huixin stood aside and pretended to be concerned. Sister Yun, you've been in Tianxing Palace for 5 days. You've made me worried sick. By the way, how's young Master Ji? Has he broken the curse? Yun Yao nodded and said in a relieved tone, Fortunately, Tianxing is extraordinary. He's already out of danger. Lan Huixin was a little disappointed, but she still put on a pleasantly surprised expression. That's great. Young Master Ji is indeed lucky. Sister Yun, you can finally rest assured. Yun Yao smiled and continued, not only has Tianxing woken up, but we've also found a useful clue. We already know who kidnapped the heavenly consort. Lan Huixin was shocked when she heard this news. However, she didn't show it on her face. She pretended to be curious and asked, Sister Yun, who did you find? Chapter 730. Yun Yao was still calm and indifferent. She didn't have her guard up against Lan Huixin at all. When she heard Lan Huixin's question, she subconsciously said, that reckless guy is actually Murong. Speaking up to hear, Yun Yao suddenly realized something and hurriedly shut her mouth. However, when Lan Huixin heard the word Murong, her body suddenly trembled. A strange look flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Yun Yao took out a square black iron box from her sleeve. The iron box was made of cold cloud iron. It was abnormally strong and tough. Moreover, The surface of the box was engraved with array patterns and patterns. It was tightly sealed. According to that clue, we found a piece of evidence. This piece of evidence can pin down the mastermind. We have to continue our investigation in the next 2 days. When we find more clues, we can present this piece of evidence to the imperial court. That bastard dared to kidnap the heavenly consort. This is a capital offense that will result in the execution of his entire family. When the time comes, not only will that bastard be executed by the imperial court, but even his family will be severely punished by the imperial court. Yun Yao held the fine iron box with both hands as she spoke in a cold and stern tone. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Lan Huixin quickly nodded in agreement. She also said angrily, "Sister Yun is right. That guy really deserves to die. He dared to offend the imperial court. He should be severely punished." After she finished speaking, she secretly looked at the box and memorized its shape and patterns. Yun Yao held the iron box and walked to the bedroom. She calmly ordered, "All right, Huixin, you can leave first. I want to rest for a while." Lan Huixin bowed and quickly left the room. However, after she left the room, she hid by the window and secretly peeked at the scene in the room. Yun Yao held the iron box and walked to the innermost side of the room. She pressed a mechanism on the wall and opened the secret compartment protected by the array. The secret compartment was embedded in the wall. It was almost impossible to see from the outside. It was very hidden. Yun Yao carefully put the evidence into the secret compartment. Then she sat on the bed and meditated to rest. Seeing this scene, Lan Huixin frowned and quietly turned to leave. She remained calm and collected as she quietly left Yun Yao Palace. Riding a spirit bird, she flew into the sky at lightning speed. About an hour later, the spirit beast flying bird landed outside the gate of the towering Wind Palace. After exchanging a few words with the guard, she was led through the gate by the guard. Half an hour later, she met Murong Lingfeng in a secret room filled with spiritual qi. Murong Lingfeng's expression was very cold. There was still anger in his eyes, and the anger in his heart had not dissipated. Obviously, Ji Tianxing's previous words had angered him too much. Seeing Murong Lingfeng enter the secret room, Lan Huixin quickly bowed and greeted him respectfully, "Young Master Murong." Murong Lingfeng walked to the throne in the secret room and sat down. He asked with an expressionless face, "Why have you come to find this young master?" Lan Huixin did not dare to talk nonsense. She quickly said, "Young master, Yun Yao just returned to her residence and told me that she found some clues about who kidnapped the heavenly concubine." She had inadvertently mentioned the word Murong, but she didn't say anything else. Also, she found a piece of evidence. Lan Huixin told her everything that had happened before and what Yun Yao had said, word for word. After Murong Lingfeng heard it, he immediately frowned. His eyes became gloomy and cold. He pondered silently and thought to himself, "They actually found evidence? And they have to hand it over to the imperial court? How is this possible? This young master is very meticulous. I will never leave any evidence behind. However, this matter is very important. There must not be any mistakes or accidents. Could it be, when this young master was fighting with that demon Xue Qianjiang, I accidentally left some evidence behind? It's very likely. Only when this young master was fighting with Xue Qianjiang in Yan Hui Mountain would there be a mistake." Thinking of this, Murong Lingfeng's mood became more and more irritable. Yun Yao, that bitch. And Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao, those two bastards, they will all die a horrible death. If they really found the evidence and handed it to the imperial court, not only will this young master be executed by the imperial court, even the Murong family will suffer. No way. This young master will not let them succeed. Murong Lingfeng thought for a moment and immediately made up his mind. He ordered coldly, "Lan Huixin, after you return to Yun Yao Palace, you must find a way to steal that evidence. If that evidence is sent to the imperial court, we will all die. Do you understand?" Lan Huixin's eyes suddenly turned cold. She nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, young master." "Go." Murong Lingfeng waved his hand and gestured for her to leave. Lan Huixin bowed and left the secret room. After an hour, Lan Huixin rode on the flying bird and returned to Yunyao Palace. At this time, it was already evening. The sky was dark, and lights were lit everywhere in Yunyao Palace. Lan Huixin went to the kitchen and brought a bowl of spiritual porridge. She pretended to bring the porridge to Yunyao. She took this opportunity to enter Yunyao's room. However, when she entered the room, she found that there was no one in the room. Yunyao was not there. Lan Huixin was full of doubts. She found an excuse and asked a maid about Yunyao's whereabouts. The maid told her that an hour ago, Yunyao seemed to have something urgent and rushed to Tianqing Palace. Lan Huixin was secretly delighted when she heard this news. She quietly sneaked into Yunyao's room and found the secret compartment in the innermost corner of the room. Although the secret compartment had a protective array, this array was not a high-level one. It was very common in many secret rooms and rooms in Yunyao Palace. Lan Huixin had already studied this kind of array. It only took her 100 breaths to crack the array. With a soft click, she finally opened the secret compartment. There was a black fine iron box lying quietly in the secret compartment. It was the one that Yunyao had put in earlier. Lan Huixin's pretty face revealed a smug sneer. She quickly reached out and took out the fine iron box. However, at this moment, the dim room suddenly lit up with bright lights. The door of the room also opened with a creak. 3 figures appeared at the door. Lan Huixin was immediately shocked. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the door and saw that the 3 people were Yunyao, Ji Tianqing, and Long Yunxiao. The 3 of them were staring at her coldly with mocking sneers on their faces. Lan Huixin's face instantly turned pale when she saw this scene. She immediately understood. This was Yunyao's scheme. She had fallen into a trap. Her body instantly turned cold. Her heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. She froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Lan Huixin, what else do you want to say now? You walked right into the trap so quickly. I really overestimated you. Chapter 731. Lan Huixin understood everything, but it was too late. She knew very well that since Yunyao had deliberately set her up, she must have suspected her for a long time. Now that she had been caught red-handed, it was useless no matter how she quibbled. When Ji Tianqing, Yunyao, and Long Yunxiao stepped into the room, she immediately knelt on the ground and put on a pitiful look, crying and begging. Sister Yunyao, it's not what you think. I didn't do it on purpose. Please, I beg you, for the sake of my hard work in serving you. Lan Huixin cried and begged for mercy, but she was secretly looking for a way to escape. She quietly put the fine iron box into her sleeve, trying to hide it in her space ring. Although her little movements couldn't be hidden from Ji Tianqing and the other 2's eyes, they ignored her. However, the 3 of them turned a blind eye and allowed Lan Huixin to quietly hide the iron box in her spatial ring. The next moment, Lan Huixin, who was still kowtowing and begging for mercy, suddenly burst out with all her strength and rushed to the window as fast as the wind. She jumped and burst out with a dazzling true essence brilliance, wanting to break through the window and escape the room. However, Ji Tianqing had already expected her to escape. He waved his hand as fast as lightning and struck out a giant golden palm. Swoosh! The giant golden palm instantly grabbed Lan Huixin and pulled her back to Ji Tianqing. Lan Huixin's expression changed drastically. She was full of anxiety and anger. She urged her true essence to struggle desperately. Ji Tianqing sneered and crushed Lan Huixin's protective true essence with the giant golden palm. Moreover, an incomparably violent true essence gushed out of his palm and rushed into Lan Huixin's body crazily, destroying her essence core and meridians. Lan Huixin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her true essence quickly leaked out and lit up with true essence brilliance. In the blink of an eye, Lan Huixin's cultivation was crippled by Ji Tianqing and she became a weak ordinary person. Ji Tianqing casually threw her to the ground, making a muffled, plop, sound. Lan Huixin lay on the ground with her face full of blood. Her whole body twitched in pain and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ji Tianqing, you actually crippled my cultivation. You vicious bastard, I curse you. You'll die a horrible death. Lan Huixin was frightened and desperate. She cursed in pain and anger, her voice sharp and ear-piercing. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao did not pity her at all when they saw her disheveled appearance with blood all over her face. Yun Yao stared at her coldly and shouted with an icy expression, "Lan Huixin. Back then, you claimed that you were homeless and begged me to stay. I didn't expect you to be so sinister and despicable. You purposely instigated a conflict between me and the heavenly concubine and almost caused Tianxing, me, and the heavenly concubine to lose our lives. What right does a venomous woman like you have to call others venomous? Tianxing only crippled your cultivation and didn't kill you. That's already the greatest mercy he could have shown you." Lan Huixin curled up on the ground and suddenly sneered as if she had lost her mind. She ignored the blood that kept coming out of her mouth and nose. "Pa, I'm homeless? Begging? Don't you know why I begged so humbly and tried so hard to stay? You can all pursue your loved ones. Can't I do the same? Why is it that in order to pursue your loved ones, you are the ones who are deeply moved, but I'm called a vicious woman? But I can't accept this." Lan Huixin's hair was disheveled and her face was covered in blood. Her voice was filled with grief, indignation, and excitement. Seeing her like this, Long Yunxiao said expressionlessly in a deep voice, "You're crazy. You don't know what love is at all." When he saw the blood on Lan Huixin's face on the ground, he frowned and said, "Don't let your blood dirty Yao Yao's room." As he spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a beam of light to clean up the blood on the floor. Then, Long Yunxiao carried Lan Huixin out of the room and brought her to a secret room. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao followed into the secret room and the three of them began to interrogate Lan Huixin. Yun Yao asked in a cold voice, "Lan Huixin, it's useless for you to explain anything now. Tell us the truth. Who ordered you to do this?" Long Yunxiao said in a dignified voice, "If you confess honestly, I can spare your life. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, but I will also exterminate your whole family." Hearing their words, Lan Huixin was stunned for a moment and then sneered contemptuously. "Pa, haven't you already found out who the mastermind is? Why are you interrogating me? Just go and catch him." Long Yunxiao and Yun Yao's expressions suddenly froze, and their eyes darkened. Ji Tianxing looked at Lan Huixin indifferently and said calmly, "When I crippled your cultivation just now, I noticed that there was an extremely strong poison hidden in your body. If I'm not wrong, the poison was planted by the mastermind, right? Lan Huixin, if you were forced, you should confess. Only in this way can you reduce your crime and beg the imperial court to be lenient with you." Ji Tianxing's words obviously hit the nail on the head and made Lan Huixin's body tremble. However, she pursed her lips tightly and remained silent, resolutely refusing to confess. She was silently calculating in her heart, whether it's Murong Lingfeng, the son of heaven, Ji Tianxing, or Yun Yao, they are all high and mighty princes. They treat human lives like grass. There's no difference. If I don't confess, Ji Tianxing and the rest won't kill me. They even want me to confess to Murong Lingfeng. Murong Lingfeng will also think of a way to save me. He won't let me confess to him. However, if I confess, I will no longer have any value. Not only will Ji Tianxing and the rest kill me, but Murong Lingfeng will also use the heart-devouring poison pill to kill me." Thinking of this, Lan Huixin made up her mind. She would rather die than reveal any information. No matter how Ji Tianxing and the rest interrogated her or even tortured her, she clenched her teeth and refused to reveal anything. In desperation, the three of them could only temporarily give up the interrogation and lock her up in the secret chamber. Of course, Long Yunxiao was full of anger and made a decision in front of Lan Huixin. "Lan Huixin, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will immediately send an order to the Changtian region master to kill your entire Lan family. If you don't want to implicate your family, confess honestly when you have thought it through. As the saying goes, the Son of Heaven keeps his word." Once this order was passed down, it would be impossible to change it. The Lan family would definitely be killed. Long Yunxiao had originally thought that Lan Huixin would definitely be worried and might confess because of this. However, he didn't expect Lan Huixin to have no reaction to this. She was so selfish and cold that she didn't care about the life and death of her family. In this way, Long Yunxiao couldn't do anything for the time being. After Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Long Yunxiao left the secret chamber, they entered the study room together. Chapter 732. Unknowingly, 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Ji Tianxing, Long Yunxiao, and Yun Yao had tried several methods, but they still couldn't get Lan Huixin to confess. Lan Huixin had endured several kinds of torture. She was tortured until she was covered in bruises and dirty blood. She looked extremely miserable. However, her will was firm. She wouldn't say anything even if she died. In the end, Ji Tianxing and the other two were at their wits' end. Long Yunxiao then thought of a way. He decided to ask Divine Master Qianyi to perform the soul-searching secret technique to search Lan Huixin's soul and memory to find evidence. However, this method was cruel and vicious. It wasn't an ordinary method. Ordinary people wouldn't use it easily. The soul-searching secret technique also had a high failure rate. Once it failed, not only would they not get any clues, but Lan Huixin would also die. Late at night, Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Long Yunxiao finally made a decision after weighing the pros and cons in the study room. Early the next morning, Long Yunxiao would look for Divine Master Qianyi and ask him to perform the soul-searching secret technique. After the meeting, Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao got up and left Yun Yao Palace to return to their respective cave residences. Yun Yao had been too busy these days. She hadn't rested at all. Finally, she was physically and mentally exhausted. After Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao left, she also went back to her room to rest. Of course, she had already instructed the palace guards to guard the secret room where Lan Huixin was locked up. Although Lan Huixin's cultivation had been destroyed, Yun Yao was still very careful. She arranged for 4 bodyguard commanders to guard outside the secret room at all times to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Yun Yao Palace stood quietly on the mountain peak in the middle of the night. It was sleeping in the darkness. The palace was lit up with scattered lights. Not only were there guards guarding the roads and doors, but there were also a few groups of guards patrolling. Suddenly, in the dark night sky outside the palace, a black shadow silently flew over. Swoosh! This figure was as agile as a fallen leaf, as if it had merged with the darkness. It landed lightly in the woods east of Yun Yao Palace without alerting anyone. This person was dressed in black and had a veil covering her face. She looked tall and slim, like a young woman. However, his exposed eyes were as deep as the night sky. They were not as gentle and beautiful as a woman's, but contained a cold, killing intent. He hid in the forest filled with towering trees and observed quietly for a while before taking out a pair of dark gold scissors that were more than half a meter long. The simple golden scissors exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. Clearly, it was a soul-class magic treasure that surpassed the heavenly yuan level. This item was called the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors. According to legend, it was refined from the bones of a golden flood dragon. It possessed an incomparably powerful ability to break spells, as well as a terrifying destructive power. The man in black stared at the walls of Yun Yao Palace with burning eyes. After observing for a while, he saw the lines and key points of the defensive formation. He held the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors with both hands, silently urging his majestic true essence, causing the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors to shine with a dazzling golden light. Swish! He held the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors and fiercely cut at the defensive formation. Instantly, the defensive formation was broken, and a huge gap was cut out. After that, he put away the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, and his figure flashed through the gap and entered the defensive formation. His body merged with the darkness as he silently flipped over the walls, passed through the courtyards and palaces, and crept towards the center of Yun Yao Palace. The man in black moved stealthily in Yun Yao Palace. Obviously, he was familiar with the layout of Yun Yao Palace. Moreover, his strength was extremely powerful. He was at least at the 7th level of the Heavenly Yuan stage, so he could easily avoid the detection of all the guards. After about an hour, the man in black entered the depths of the palace and crept into a dark tunnel underground. The tunnel was 100 meters long, and at the end of it was the secret room where Lan Huixin was locked up. The stone door of the secret room was tightly shut, and there were 4 guard commanders guarding outside the door. They were as motionless as stone statues. These 4 guard commanders were all elites with strength at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage. They were the strongest powerhouses below the heavenly Yuan stage. In the entire Yunyao Palace, other than Yunyao, they were the strongest powerhouses. However, the man in black did not take these 4 guard commanders seriously at all. He concealed his aura and crept through the tunnel silently, approaching the 4 guard commanders quietly. When the guard commanders sensed that something was wrong, they turned their heads to look at the man in black. The man in black was less than 10 meters away from them. "Who's that? How dare you trespass into Yunyao Palace? You're seeking death." The 4 guard commanders were instantly awakened. They drew their swords and sabers and were about to attack immediately. However, the man in black waved his hand and shot out a 5-colored spirit light that enveloped half of the tunnel. The 5-colored spirit light immediately formed a formation, blocking the sound and true origin waves in the formation. No matter how the man in black and the guard commanders fought, no matter how loud the noise was, it would not alert the people outside. Swoosh. When the guard commanders brandished their swords and sabers to attack, the man in black hurriedly took out the golden WRM scissors and urged his vast true origin to fiercely scissor the 2 guards that charged at him. Along with the sound of kacha-kacha, the 2 guards' swords and bodies were cut into 2 by the golden serpent scissors on the spot. The 2 guards were cut in half at the waist. Their corpses fell to the ground and sprayed out a large amount of blood. Colorful internal organs and intestines flowed out as well. Such a bloody and cruel scene instantly caused the other 2 guard commanders to be stunned, and they were terrified to the point their faces went pale. The 2 of them hadn't recovered from their shock when they saw a golden light flash before their eyes, and then their necks were cut off on the spot by the golden WRM scissors. The man in black killed the 4 guard commanders swiftly like a bolt of lightning, then hurriedly rushed to the door of the secret room. He didn't waste any time. He held the golden WRM scissors in his hand and slashed at the secret room's stone door. The secret room's defensive formation and thick and solid stone door were unable to withstand the might of the golden WRM scissors, and an enormous hole was instantly cut open. The formation collapsed and the stone door shattered. The man in black stepped into the secret room. In the gloomy and cold secret room, Lan Huixin was tied to the wall by a few iron chains. Her hair was disheveled, and her body was covered in blood. She lowered her head dispiritedly and silently gasped for breath. Hearing the sound of the stone door shattering, she was instantly jolted awake. She opened her eyes and looked at the man in black. When she saw the man in black's appearance, her dim and despairing eyes immediately surged with a trace of pleasant surprise and anticipation. "Young Master Murong, you've really come to save me." Lan Huixin's emotions were extremely excited, as if she had seen the hope of escaping with her life. The man in black reached out and took off his mask, revealing a face as beautiful as a beauty's. It was indeed Murong Lingfeng. He held the golden WRM scissors and cut the iron chains that bound Lan Huixin in a few moves. He asked expressionlessly, "Have you obtained the evidence?" Lan Huixin regained her freedom. She couldn't be bothered to treat her wounds as she hurriedly took out a fine iron box from her space ring. "I've obtained the item, but they still don't seem to be certain that it's you." Before she could finish speaking, the fine iron box in her hand was snatched away by Murong Lingfeng. Chapter 733. Bang! Lan Huixin was sent flying by Murong Lingfeng's palm and crashed into the wall of the secret chamber. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and twitched in pain. Murong Lingfeng's palm wasn't very powerful and didn't kill her on the spot. However, this palm had ignited the hundreds of poisons hidden in her body, causing them to erupt and frantically corrode her internal organs, flesh, blood, and bone marrow. The extreme pain caused by the hundreds of poisons immediately made Lan Huixin curl up like a shrimp. She trembled and black poisonous blood kept flowing out of her mouth and nose. However, she widened her eyes in disbelief and glared at Murong Lingfeng with resentment. She stuttered, "You do this to me?" She didn't understand. She had endured all kinds of torture and didn't expose Murong Lingfeng. Why did Murong Lingfeng still want to kill her? Murong Lingfeng put away the fine iron box and looked at her expressionlessly. He said in an indifferent tone, "You know something you shouldn't know. Only death can shut your mouth forever. Moreover, you have no more value." Of course, you should die. After saying that, Murong Lingfeng put on his mask again and turned to leave the secret chamber. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the darkness like a ghost. The secret chamber quieted down and only Lan Huixin was left. She stared at the door of the secret chamber with bloodshot eyes. Her face was as malevolent as a demon and black blood kept flowing out of her mouth and nose. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret, and her entire body was emitting resentment. She hated herself for provoking Murong Lingfeng. This person was simply a demon. She regretted even more that she kept the secret and didn't expose Murong Lingfeng. In the end, she ended up like this. However, no matter how much she regretted, it was useless. The hundreds of poisons had completely erupted and quickly corroded her body. Her flesh and blood had turned into pus. After a short 100 breaths, Lan Huixin's body had completely corroded and turned into a pool of black blood. The #1 genius of the Long Sky region, a peerless beauty whose name spread far and wide, had silently died like this. Not even her bones were left behind. At the same time, Murong Lingfeng had quietly left Yunyao Palace. He flew across the night sky as fast as lightning and quickly returned to Ling Feng Palace. When he returned to his room, he didn't even have time to change out of his black night suit. He couldn't wait to take out the iron box. This young master wants to see what evidence those 3 bitches have found to actually link it to this young master. Murong Lingfeng coldly snorted, filled with anger. He used the golden flood dragon scissors to break the formation and lock of the fine iron box. When he opened the box, he saw that it was empty except for a small piece of paper. He picked up the piece of paper and saw a line of bold and powerful words written on it. Murong Lingfeng, wash your neck and wait for death. Seeing this, Murong Lingfeng was so angry that his face turned ashen. He grabbed the fine iron box and threw it to the ground. Bastard! Too arrogant! This little bastard Ji Tianxing, this young master will definitely tear him to shreds. Previously, he had thought that Ji Tianxing and the others might have really found some evidence. In the end, this was just a trap set up by Ji Tianxing and the other 2. Murong Lingfeng had been too cautious and had revealed a flaw, which had even cost Lan Huixin's life. In the end, the so-called evidence was just a piece of paper, and it was a blatant provocation to him. Murong Lingfeng had always been arrogant and conceited. How could he endure such humiliation? He was so angry that his hands were trembling, and his eyes were filled with a dark red murderous aura. He couldn't wait to kill his way into Tianxing Palace and tear Ji Tianxing to shreds. However, he could only think about it. In the wee hours of the morning, the night was dark. Ji Tianxing was meditating in his room, consolidating his martial arts realm. Suddenly, a guard rushed to the door and reported to him. Master, Yunyao Palace just sent news. Something happened tonight. Miss Yunyao wants you to go over immediately. Ji Tianxing was instantly awakened. He frowned with a serious expression. Something happened at Yunyao Palace? Could it be Lan Huixin? He realized that something was wrong and immediately rushed out of Tianxing Palace. He rushed to Yunyao Palace as fast as a flash of light. Not long after, he arrived at Yunyao Palace and hurried to the depths of the palace. When he entered the dark underground passage, he saw that the ground at the end of the passage was covered in blood and internal organs. There were also a few horrifying corpses. Yun Yao and Long Yunxiao were standing at the door of the secret chamber, looking around with gloomy expressions. Ji Tianxing hurried over and asked in a heavy tone, "What happened?" Yun Yao answered with anger in her eyes, 2 hours ago, someone snuck into the palace and killed 4 of the guard commanders. They also killed Lan Huixin." What? Someone actually snuck into Yunyao Palace? Ji Tianxing frowned fiercely. His heart was surging with anger. Especially when he saw the corpses of the 4 guard commanders, he was even more furious. Long Yunxiao's face was also very gloomy. He said in a low voice, "The corpses of the 4 guard commanders are very horrible." Lan Huixin died even more miserably. As he said that, he pointed to the inside of the secret chamber. Ji Tianxing stepped into the secret chamber and saw that the iron chain on the wall had been broken. Lan Huixin's body was not in the secret chamber. However, There was a puddle of black blood on the ground that was about to solidify into black ashes. He looked at it and realized that it was the filthy blood left behind after Lan Huixin's corpse had decayed. It was highly toxic. Damn it. Murong Lingfeng actually used such a cruel method to kill Lan Huixin. What's the difference between him and the devil? Yun Yao also nodded and said in a heavy tone, "That's right. Lan Huixin was despicable and sinister. She deserved to die." However, Lan Huixin refused to confess. Murong Lingfeng still snuck into my palace and cruelly poisoned Lan Huixin to death. Murong Lingfeng's method is so vicious and ruthless. It makes one's hair stand on end. Long Yunshao frowned, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that Lan Huixin is dead. This clue is also broken. It's very difficult for us to find any evidence to prove that Murong Lingfeng is the mastermind behind this. Ji Tianxing thought for a moment and asked Long Yunshao, "Son of Heaven, have you investigated the Yanhui Mountain? Murong Lingfeng and the Demon King Xue Qinjiang fought there. Perhaps they left some clues." Long Yunshao shook his head again and said in a low voice, "I've already thought of this. A few days ago, I sent people to investigate carefully. Unfortunately, Murong Lingfeng was too cautious and meticulous. He didn't leave any evidence at all." Hearing this, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were silent. The matter had reached a deadlock. They couldn't continue investigating. Although the three of them knew that the mastermind behind this was Murong Lingfeng, they had no evidence and couldn't convict Murong Lingfeng. After a moment, the three of them left the underground secret chamber and returned to the study. Long Yunshao chatted with the two of them for a while and then left. Yun Yao pulled Ji Tianxing and said in a gentle tone, "Tianxing, we can only put this matter of Murong Lingfeng aside for now. We have to be more careful in the future." Chapter 734. Originally, Ji Tianxing had just broken through to the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage and wanted to cultivate in seclusion for a few more days to consolidate his cultivation. However, since Yun Yao had brought this up, he naturally couldn't refuse. Moreover, Yun Yao had said a long time ago that her parents had invited Ji Tianxing to stay at Cloud's Soul Palace for a few days. He couldn't refuse such a great offer, so of course he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go back and make some preparations. We'll depart tomorrow morning." Yun Yao chatted with him for a while and gave him a few more instructions before letting him leave Yun Yao Palace. After Ji Tianxing returned to Tianxing Palace, he made the necessary arrangements. He found the steward and the commander of the guards and gave them instructions. After all, he would be delayed for at least half a month on this trip to Cloud's Soul Palace. After he finished his preparations, for hours had passed. The sun rose, and a new day had arrived. Ji Tianxing brought the little black dragon and Qian Yu to Yun Yao Palace. After he met up with Yun Yao, they rode on the spirit crane and left the monarch palace together, heading for Cloud's Soul Palace. During the journey, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao stood side by side on the spirit crane's back, intimately leaning against each other. The two of them were alone, flying between the blue sky and white clouds. Only then did their hearts truly calm down. Too many things have happened in the past half a month. Ji Tianxing wrapped his arm around Yun Yao's waist and held her in his arms. He said gently, "Yao Yao, you've suffered a lot during this period of time. You've been through many life and death situations, and you haven't had a good rest." Yun Yao gently shook her head and said sincerely, "I didn't suffer much, and it wasn't that dangerous. However, Tianxing, you took the blood dissipation curse for me and almost lost your life. You were the one who was truly in danger. I've already sent a message back to Cloud's Soul Palace and told my parents about this. My mother is very worried about you. My father said that when you go to Cloud's Soul Palace, he must thank you personally." Ji Tianxing revealed a gratified smile and whispered into Yun Yao's ear, "We'll be a family soon. Why are you still so polite?" Yun Yao's expression did not change, but her crystal-clear earlobes were covered with a layer of red. It was obvious that she was embarrassed. On the evening of the third day, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao finally arrived at Cloud's Soul Palace. Thousands of feet high in the sky, the boundless sea of clouds was illuminated by the setting sun. The Cloud Spirit Palace stood in the middle of the sea of clouds. It was majestic and dignified. Under the setting sun, It emitted thousands of rays of light. This was Ji Tianxing's third visit to Cloud Soul Palace. However, every time he saw the magnificent Cloud Spirit Palace, he would be shocked by its majestic aura. Not long after, the spirit crane landed on the square outside of Cloud Spirit Palace. The floor was paved with golden bricks. It reflected the sunlight as usual, and the golden light was dazzling. When the two of them landed on the square, the dozen or so disciples of the Yun family who were practicing their swordsmanship on the square immediately stopped and bowed respectfully to the two of them. "Greetings, miss." "Greetings, Lord Ji." The last time Ji Tianxing came to Cloud Soul Palace, he was the genius of the Thearcha's son, the #1 genius of the human race, and the Tianqian territory lord. He was honorable and dazzling. The disciples of the Yun family basically remembered his name and appearance. They were very respectful and worshipped him. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly to the disciples. He walked side by side with Yun Yao across the square and toward the palace gate. The dozen or so young disciples all stared at the two of them as they walked up the stairs. Until the two of them stepped onto the green jade steps and entered Cloud Soul Palace, the disciples were still discussing. Their eyes were filled with admiration and yearning. After Yun Yao led Ji Tianxing into Cloud Soul Palace, she arranged a small courtyard for him so that he could rest temporarily. When night fell, Yun Yao changed into an elegant and luxurious dress. Then, she went to find Ji Tianxing to attend the banquet together. Tonight's banquet was a simple family banquet. Yun Zhongqi and Bailey Ningsu had specially set up a banquet in the side hall to welcome Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Ji Tianxing was still wearing a white robe. Although his attire was simple, he exuded confidence and vigor. It was admirable. When the two of them entered the side hall, Yun Zhongqi and Bailey Ningsu, who were sitting on the main seats, immediately looked toward the entrance. Yun Yao was wearing an icy blue dress. She was like a fairy who had walked out of a world of ice and snow. She was cold and beautiful, and her aura was noble and holy. On the other hand, Ji Tianxing was handsome and handsome. He was wearing a white robe, which made him look even more handsome and elegant. He and Yun Yao walked hand in hand, and they really complemented each other. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match made in heaven. At that moment, not only did Yun Zhongqi reveal a gratified smile, but he even had the illusion that he was witnessing his daughter's wedding with Ji Tianxing. Even Bailey Ningsu, who had a neutral attitude before, was stunned by Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing's elegance. She suddenly felt that only when Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing were together, they had a natural sense of intimacy and perfection. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao walked to the middle of the hall and greeted Yun Zhongqi and Bailey Ningsu. Yun Zhongqi and Bailey Ningsu quickly smiled and nodded, indicating that the two of them should stop being so courteous. In addition to the four of them, there was another person in the hall. It was Yun Yao's cousin, Zhu Fifan. Zhu Fifan's parents died when he was young. He had been living with his aunt, Bailey Ningsu, in the Cloud Spirit Palace for more than 20 years. Bailey Ningsu treated him like her own son. She took care of him as if he was her own son. When Ji Tianxing came to the Cloud Spirit Palace last time, Zhu Fifan happened to be out on some business, so he didn't meet him. This was the first time they met. Bailey Ningsu introduced them to each other. Ji Tianxing and Zhu Fifan cupped their hands and greeted him. It could be said that they got to know each other. Zhu Fifan was dressed luxuriously. He had a kind face and was as gentle as jade. He was a gentleman with an elegant demeanor. His speech and actions were quite well-mannered. When he talked to Ji Tianxing, he also smiled. He was like a spring breeze and left a good impression on Ji Tianxing. After the two of them chatted for a while, Yun Zhongqi asked everyone to sit down. After a while, the family banquet began. The maids came in one after another. They brought all kinds of delicious dishes and several kinds of wine. Although there were only a dozen dishes in the banquet, all of them were the best in the world. While everyone was enjoying the delicious food and wine, they chatted from time to time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Ji Tianxing could also feel that Yun Zhongqi was treating him with more and more importance. Even Bailey Ningsu's impression of him improved greatly. She seemed to be more amiable and close to him. After an hour, the banquet ended. Everyone was about to leave after eating and drinking. Bailey Ningsu left first with Yun Yao. The mother and daughter wanted to have a chat. Yun Zhongqi looked at Ji Tianxing and said with a kind face, "Tianxing, do you mind taking a walk with me?" Ji Tianxing knew that Yun Zhongqi must have something to say to him. So he smiled and nodded. "How can I, Tianxing, refuse your invitation?" Chapter 735. Yun Zhongqi led Ji Tianxing out of the side hall and ascended to the second floor of the palace. The last time Ji Tianxing had come to Cloud Soul Palace, Yun Zhongqi had taken him to the Nebula Pagoda. The two of them had a secret discussion in the pagoda and decided on a plan to work together. What they discussed was confidential. Tonight, Yun Zhongqi had taken him to the second floor of the palace and stood in the hallway to admire the night scenery. From this, Ji Tianxing immediately guessed that what Yun Zhongqi was going to talk about wasn't anything confidential. The second floor of the palace was completely silent. The hallway was empty, and there was no one else besides the two of them. Yun Zhongqi stood in the hallway with his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the sea of clouds in front of him. Ji Tianxing stood beside him and looked at the sea of clouds in front of him, admiring the beautiful starry sky. The two of them were silent for a while before Yun Zhongqi finally opened his mouth and said in a serious tone, "Tianxing, I already know that you took the blood dissipation curse on Yao Yao's behalf. The blood dissipation curse was extremely vicious. Even if I did it myself, I wouldn't have been able to dispel it. For this matter, Uncle wants to thank you properly. Thank you for saving Yao Yao's life." Ji Tianxing shook his head and smiled. "Since Yao Yao and I love each other, this isn't just a verbal promise. I will hold her hand until we grow old and use all my strength to protect her. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I won't hesitate." Yun Zhongqi turned his head to look at him and said in a gratified tone, "If anyone else had said this, I definitely wouldn't have believed them. However, Tianxing, you've already done this, so how can I not believe you? Yao Yao is indeed a good judge of character. She didn't misjudge you. You are indeed worthy of being entrusted to her for the rest of her life. For a girl, to have someone protect her wholeheartedly and share life and death with her is the greatest blessing. In the future, I can entrust Yao Yao to you, so I can be completely at ease." Last time, when Yun Zhongqi had spoken to Ji Tianxing, he had always referred to himself as this lord. Tonight, he had changed his title to uncle. Ji Tianxing knew that this meant that Yun Zhongqi's attitude towards him had improved. Furthermore, Yun Zhongqi's words made it clear that he was treating him like a son-in-law. Ji Tianxing was gratified, but he didn't say anything. He just nodded to show that he understood. Yun Zhongqi continued, "It has been almost a month since the Duanmu clan's herb garden was destroyed. During this month, the central continent was in a state of turmoil. Heroes were vying for supremacy, and the situation was chaotic. Before this, who would have thought that the person who caused such a change in the world would be a newborn calf like you?" Yun Zhongqi's tone was somewhat rueful. A faint, playful smile hung on his resolute and dignified face. In fact, this was exactly what he was thinking. A month ago, he also couldn't believe that Ji Tianxing could do such a feat and cause such a huge commotion. But Ji Tianxing really did it. When Yun Zhongqi first saw Ji Tianxing today, he knew that Ji Tianxing's cultivation had improved again. Within a month, he had improved from the 5th level of the Sky Origin stage to the 6th level. That was godly speed. Yun Zhongqi was very surprised. He was even more satisfied with Ji Tianxing now. He knew that even the Emperor of the Imperial Palace couldn't have such a great talent. What more could he ask for when he had such a perfect son-in-law? Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and asked with a playful smile, "Uncle, how is the Duanmu clan doing?" A smug smile appeared on Yun Zhongqi's face as he uttered these words. "They are struggling at death's door. They are dying." Ji Tianxing immediately understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "That's great. In 10 days, Dr. Bailey's birthday banquet will be held. All the influential forces in the central continent will gather in the Cloud Spirit Palace. Uncle, you will be able to call for help. When that time comes, the Cloud Spirit Palace will not only destroy the Duanmu clan completely, but they will also be able to expand their power." Yun Zhongqi nodded and exchanged a glance with him. Both of them had a tacit understanding of each other. After that, Yun Zhongqi's smile disappeared. He said earnestly, Tianxing, after what happened last time, the Duanmu Huang knows about your relationship with the Cloud Spirit Palace. From now on, you don't have to hide anything. You don't have to worry about the Duanmu clan's opinion. Also, the Duanmu Huang suffered a loss once. They won't do anything to you in the near future. Now, what I am most worried about is the Murong clan and the Demon clan. You must be careful. Ji Tianxing nodded and said seriously, the Duanmu clan is about to be destroyed. As their ally, the Murong clan will definitely help. However, I don't know why, but the Murong clan seems to be impatient. They want to kill me. I can see this from Murong Lingfeng's recent reaction. He is no longer pretending like before. Yun Zhongqi nodded and said calmly, Yao Yao has already told me about Murong Lingfeng kidnapping the heavenly consort. In my impression, Murong Lingfeng has always been a shrewd person. I didn't think that he would be so daring as to kidnap the heavenly consort. He really doesn't know what death is. If I'm not wrong, he must have received someone's orders. That's why he acted so impatiently. When he heard this, Ji Tianxing frowned and asked curiously, whose orders did Murong Lingfeng receive? Yun Zhongqi showed a playful expression and said in a low voice, naturally, it's the people behind the two clans. They are the real masterminds. A glint flashed in Ji Tianxing's eyes as he subconsciously said, I'm afraid that only a certain important figure in the imperial court can make the Duanmu clan and Murong clan form an alliance and command the two clans, right? Yun Zhongqi shook his head and said in a low voice, it can be big or small. Ji Tianxing immediately understood what he meant. Yun Zhongqi continued, recently, the situation in the central state has been chaotic. Not only are various forces fighting in the dark, but the remnants of the demon clan are also restless. Although you have outstanding talent and outstanding strength, you are not afraid of the demon king's attacks. However, the demon clan is cruel and bloodthirsty. They have all kinds of despicable and vicious methods that are hard to defend against. The blood-dissipating curse is an example. Tianxing, I don't want to see you and Yao Yao get schemed against by the demon clan and be in mortal danger. Even if you can resolve one or two crises, you can't be so lucky every time. Ji Tianxing understood Yun Zhongqi's feelings. He nodded seriously and said, don't worry, uncle. I will be more careful in the future. Yun Zhongqi nodded and continued, there's one more thing that I want to remind you of. This time, Miracle Dr. Bailey has returned from the southern wasteland swamp. He is about to celebrate his 300th birthday. The old man told me that he had been traveling the continent for the first half of his life. He had almost traveled the entire Tianxian continent. Now that he has returned, he wants to settle down and stop traveling the world. However, he has never taken in a disciple. He has never passed down the medical knowledge that he had spent his entire life researching. Therefore, the old man wants to use this birthday celebration as an opportunity to pick a talented disciple to pass down his legacy. As the saying goes, keep the goodies within the family. Tianxing, you are the #1 genius of our clan. You have excellent character and talent. Of course, you are the best choice. Chapter 736. Ji Tianxing had thought that the reason he was staying in Cloud Soul Palace was to get closer to the Yun family. As for Divine Dr. Bailey's 300th birthday, he was only here to perform the etiquette of a junior. He had never thought that Miracle Dr. Bailey would take this opportunity to take him in as a disciple and pass on his skills to him. Moreover, Yun Zhongqi's words implied that he wanted Chen Xiaobei to seize the opportunity to become Miracle Dr. Bailey's disciple. Ji Tianxing pondered for a moment, then cupped his fists at Yun Zhongqi and said, "Thank you for helping me fight for this opportunity, uncle. Miracle Dr. Bailey is famous all over the world. It would be my honor to become his disciple. I will do my best to fight for it. However, it depends on fate. I need Miracle Dr. Bailey's approval. I can't force it." Yun Zhongqi could immediately tell that Ji Tianxing was rather indifferent towards this matter. He wasn't excited or expectant at all. He could fight for it or not. Therefore, he advised him again. Tianxing, Miracle Dr. Bailey is not only one of the top 3 miracle doctors in the continent, but he is also a soul-tempering stage powerhouse. If you can become his disciple, you will have a higher status and reputation. It will also bring unimaginable benefits to you, Yao Yao, and Cloud Soul Palace. Anyway, I hope you can seize the opportunity. Yun Zhongqi was the head of the Yun family and a soul-tempering stage powerhouse. His status was extraordinary. The fact that he could persuade Ji Tianxing so sincerely showed that he really valued Ji Tianxing. He had high hopes for him. Moreover, Ji Tianxing had a feeling that there was more to it than met the eye. It was just that Yun Zhongqi did not want to say it out loud. Therefore, Chen Xiaobei did not decline and nodded in agreement. After the two of them finished talking about business, they chatted for a while and then left together. Not long after the two of them left, light footsteps could be heard coming from a room at the end of the corridor. A handsome young man in a long brocade robe and holding a purple jade fan opened the door and walked out. This man was Yun Yao's cousin, the gentle and elegant gentleman, the poison doctor Zhu Fifan. However, at this moment, his expression was somewhat unsightly. His face was ice-cold, and his eyes surged with traces of hatred and coldness. He gripped the fan with both hands so tightly that his knuckles turned white. It was obvious that he was furious. I guessed it long ago. Uncle and aunt invited Ji Tianxing to stay in Cloud's Spirit Palace for a while. It's definitely not that simple. Who would have thought that when grandfather wanted to pass on his legacy, instead of choosing from his descendants, he would use the birthday banquet as an opportunity to choose a disciple? What's worse is that Ji Tianxing hasn't married my cousin yet, but my uncle already treats him as his son-in-law and wants him to inherit my grandfather's legacy. Apparently, Zhu Fifan had already guessed that Yun Zhongqi was going to discuss something important with Ji Tianxing, so he hid in the room and eavesdropped on their conversation. He didn't care about the Murong family, the Duanmu family, or the Demon Clan. However, when it came to the legacy of his grandfather, Miracle Dr. Bailey, he was extremely concerned and even angry. After all, he had inherited the wishes of his deceased mother. He had been studying medicine and alchemy since he was young, and his lifelong goal was to become a miracle doctor. In the past 20 years in Cloud Spirit Palace, he had been following Bailey Ningsu and learning medicine with all his might. He was thirsty for knowledge. The thing that he coveted the most, the thing that he wanted even in his dreams, was divine Dr. Bailey's inheritance. Now, Ji Tianxing had suddenly appeared. With the support and encouragement of his uncle, Yun Zhongqi, he was going to snatch away the treasure that he coveted the most. How could he tolerate this? Ji Tianxing is just an outsider. He hasn't even entered Cloud Spirit Palace yet, but he wants to snatch my grandfather's legacy. I will never allow that. However, I have to find out what Aunt Yun wants to do first. Thinking of this, Zhu Fifan waved the fan in his hand and went downstairs. After he left the main hall, he went to Bailey Ningsu's residence calmly. 15 minutes later, Zhu Fifan entered Thousand Cloud Palace. When he saw Bailey Ningsu had just sent Yun Yao away. Zhu Fifan reported outside the door. After getting Bailey Ningsu's permission, he pushed the door open and entered. Fifan greets Aunt Yun. Zhu Fifan walked into the room, came to the round wooden table, and bowed to Bailey Ningsu. Bailey Ningsu sat at the table in a dignified manner. Her slender hand was holding a white jade teacup, and she was slowly sipping tea. She put down the teacup and looked at Zhu Fifan with a gentle smile on her face. She asked, "Fifan, it's already so late. Why are you looking for Aunt Yun?" Zhu Fifan looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Bailey Ningsu raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Fifan, do you have something to tell Aunt Yun? You were brought up by Aunt Yun. What is there that you can't tell Aunt Yun? Just say it. Aunt Yun won't blame you." Hearing this, Zhu Fifan's heart calmed down. He lowered his voice and said, "Aunt Yun, after the banquet, I went for a walk outside the palace and accidentally heard the conversation between Ji Tianxing and Uncle. I heard them talking about Grandpa accepting a disciple and inheriting his legacy. I don't know where Ji Tianxing got the news, but he actually pestered Uncle and asked him to plead with Grandpa for him. He actually wants to become Grandpa's last disciple and study Grandpa's unique medical skills." Zhu Fifan's tone was a bit resentful. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with this. After hearing this, Bailey Ningsu immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Fifan, you actually eavesdropped on the conversation between Ji Tianxing and your uncle? How can you be so unruly?" Zhu Fifan hurriedly explained, "Aunt Yun, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. They were standing on the eaves of the corridor and I accidentally heard it. Yun. Grandpa is the top divine doctor in the continent. What kind of miraculous skills have he learned in his life? Even if Grandpa wants to inherit his legacy, he should pass it on to you or Yao Yao. How can he choose an outsider to be his disciple? Moreover, Ji Tianxing is a commoner from a small country in the south. How can he deliberately get close to cousin Yao Yao and even want to enter Cloud's soul palace? Aunt Yun, I think that Ji Tianxing is not a good person. He must have other motives for getting close to cousin Yao Yao. However, cousin Yao Yao is kind and pure. She didn't even know that she was deceived by that kid. This kid is too hateful. He even wants to get his hands on Grandpa's legacy. In order to achieve his goal, Zhu Fifan did not hesitate to distort the truth and slander Ji Tianxing. But before he could finish, Bailey Ningsu waved her hand and interrupted him. Shut up. Zhu Fifan immediately shut up and looked at Bailey Ningsu with an unwilling face. Bailey Ningsu looked at him and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, Fifan, are you blaming your grandpa for being unreasonable? Fifan wouldn't dare. Zhu Fifan hurriedly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Bailey Ningsu calmly said, Fifan, although Ji Tianxing's status is not enough to become the son-in-law of Cloud Soul Palace, he has a bright future and a good character. Yao Yao's eyes are like torches. How can the person she wants to entrust her life to be a mediocre person? You don't know Ji Tianxing well. Don't criticize him in the future. Don't make Yao Yao unhappy. As for your grandpa's legacy, he has his own plans. It's not up to us to criticize him. But Zhu Fifan was unwilling and wanted to say something more. Bailey Ningsu waved her hand and said in a dignified tone, no need to say anything more. I know what I'm doing. You can leave. Zhu Fifan immediately shut up and did not say anything else. He pursed his lips unwillingly and suppressed the anger in his heart. Aunt Yun, rest early. Fifan will leave now. He bowed to Bailey Ningsu and hurriedly left the room, turning to leave. However, when he walked out of the Thousand Cloud Palace, his face turned cold. He murmured, in the past, Aunt Yun did not look Ji Tianxing in the eye, but now she's speaking up for him. Chapter 737. For the next 2 days, Ji Tianxing rested peacefully in Cloud's Soul Palace. During this period, Yun Yao took him around Cloud Soul Palace a few times, so he had a better understanding of the layout of Cloud Soul Palace. Furthermore, many of the younger generation of the Yun family had come to visit Ji Tianxing. They were extremely polite and respectful to him. After 2 days, the Yun family became more familiar with him and had a good impression of him. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Everyone in the Yun family seemed to have accepted Ji Tianxing and nothing unpleasant happened. On the morning of the 3rd day, Cloud Soul Palace was shrouded in mist and the sun was about to rise. After Yun Yao had breakfast, she prepared to go to Ji Tianxing's residence. As soon as she walked out of the palace, she met Zhu Fifan who was taking a stroll on the road outside the palace. When Zhu Fifan saw Yun Yao, he stopped and greeted her with a smile. Cousin Yao Yao, good morning. Yun Yao nodded and said calmly, good morning, cousin. She greeted Zhu Fifan and was about to walk past him to find Ji Tianxing. However, Zhu Fifan had no intention of leaving. He walked side by side with her and started to chat. Yao Yao, young Master Ji has been in Cloud Soul Palace for 2 days. He is a guest from afar. You should accompany him. Yun Yao nodded again and said calmly, yes, I know. She was as cold as usual. Her words were short and her tone and expression were very calm. Zhu Fifan knew her well and did not feel awkward. He continued, I heard that young Master Ji almost lost his life to save you. Although he escaped from danger, it was inevitable that his vitality would be greatly damaged. Since he has come to Cloud Soul Palace, we should treat him well. At least we should do our best to help him recover as soon as possible. Yao Yao, do you still remember that there is a spirit spring in the back mountain of Cloud Soul Palace? The effect of the spirit spring is extraordinary. If you cultivate in the spring, it can cleanse your body and heal your soul. It is very beneficial to martial artists. Yao Yao, you can bring young Master Ji to the spirit spring to recuperate. I'm sure he'll be able to recover quickly. Upon hearing Zhu Fifan's words, Yun Yao stared blankly for a moment. Then, an expectant look appeared on her face as she nodded and said, I remember now. There is indeed a spiritual spring in the back mountain. When I was young, I went to the spirit spring once. Soaking in the spirit spring, I quickly recovered from my injuries. Yun Yao cupped her hands and bowed to Zhu Fifan. Thank you for your reminder, cousin. I'll take Tianxing to the spiritual spring now. Zhu Fifan nodded with a smile and quickly said, Yao Yao, you haven't come back for many years, so you probably don't remember the location of the spiritual spring, right? Over the years, many caves and gardens have been opened up in the back mountain. I'm afraid you won't be able to find the place if you go alone. Let me take you there. After saying that, Zhu Fifan was about to take Yun Yao to the spiritual spring at the back of the mountain. Yun Yao naturally didn't refuse. She nodded and agreed. After all, when she took Ji Tianxing back to Cloud Spirit Palace for the first time, it was Zhu Fifan who advised her to use the Nirvana crystal to save Ji Tianxing's life. After that incident, she not only trusted Zhu Fifan, but also felt grateful to him. Now, Zhu Fifan took the initiative to give her an idea to heal Ji Tianxing's injuries. Of course, she wouldn't think too much about it. Thank you, cousin. Yun Yao bowed and thanked Zhu Fifan. Then she ordered the maid behind Zhu Fifan, Jiao, go to Hefeng Garden now and report to young Master Ji. Take him to the spiritual spring in the back mountain. Jiao was Zhu Fifan's personal maid. She had a pretty face and a slim figure. She had the demure temperament of a pretty girl from a humble family. She grew up in Cloud Spirit Palace since she was a child. She was very well behaved and clever, and she was very loyal to the Yun family. When she heard Yun Yao's order, she quickly bowed and said respectfully, Yes, young mistress. Then, Zhu Fifan took Yun Yao to the back of the mountain. Jiao, the maid, rushed to Hefeng Garden to inform Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was meditating in his room. He was consolidating his martial arts foundation and cultivating his skills. Early in the morning in Cloud Spirit Palace, it was the time of the day when the spiritual energy was the densest. It was very helpful for cultivation. However, at this moment, a clear and pleasant female voice sounded in the courtyard outside the door. Young Master Ji, Maid Jiao wants to see you. This voice broke the tranquility of Hefeng Garden, causing Ji Tianxing to stop circulating and open his eyes. Come in, he replied calmly. Then, the door was pushed open. A slender maid in a long brocade dress walked into the room with light steps. She was Maid Jiao. She walked into the room and bowed to Ji Tianxing. Then, she said respectfully, Young Master Ji, young mistress asked me to send a message to inform you. Young mistress is waiting for you at the spirit spring in the back of the mountain. She asked me to take you there now. Hearing Jiao's words, Ji Tianxing frowned slightly. A touch of doubt flashed in his eyes. Yao Yao asked me to go to the spirit spring in the back of the mountain to find her? Do you know why young mistress is looking for me? Jiao showed an obedient and pure smile. Then, she said in a clear voice, Although I don't know the specific reason, I can see that young mistress is thinking of you. Well then take me there. Ji Tianxing nodded in response. Then, he got up and walked out of the room. Then, Jiao followed him out of Hefeng Garden and led him to the back of the mountain. The area of Cloud Soul Palace was too large. The terrain was too broad. From Hefeng Garden to the back of the mountain, they had to pass through half of Cloud Soul Palace. It was at least a few dozen miles away. After an hour, Ji Tianxing and Jiao entered the back of the mountain. They walked on a bluestone road in the forest. The bluestone road was 2 meters wide. Lush trees grew on the side of the road. There were also all kinds of spiritual flowers and plants. When Jiao brought Ji Tianxing to a black stone tablet that was 10 meters tall, she stopped in front of it. Young Master Ji, this is as far as I can take you. Ahead is a forbidden area. As servants, we can't go in. Jiao bowed to Ji Tianxing and explained apologetically, Continue forward. When you reach the end of the bluestone road, turn right and you'll find the spirit spring. Hearing Jiao's words, Ji Tianxing raised his head and looked at the black stone tablet on the side of the road. He saw that the stone tablet was indeed engraved with the words, Back of the Mountain Forbidden Area. No trespassers. Ji Tianxing knew that the rules of the aristocratic families were strict and could not be violated. He waved his hand and motioned for Audiobook to leave. After Audiobook turned and left, he stepped on the bluestone road and continued to walk forward. After more than 1,000 steps, the bluestone road came to an end. It divided into 2 roads, one left and one right. Both roads were paved with black stone slabs. The roads were winding and there was a lush forest beside them. Ji Tianxing looked around and stepped on the black stone path on the right. He walked into the depths of the forest. When his figure disappeared at the end of the path, a handsome young man came out from behind a tall stone statue at the fork. This man was Zhu Fifan. He held a purple jade folding fan in his hand and looked at the black stone path on the right. A cold smile flashed in his eyes. Chapter 738. Zhu Fifan stood at the crossroads and looked at the black stone path on the right with a cold smile. Apparently, the black stone path on the right was not the way to the spiritual spring. Zhu Fifan gently waved the purple jade folding fan, revealing a confident look. The magic dust formation is the top Tianyuan formation. Although it is not powerful in killing, it is a powerful trap formation. Even a cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of the Sky Origin stage will be trapped in the magic dust formation for 1 or 2 months, or even half a year. Zhu Fifan was so sure because something like this had happened before. A few years ago, a cultivator at the 8th level of the Sky Origin stage accidentally broke into the magic dust formation and was trapped for 1 month before he was rescued. Thinking of this, Zhu Fifan smiled coldly and murmured, "Humph. Ji Tianxing won't die, but he will be trapped in the formation for more than half a month. By then, Grandpa's birthday banquet will be over and the final disciple will be chosen. He will have nothing to do with it. Grandpa's medical skills are mine. I won't allow anyone to touch it." Ji Tianxing walked along the black stone path and soon entered the deep mountain. The trees on both sides of the path were getting thicker and thicker. There were several black stone tablets on both sides of the path. Every stone tablet was modeled with ancient symbols and lines, which gave out a mysterious and simple atmosphere. Ji Tianxing could feel that the spiritual qi was getting thicker and thicker as he walked to the end of the path. There were wisps of spiritual fog in the air. He instinctively thought that it had something to do with the spiritual spring. However, when he stepped on an inconspicuous black stone slab, there was a cracking sound under his feet. That clear and crisp sound was like the sound of a mirror being stepped on. Ji Tianxing immediately stopped and lowered his head to look at his feet with a puzzled expression. The square black stone slab under his feet was still intact. There was not even a crack on it. Where did the cracking sound come from? Ji Tianxing frowned. He felt that something was wrong. When he raised his head and looked around, he found that the scenery around him had changed. In just a short moment, the dense woods and towering trees had all disappeared. Ji Tianxing's surroundings turned into a boundless desert. The flat and desolate land was covered with fist-sized sharp gravel and dark brown soil. As far as the eye could see, the earth was pitch black, and there was not a trace of green in sight. It was filled with a desolate aura. Large dark clouds were surging in the sky. The light was dim, which made people feel depressed. A gust of wind whistled through the air, bringing with it a cold air that was as sharp as a sword. It was unbearable. Ji Tianxing stood on the cold and desolate Gobi Desert. He looked around and frowned with a cold expression. It's a formation? Even I didn't notice any abnormalities and fell into the formation silently. Looks like this formation isn't simple at all. Although this was a sudden turn of events, he was not surprised or flustered. He remained calm and collected. His heart was like a mirror. He immediately guessed that the maid named 9 must have pointed him in the wrong direction. The black stone path should not lead to the spirit spring. It should lead to some secret forbidden area. That was why a powerful formation was set up. Ji Tianxing only needed a little analysis to guess the reason. There's something wrong with that maid. She dared to scheme against me. It seems that Cloud Spirit Palace is not peaceful. However, let's not talk about this first. I'll think of a way to break the formation first. He quickly calmed down and put the matter of the maid 9 aside. He began to focus on studying the formation. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing's figure flashed and flew into the sky above the desert. He stood in the sky with endless dark clouds above his head. His eyes were sharp as he observed the situation below. Looking down at the desert from the sky, his field of vision was wider. He could see everything within a 20-mile radius. This area was completely barren. The terrain was flat and low. There was nothing on the ground other than black soil and gravel. Just from this alone, there was no clue to be found. Ji Tianxing identified a direction and flew over as fast as lightning. Very quickly, for hours passed. He flew as fast as he could for more than 2,000 miles without stopping. However, the ground was still the desolate desert. There was no difference or change in the scenery. This desert seemed to be endless. There was no end to it. At this point, Ji Tianxing had basically figured out the situation. This formation is indeed extraordinary. It's actually a small world in the formation. It's very real. There's only the desert in the formation. There are no living creatures or beasts. There's also no danger. It seems that it's not a killing formation, but a trapping formation. If I can't find a way to break the formation, I'll be trapped in this desert world and never be able to get out. Ji Tianxing's mood was very calm. He calmly analyzed the situation and activated his Dharma Eye. Pure Heart Dharma Eye. He used the Pure Heart Demon subduing art and activated the power of the art. His eyes turned golden and contained mysterious Dharma power. The Pure Heart Demon subduing art was a cultivation technique that specialized in restraining the devil race. It was very lethal to the devil race. However, the Pure Heart Demon subduing art had many wonderful uses and contained many consummate skills. The Pure Heart Dharma Eye was one of the consummate skills. It could see through falsehoods and disguises, and see the essence of things. Ji Tianxing was a Formation Dao Grandmaster. Of course, he understood that although the world formed by the formation was real, it was also a disguise. The essence of the formation was actually the power of heaven and earth. Ji Tianxing looked around with a sharp gaze. The scene he saw with his Dharma Eye immediately changed. His golden eyes saw through the disguise of the desert world and clearly saw the network and structure of the formation. So it's a supreme-grade heaven essence formation. Its main attribute is earth. He uses 6 different heaven essence formations to set it up. With Ji Tianxing's attainments in the formation Dao, he could break almost 90% of the heaven essence formations. However, supreme-grade heaven essence formations were very rare. He had only broken it once. Fortunately, he had just mastered the Pure Heart Demon subduing art not long ago. With the help of the Pure Heart Dharma Eye, it became easier for him to break the formation. In the past, he would have to spend 7 to 8 days to break this supreme-grade heaven essence formation. But now, with the help of the Pure Heart Dharma Eye, he was confident that he could break it in 2 days. The Pure Heart Demon subduing art was a technique that Ji Tianxing had inherited from the deepest part of his soul. It was incomparably marvelous and its grade was unknown. As he used the Pure Heart Dharma Eye to break the formation, he had a deeper understanding of the power of this technique. It was truly rare in the world. He was even more certain that the grade of the Pure Heart Demon subduing art had not only surpassed the spirit level, it was highly possible that it was a primordial spirit level technique. According to the martial arts knowledge of the Tian Xian land, only elite warriors of the spirit refinement realm could forge spirit-level treasures, cultivate and perform spirit-level techniques. However, the Pure Heart Demon subduing art was too marvelous. Ji Tianxing himself was also very special. He could perform a primordial spirit-level technique with the strength of the Heaven Essence realm. Chapter 739. Inside the Illusion Dust Formation, in the boundless desert world. Ji Tianxing stood high in the sky, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He constantly struck out with his palms, injecting true essence into the formation. His golden eyes flickered with golden light, releasing a mysterious spell power as he stared at the dark sky. As he used the formation technique, his palms struck out with true essence, breaking a hole in the sky. Although it was only a palm-sized hole, it was as black as ink, like an extremely small black hole. However, as Ji Tianxing continued to crack the formation, the hole also slowly expanded. Not only did he have to crack the illusion dust formation and tear a hole in the sky, but he also had to resist the formation's recovery power. After all, after a hole was broken in the formation, it would automatically accumulate power to repair itself. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing's speed of cracking the formation was faster than the formation's recovery speed. Therefore, the black hole was slowly expanding and growing. Unknowingly, 12 hours had passed. The palm-sized black hole had already expanded to the size of a wash basin. However, this was not enough. Ji Tianxing did not stop. He continued to strike with his palms, releasing true essence to crack the formation. Soon an entire day passed. The black hole continued to expand. It was already half a meter wide, which was the size of a large water tank. At this time, Ji Tianxing had been continuously casting spells for 24 hours. He had already used 40% of his true essence, and his strength was somewhat weak. He finally stopped casting spells. His eyes burned as he looked up at the black hole. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It's finally done. The effects of the pure heart Dharma eye are indeed miraculous. It actually allowed me to crack the supreme grade heavenly essence formation in one day. This was something that Ji Tianxing did not expect. The effects of the pure heart Dharma eye were more powerful than he had imagined. He did not waste any more time. Without hesitation, he flew high into the sky and entered the black hole in a flash. Swoosh! In the next instant, he passed through the black hole and escaped the desert world. He finally returned to the mountain behind Cloud's Soul Palace. A light flashed in front of his eyes, and his vision became bright and clear. When he focused his eyes, he saw that he was standing on a black stone path. On his left and right were dense forests. Above his head was the blue sky, and the warm sunlight shone down on his body. Without a doubt, Ji Tianxing had successfully passed through the great fantasy dust formation and returned to the black stone path at the back of the mountain. He raised his head and looked ahead. 100 steps away was the end of the path. There was a garden surrounded by gray-white stone pillars, and the garden was filled with lush spirit herbs and flowers. The spiritual grass was dark green and the spiritual flowers were colorful, emitting a refreshing fragrance. On the spirit trees, fragrant spirit fruits could be seen. Clearly, it was a medicinal garden. Ji Tianxing sized up the herb garden a few times, then stepped over the black stone path and walked to the edge of the herb garden. When he got closer, he discovered that the grayish-white stone pillars surrounding the herb garden also had other mysteries and had extraordinary effects. The stone pillars were engraved with array patterns that contained vast and mighty power. It could gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire back mountain to form a powerful array. The invisible array light shield was like an inverted bowl that enveloped the entire herb garden. This large array could not only protect the herb garden, but it could also provide rich spiritual chi for the spirit herbs and flowers in the garden, causing them to grow healthily. Ji Tianxing observed for a moment, then used his pure heart Dharma eye to crack the defensive array of the herb garden. This large array was also a supreme-grade heavenly essence array. In terms of setting up the array and structure, it was very similar to the Great Fantasy Dust Formation. Ji Tianxing knew at a glance that the two large arrays were created by the same person. With the experience of cracking the Great Fantasy Dust Formation, he quickly cracked the defensive array of the herb garden. For hours later, he tore a gap in the large array and entered the herb garden through the gap. Ji Tianxing had learned the 1,000 medicine collection in the Sky Pillar sect and could identify thousands of medicinal herbs. However, as he strolled in the herb garden, he discovered that the medicinal herbs in this herb garden were all rare and precious spirit herbs. At least 70% to 80% of the medicinal herbs and flowers were top-notch spirit herbs that he could not identify. Unknowingly, he walked to the middle of the herb garden and saw a huge ancient tree standing in front of him. The towering tree was 100 meters tall, and its trunk was as thick as a pillar that supported the sky. Its branches and leaves were lush like a large umbrella that covered the sky, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. The towering ancient tree contained extremely vigorous power and emitted incomparably rich green with spiritual chi. Ji Tianxing could see that this ancient tree was the core of the herb garden. It was the most powerful and precious medicinal tree in the garden. In the branches and leaves of the ancient tree, There were numerous fruits. They were all densely packed with green spiritual fruits. Each spiritual fruit was as big as an apple. They were sparkling and translucent, emitting a fragrant fruity fragrance that made people unconsciously swallow their saliva. It just so happened that Ji Tianqing had spent more than half of his strength to crack 2 large arrays in a row. His vital essence was depleted, and his body was exhausted. He did not think too much about it. He reached out and plucked 2 spiritual fruits from the tree and put them into his mouth to chew. After all, he cultivated Tianqing's 5 extreme secret techniques and controlled the power of green wood. Of course, he could see that there was no problem with these spiritual fruits, and they were quite effective. The spiritual fruits were crisp and sweet. They turned into a cool stream of sweet water that flowed down Ji Tianqing's throat into his stomach. Suddenly, he only felt that there was rolling vital qi in his body, and his pores were opened. It was an indescribable comfort and enjoyment. As expected of a top spiritual tree, the spiritual fruits it bears are so delicious. 2 more. Ji Tianqing praised in his heart. After eating 2 spiritual fruits, he could not help but pluck 2 more. But at this moment, the towering ancient tree, which was motionless, suddenly moved. The branches, leaves, and trunks around Ji Tianqing actually came to life. They were like arms that instantly wrapped around Ji Tianqing. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, dozens of dark green branches as thick as arms wrapped around him and tied him up like a dumpling. Ji Tianqing frowned immediately and his eyes became fierce. He looked up at the crown of the tree and found that the dense branches and leaves of the towering ancient tree were shrinking rapidly. The spiritual fruits on the treetops were all hidden. The branches turned into vines and entangled him like tentacles. Moreover, rows of sharp spikes emerged from the branches that wrapped around him, trying to pierce through his clothes and into his flesh. Ji Tianqing hurriedly tried to break the branches and vines that entangled him. However, he found that the branches of the ancient tree were thousands of times tougher than fine iron. He could not break them. This spiritual tree has been growing for so many years that it has developed intelligence and evolved into a tree demon. It is a top tree demon of the Tianyuan realm. As this thought flashed through Ji Tianqing's mind, he urged his majestic true essence to form a protective shield around his body to resist the pressure of the branches. However, the boundless true essence gushed out of his body, but before it could form a shield, it was swallowed and absorbed by the dozens of branches. Seeing this, Ji Tianqing immediately understood. Chapter 740. In a short span of 100 breaths, there were hundreds of thick branches that completely wrapped Ji Tianqing. Countless branches intertwined, forming a dark green cocoon that trapped him inside. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the branches and could not escape from the cocoon formed by the branches. Fortunately, he had already mastered the ultimate sword body, and his physical defense had reached the extreme. His skin looked crystal clear, but it was actually thousands of times harder than steel. No matter how hard those branches and vines squeezed, they could not break his skin or injure his bones. No matter how sharp the thorns on the branches were, they could not pierce through his skin. He was trapped in the cocoon for 7 minutes and was still unharmed. Soon, Ji Tianqing calmed down and thought of a way. He used the ultimate skill of the Wood Emperor umbrella and released a majestic green wood power from his body, wanting to assimilate the tree branches and break free from the cocoon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His body lit up with a rich green light that spread out in all directions. However, the tree branches greedily devoured the green wood spirit light, and in the blink of an eye, the green light was completely devoured. This scene made Ji Tianqing speechless. He thought to himself, "Damn it! This method actually doesn't work. Even if I release all my cultivation, it's not enough to fill the gaps between this tree demon's teeth." At this moment, a strange voice was transmitted through the branches to Ji Tianqing's ears. Little bug, stop struggling and give up resisting. Obediently become this king's food." This voice sounded like a young man's voice, but the tone was very strange and the accent was very bad. Ji Tianqing immediately understood that this was the tree demon's voice. "You're just a lowly tree demon, but you dare to be so arrogant. Want to devour me as nourishment? You're not qualified." Ji Tianxing snorted disdainfully, a sharp cold light surging in his eyes. That tree demon was instantly enraged and sneered with a sharp voice. "You puny reptile, how dare you say that this king is lowly? This king is the Jade Green Demon King who occupies hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers in the Great Swamp. How dare you be so presumptuous? This king will eat you right now and show you how powerful this king is." Jade Green Demon King was a tree demon transformed from a 1,000-year-old tree. It wasn't a ferocious beast. Its intelligence was developed later and its growth was very slow. Thus, its intelligence wasn't high. It was enraged by Ji Tianxing and immediately released a majestic green light from its branches, trying to strangle Ji Tianxing. More than 300 cyan light pillars were like sharp knives, crisscrossing and crushing Ji Tianxing. The pressure on Ji Tianxing suddenly increased. His skin was as red as blood, and his body was crushed and deformed. His bones and joints also made a kacha-kacha sound. Jade Green Demon King's furious attack had put him in danger, threatening his life. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing stretched out his right palm without hesitation and used his trump card. "You want to devour me? I want to see who will devour who." Ji Tianxing shouted coldly and immediately released the black hole in his palm. Swoosh! The black hole in his palm immediately expanded to the size of a bowl. Like a whirlpool, it released a terrifying devouring power. The hundreds of cyan light pillars released by Jade Green Demon King were instantly pulled by the devouring power and entered the black hole uncontrollably. In just a few breaths, more than 300 cyan light pillars were all devoured by the black hole. The majestic greenwood energy flowed into Kenshin's tomb through the black hole and immediately replenished the heavenly sword steel with a huge amount of spiritual qi. Ji Tianxing and the heavenly sword steel equally divided the greenwood spiritual qi and obtained a huge amount of spiritual qi, which was quickly converted into vital essence. His vital essence was immediately replenished. In just a few breaths, he had recovered 10% of his strength. Not bad, not bad. Although this tree demon is stupid, your energy is extremely pure. Just nice to help me recover my vital essence. Ji Tianxing sneered with satisfaction. His eyes revealed a mocking sneer. He continued to activate the black hole in his palm and madly devoured Jade Green Demon King's greenwood energy. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of branches and vines were also devoured. But how can this be? What the hell is that? Jade Green Demon King was startled and let out a terrified shriek. Its lush branches and vines quickly retreated and fled back into the canopy in a panic. Ji Tianxing immediately regained his freedom as the branches around him all retreated. Swoosh! His figure flashed and flew 100 meters away. He caught up with a cluster of dark green vines and waved his right palm to release the black hole and quickly devoured the greenwood energy. In the blink of an eye, the greenwood energy in the hundreds of vines was completely devoured. The vines immediately withered and cracked. They no longer had any spiritual qi and were like dry firewood. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, was replenished with a huge amount of spiritual qi. He recovered another 10% of his strength and became even stronger. He was also in a better mood. Jade Green Demon King saw the power of the black hole and panicked. It hurriedly sent a telepathic message. "Kid, don't push your luck. This is my territory. You've committed a grave crime by trespassing here. As long as you leave now, I won't hold it against you and can spare you." Before Jade Green Demon King could finish, Ji Tianxing interrupted it with a cold smile. "Ha, you want to spare my life? Sorry, but I don't want to spare you." Ji Tianxing had tasted the benefits, so he naturally wouldn't let Jade Green Demon King go. He felt that the speed of devouring the branches was too slow, so he went into the lush canopy and stood on a tree trunk as thick as a water tank. He released the black hole from his right palm and stuck close to the thick tree trunk. It frantically devoured the greenwood energy in the ancient tree. Instantly, the greenwood energy in the ancient tree turned into a majestic greenwood torrent. It surged into the black hole and was transported into Kenshin's tomb. Ji Tianxing continued to absorb the massive amount of spiritual qi. His true essence quickly recovered to its peak state and continued to surge. Jade Green Demon King was shocked and furious. It immediately went crazy. It roared and cursed angrily. It waved its thick branches and vines, attacking Ji Tianxing with all its might. Ji Tianxing took out the Zone Lord's golden seal and used the seal of mountains and rivers to protect himself. He ignored Jade Green Demon King's attacks and focused on devouring the greenwood energy. No matter how ferocious Jade Green's attacks were, even when thousands of branches whipped at the seal of mountains and rivers, they couldn't harm Ji Tianxing at all. The greenwood energy it had accumulated over 1,000 years was quickly draining away. In a short 15 minutes, Ji Tianxing had devoured half of Jade Green Demon King's cultivation. His cultivation had reached its peak, and his strength was rapidly increasing. The heavenly sword steel in Kenshin's tomb was also filled with spiritual qi. The burial of heaven was also rapidly recovering and was about to awaken. But Jade Green Demon King's outcome was tragic and pitiful. The towering ancient tree, which was originally lush with leaves and flickering with green light, was now dispirited and lifeless, withering and withering. Hundreds of thousands of branches withered and fell to the ground. Half of the tree's leaves turned yellow and fell to the ground, forming a thick layer of fallen leaves. Chapter 741. The Jade Green Demon King was filled with remorse. If it had known that Ji Tianxing had such a mysterious and terrifying method, it would have pretended to be a tree without intelligence. It even wanted to devour him as nourishment. Now it had gone for wool and come home shorn. Its hundreds of years of cultivation had been devoured by the other party instead. The entire tree had withered and withered, with countless withered branches and leaves falling from it. However, the mysterious black hole's power was extremely terrifying. It shrouded its body, making it unable to struggle or resist. The Jade Green Demon King cursed for a while. Seeing that Ji Tianxing had no intention of stopping, it begged bitterly. "Young hero, I am just an old green maple tree. After thousands of years of nurturing by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, I have today's cultivation. I beg you to be merciful." Ji Tianxing remained silent. He focused on activating the black hole in his palm, madly devouring the ancient green maple tree's power. The vast and mighty greenwood power caused the heaven-reaching sword steel in Kenshin's tomb to be surrounded by spiritual qi. The burial of heaven also recovered its vitality and gradually awakened. Ji Tianxing's strength continued to increase. The vast greenwood power accumulated in his body was actually integrated into his limbs, bones, marrow, and flesh. His ultimate sword physique had a slight change. It was actually tempered by the greenwood power to become even stronger, and its vitality became even more boundless. He sensed that his body was actually gradually transforming into the greenwood spiritual body. The greenwood spiritual body was a rare heaven-level physique. It had all sorts of miraculous effects. Ordinary martial artists with this physique were considered top geniuses. They would definitely be able to cultivate to the heaven origin realm. This discovery made Ji Tianxing excited and full of anticipation. The Jade Green Demon King became more and more indignant and desperate. It cried and begged, "Big brother, my lord, I beg you, you have already devoured my power for more than 500 years. Spare my old life." Ji Tianxing ignored it and continued to use the black hole to devour its pure power. He wanted to use this opportunity to refine the greenwood spiritual body. However, at this moment, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly flew out from the depths of the herb garden. That figure was a white-haired old man in a green robe. His complexion was rosy, and his spirit was hale and hearty. His entire body gave off the aura of an extraordinary expert. He flew to the top of the ancient green maple tree, and after seeing the situation clearly, his expression changed and he shouted anxiously, "Stop! Stop!" Ji Tianxing was immediately awakened by this voice. He raised his head and glanced at the green-robed elder in the sky. "No, I'm so close to achieving the azure wood spiritual body." As this thought flashed through his mind, he turned a deaf ear to the green-robed elder's words. He continued to use the black hole in his palm to devour the ancient tree's greenwood power. When the green-robed old man saw that the towering ancient tree had withered and its leaves had turned yellow, his heart ached and his mouth twitched. He revealed an extremely anxious expression. "Brat, stop it. If you don't stop, this old man won't be polite anymore. The green-robed elder glared fiercely at Ji Tianxing and shouted angrily with a dignified voice. Ji Tianxing raised his head and looked at him. He asked expressionlessly, "Senior, who are you? Why are you interfering in my feud with this tree demon?" The green-robed elder frowned and said in a dignified tone, "This old man is the guardian of this herb garden. Brat, what feud do you have with the Jade Green Demon King? Its roots have been set up with a restriction, so it can only stay in the herb garden and can't move. You must have barged into the herb garden without permission, so you were attacked by the Jade Green Demon King. You brat, not only did you barge into the herb garden, but you also injured this old man's ancient green maple tree. How should you be punished?" Hearing the green-robed elder's words, Ji Tianxing was naturally unconvinced. He retorted, "Senior, you're slandering me. I only barged into this herb garden by accident. This tree demon was too cruel and wanted to devour me as nourishment. It wanted to take my life. Can't I resist?" The green-robed elder was at a loss for words after being refuted, but he still shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why did you barge into the herb garden? Stop what you're doing and let the ancient green maple tree go. Otherwise, this old man won't go easy on you." Ji Tianxing snorted and said unhappily, "This tree demon almost killed me. How can I forgive it so easily? Unless you make it apologize to me, I won't agree." While Ji Tianxing was arguing with the green-robed elder, the black hole in his right palm was not idle. It was madly devouring the Jade Green Demon King's power. The green-robed elder could not stand it anymore. He no longer wasted his breath on him and attacked with a low shout. "Brat, you're being unreasonable. This old man can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Accept your punishment." The moment he said that, the green-robed elder raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. A huge five-colored palm that covered the sky slammed down from the sky. Swoosh! The five-colored palm with a radius of 10 meters was like a mountain crashing down. It instantly slammed down on Ji Tianxing's head. The air in all directions was suddenly squeezed and the space seemed to be sealed. The immense pressure caused Ji Tianxing's expression to change. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. He could immediately determine that the green-robed elder was either a half-step soul refinement realm cultivator or a soul refinement realm cultivator. At this critical moment, he raised his left palm without hesitation and activated the power of the true scarlet fire. Sky-burning palm. His left arm turned red like magma. Scarlet fire spewed out from his palm and condensed into a huge flaming palm that slammed into the five-colored palm. The black hole in his right hand was still devouring the Jade Green Demon King's power and rapidly refining the azure wood spiritual body. Boom! Amidst the deafening loud noise, the burning sky palm and the five-colored giant palm fiercely collided, exploding into flames that blotted out the sky and the sun, blowing up a violent and terrifying hurricane. The fire borrowed the wind's momentum and swept across the ancient green maple tree violently, turning the lush canopy into a sea of fire. The withered branches and withered leaves that had been drained of their azure wood power instantly ignited into a raging fire and black smoke rose into the sky. The Jade Green Demon King suffered and let out a painful cry. He was so angry and depressed that he almost vomited blood. The sky-burning palm blocked the green-robed elder's attack. The two giant palms shattered at the same time and quickly dissipated into the sky. The green-robed elder saw that Ji Tianxing had blocked his attack and was unharmed. His pupils constricted and he revealed a shocked expression. "You brat, can actually block this old man's attack?" Although the green-robed elder only used 30% of his strength, it was comparable to a half-step soul refinement realm cultivator. He originally thought that the palm strike just now would definitely be able to severely injure Ji Tianxing. The result was beyond his expectations and made him even more curious about Ji Tianxing. Of course, the ancient green maple tree was burned to a terrible state. Many of its branches were bare, which made him even more furious. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have some ability. I'd like to see if you can block this attack." After saying that, the green-robed elder waved his right hand again and shot out 3 giant swords that were dazzling with golden light toward Ji Tianxing. At the same time, Ji Tianxing's body emitted a azure with spiritual light and a majestic aura. Chapter 742. When Ji Tianxing refined the greenwood spiritual body, a mighty surge of true essence erupted from his body. His strength had increased tremendously. He was one step closer to Sky Origin Stage LV7. Moreover, his life force had doubled. His lifespan had reached the limit of Sky Origin Stage. It was close to 500 years. Such a huge gain made him feel gratified and excited. However, the 3 golden swords from the elder in green robes were about to hit his head with a destructive force. It looked like an ordinary move. It was just a casual move from the elder in green robes. However, he was a powerful soul-tempering stage cultivator after all. His swords were extremely powerful. The 3 golden swords were about 30 meters long. Not only did they have an indestructible sword intent, but they also contained the formless power of the realm. With Ji Tianxing as the center, the space within 1,000 meters was sealed by the power of the realm. The space was almost frozen. Ji Tianxing was suppressed by the power of the realm. He could not escape or dodge. All he could do was watch the golden swords coming down. The only thing he could do was to block them. At this critical moment, he used the seal of mountains and rivers without hesitation. Swoosh! The seal of mountains and rivers emitted a dazzling golden light. It expanded 1,000 times and became as big as a house. It floated above Ji Tianxing's head and protected him. In the next moment, the 3 golden swords hit the seal of mountains and rivers. Clang, 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 clang. 3 deafening sounds of metal clashing echoed in the herb garden. The incomparably sharp golden light sword was shattered on the spot, exploding into millions of golden light shards that scattered in all directions. The poor jade green monster king was hit again. Many of its branches and leaves were destroyed by the violent energy and the golden shards. It screamed in pain. The flowers and plants around the ancient tree were torn apart by the violent wind. It was a mess. Even the ground of the herb garden was hit by the wind. Countless holes were formed in the ground. The seal of mountains and rivers blocked the attack of the golden swords. Ji Tianxing was unharmed. Seeing this scene, the green-robed old man frowned fiercely, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's a soul-level magical treasure? Who is this kid? He actually possesses a soul-grade magic treasure? Although the green-robed elder didn't recognize that the seal of mountains and rivers was a region lord's golden seal, the green-robed elder didn't recognize it. But he also understood that a young expert that was capable of possessing a soul-grade magic treasure surely had an extraordinary background. Brat, who are you? Tell me your name. The green-robed old man temporarily stopped his attack and stared at Ji Tianxing with a burning gaze as he asked in a deep voice. Ji Tianxing put away the seal of mountains and rivers and looked at him indifferently. He said expressionlessly, "Do you think this matter can be written off if I tell you my name?" The old man frowned and shouted in a dignified voice, "You wish." You barged into the herb garden without permission and heavily injured this old man's ancient green maple tree. How can this old man let you off so easily? No matter who you are or what kind of background you have, this old man will take you down today and punish you severely. As he spoke, the green-robed old man slowly raised his hands, and his entire body emitted a powerful and domineering aura. Previously, he had been attacking with one hand and had only used 30% of his power. In the end, he had not been able to capture Ji Tianxing in 2 consecutive moves. Not only did he lose face, but he had also worsened Jade Green Demon King's injuries. He was finally enraged. He was going to use all his power to take down Ji Tianxing in one fell swoop. As the green-robed old man activated his power, strong winds blew in all directions in the sky. The air also became violent and fierce. The entire herb garden was sealed by an invisible force and was about to form a domain. Finally, the green-robed old man's aura reached its peak and was about to attack. Ji Tianxing also acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He exploded with all his power and was about to use his trump card to block the old man's attack. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice came from outside the herb garden. "Tianxing, Tianxing, where are you?" This was a woman's voice. It was like the sound of nature and contained a hint of coldness. However, this voice was filled with anxiety and worry. When the green-robed old man and Ji Tianqing heard this voice, their expressions changed, and they quickly stopped attacking. The two of them turned to look at the entrance of the herb garden at the same time. The battle intent that had accumulated in their bodies was quickly withdrawn. Soon after, a beautiful woman in a long white dress with an aura as cold as a fairy appeared at the entrance of the herb garden. She was blocked outside by the herb garden's defensive array and was looking into the garden anxiously. When the green-robed old man saw her, he immediately withdrew his mysterious and vast power and flew over with a smile. Swoosh! His figure flashed and teleported to the entrance of the herb garden. His eyes were gentle as he asked in a kind tone, "Yao Yao, why are you here?" Without a doubt, this beautiful woman in a white dress who had arrived unexpectedly was Yun Yao. When she saw the kind-looking green-robed old man, she immediately revealed a faint smile and quickly bowed. "Yao Yao greets grandfather." The green-robed old man nodded with a smile. He waved his hand to open the herb garden's gate and removed the defensive array. Yun Yao quickly stepped into the herb garden and walked to the front of the green-robed old man. She asked, "Grandfather, have you seen Tianqing? Has he been here before?" "Tianqing?" The green-robed old man frowned and revealed a puzzled look. "You mean Ji Tianqing? Is he the Mr. Right that your father told me about?" Yun Yao lowered her head shyly. She nodded and said, "Yes, that's him. He's wearing a white robe and is about 18 or 19 years old. He's tall and straight and has a handsome face." When the green-robed old man heard her words, his expression suddenly became a little strange. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Ji Tianqing in the herb garden. Yun Yao followed his gaze and immediately saw Ji Tianqing in the sky. "Tianqing, you're really here." When she saw Ji Tianqing, Yun Yao heaved a sigh of relief. There was a hint of joy in her voice. However, she immediately saw the scene in the herb garden. The half-withered ancient green maple tree, as well as the craters and broken flowers on the ground, undoubtedly proved that a battle had taken place here before. How smart was Yun Yao? When she saw the mess in the herb garden, she immediately guessed the reason. Her expression suddenly changed. She looked at Ji Tianqing in disbelief and then looked at the green-robed old man beside her. "Grandpa, did you get into a fight with Tianqing just now?" "Ah." The green-robed old man's face was instantly filled with shock. He didn't know how to answer Yun Yao. He turned his head to look at Ji Tianqing and said in a strange tone, "You're Ji Tianqing? The #1 genius of the human race that Yun Zhongqi mentioned, the emperor of the monarch mansion and the ruler of the Tianshan region, is that you?" Ji Tianqing flew to the entrance of the herb garden and came to the side of the green-robed old man and Yun Yao. He was also shocked. He looked at the green-robed old man with a complicated expression and asked in disbelief, "You're Yao Yao's grandfather? Then aren't you Miracle Dr. Bailey?"